Welcome everybody on the West Australian Sporting Car Club live feed, coming to you from MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway. This is day number 1, round number 2 of the 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships, as we said, from MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway, as I'm my Vaughan Brewer, and my fellow commentator for this weekend again is Mr. Rob. Morning, Rob.
Good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody, and we're in for a really great race meeting. We've been watching some of that qualifying so far has already taken place, and we've got some very close racing that's going to be coming up later on in the day.
Yes, we've already seen our Formula Vs out there on track. They were first out this morning on a slightly greasy and green asphalt surface out there at Wanneroo Raceway, and then they were followed up by our Excels, a huge field of Excels coming up, nearly 30 cars here in fact. Then we have had our Holden HQs as well, and we've just had the conclusion for our feature race of the day, the 100k plate for sports cars, sports sedans, street cars, and unfortunately no WA muscle cars here this weekend. So 15 races on the cards coming your way today. And Rob, our historic touring cars, they are going to be next out on the circuit. They're already down in the dummy grid, just waiting the 1 minute sign. But that brings us to a huge international event that is occurring this weekend, the 83rd Goodwood Members Revival meeting this weekend.
Yeah, and that's a really wonderful race meeting. That's the one where you see the 70s type cars as well. It's not the meeting they have later on in the year, which is the Goodwood Revival. That's the one where they have the 60s and 50s and 40s cars. This is the one where they have the Capris and the big cars like that, and the Clubman Minis and that sort of thing. So that's going to be something to watch when you get home later on today, or later on when you finish watching our feed that we've got on YouTube, and you can get tuned into that when that takes place. But these historic touring cars, many of these guys have been over in the east at Phillip Island in between their last meeting and here, and one of the guys that we're seeing for the first time here this weekend, and the return to the circuit after having had the car bent unfortunately over in the S's at his last meeting last season, and that's Graham Woolhouse in the lovely 64 Mustang, and he did a very good job over in the eastern states recently, and really applied himself really well. We welcome Martin Dennis to the microphone. Welcome along, Martin. Great to see you again.
Sorry. Yeah, go, Rob. Vaughan. Yeah.
Morning. How are you?
Oh. Yeah.
We're a few cars short this weekend, as we've got 3 of our mini brigade over there at Mallala for the Mallala historic race meeting, and also Randall Beavis is over there as well, and Tony Gilfus already over there as well in the Ford Capri.
And Stewie Young, of course.
Stewie as well in the Tirana.
There's sort of half a dozen basically that would normally be here. Would make all the difference. But they've run Phillip Island and stayed over to run Mallala.
Yeah, that's good to see them having a good run on the east coast. But good to see Ford Mustang. That's the later model 69 Mustang, and he's just making his way up past the Asphalt Tech sign into turn 4 as we speak. And that's a beautifully prepared car, that one.
Change of colour.
Yes, it's gone from being lime green to being mustard yellow.
The lawn mowing exercises last year. Yeah, we actually gave him the John Deere Award.
Oh, yes, that's right. We did too.
Yeah, so these guys are going to have a 10-minute session, and we've got a real variety of cars out there. We've got obviously some HQ. We've got the HQ Holden of Wendy Kova out there, car number 7. We've got Kenny Waller out there in his Trana XU1. As we mentioned, we've got the couple of Mustangs. We've got 3 Mustangs out there with Mark Cates, Graham Woolhouse, and Peter Piscanieri's out there in his car as well. We've got Malcolm Bowden out there in his Cooper S. Gary Croswell's out there in his big Chevy Impala. And of course, we've got Don Behetz out there in the Ford Galaxy that you could land a helicopter on the back boot lid of.
Absolutely.
Because chased Don up the freeway this morning about 5:30 down there around the Port Kennedy area, as Peter Piscanieri just makes his way out onto the MotorMall front straight, goes across the line. Of course, now they are starting the first of their time laps, and Peter Piscanieri, he's a guy that doesn't muck around with his motorsport. He's very fast and very knowledgeable when it comes to setting up this Mustang.
he certainly is. He's done a lot of laps around the circuit now. So we're just watching another guy who's done a lot of laps around here in the Mustang, and that's Graham Woolhouse getting very sideways. A bit of power oversteer there going up through turn 4. That was pretty spectacular. The tyres on that car will be ready and sticky by now, I'd imagine.
And just picked up with Wendy Cover. She's driving Bob O'Neill. Holden out there at the moment. Yeah, as he heads up and over the top of the hill, that's going to be a bit of a difference for her. Normally driving the 6-cylinder EH Holden and jumping into a V8 Kingswood this weekend.
A bit more power. Not that she needed any more, but certainly just decided EH needed a bit of a rest. And
I believe that they're going to be allowed to use disc brakes on the front of EH Holdens in historic touring car racing now.
where did you read that, Rob?
I read that on Facebook, so it's not possibly true, but that's what I read.
As you might be aware, I'm on the national board, and not in the foreseeable future.
Oh, okay. So someone just got in front of themselves.
Oh, yeah, there's a guy that's campaigning from the East again about the same issue. The problem is, it's not just a matter of going, okay, you go to disc brakes. It's actually a full world change.
Yep.
And most of Australia is not actually very keen on that at all.
Because these cars basically, they're all different underneath, but it has to be the way that the car was manufactured. So if it came out with drum brakes, it must have drum brakes. You can change the linings, but the actual drum brake must stay there.
Absolutely. Same. It must be the same size. You can change the backing plate and the actuation if you like, but it's still got to be a drum brake.
Yeah, it's,
I mean, the Impala is the same. It's on drums, Gary's Impala, and he had a bit of an incident about a couple of years back, and we've talked about it. He goes, there was a big campaign then about the brakes. He says, the car's got history. I wouldn't change it anyway.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
well, and it becomes the thin edge of the wedge, doesn't it? Because then everybody starts lining up, and you gave them to him, so. Yeah, so you've got to be strict about these things, and that's something that a lot of categories could learn from as well. Because over the years we've seen a lot of categories have allowances for this and allowances for that, and it's destroyed the categories over time. And you can see that by the fact that over a period of time, a lot of the categories that we see racing up here diminish in size with the competitors, and it's largely because people can't keep up with the changes all the time.
The expense as well.
Oh, absolute expense is a big one, and like from a national view, there are some things that need to be allowed, more modern stuff if you like, because of the lack of availability of componentry.
Yep.
And then the associated costs with that. And there are measures that we taken so there is no actual advantage, and that's the big one. That's the key to it.
Yeah, we want the racing to be representative of what it was in the day as well. So you don't want to see a car that was suddenly winning all the races because it's had an upgrade that it didn't have in the era.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as we stand at the moment, Graham Woolhouse is our fast man on the circuit. He's done a 66.3, which just goes to show the circuit, nothing wrong with the circuit this weekend. Mark Cates about a second behind at the moment in car 69. Peter Piscanieri another further
couple of tenths.
tenth or two behind. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty good run at the front of the field. Then we've got Behetz in car 222 and Kenny Waller, and then Malcolm Bowden and Shipper, Croswell and Cover at the back of the field at the moment.
So with their Mustangs, it's really quite interesting because while they're all Mustangs, they're all three different models and configurations. The Woolhouse car runs a 289/4.7 litre V8. The Cates is a 351, 5.8 litre, and Piscaneri's is actually a 302, 5 litre.
Yep.
So and the cars weigh different amounts and all that sort of stuff. Mostly the brakes are identical because of what Ford did with the cars from the early days. But quite interesting to see the smallest engine is actually the fastest lap time.
Yeah, yep.
And Woolhouse still sitting on pole position from Mark Cates and Piscaneri. So the three Mustangs, 1, 2, 3. Then we have another Ford product, the Ford Galaxy, 427, some 7 litres of engine on board Don Behetz's car number 222. Then Ken Waller, the 6-cylinder triple carbed
XU1?
The XU1, the GTR XU1. That's a new purchase for Ken Waller, so still getting his head around that car. And then we have Mel Bowden, and just watching Mel coming out of turn number 7 there, full, it's not opposite lock. You're trying to feed more into it, but the front wheels are screaming and they're just going straight. So big understeer from the little Mini down in turn 7. Then we have the 1600 of Bill Shipper. Harry Croswell in the Chev Impala, and Wendy Cover in car number 7.
Yes, Wendy.
I didn't go on with that.
You stopped in
I
time.
just went, what?
Yes, Wendy has spoken to you about that.
Yes, she did. She certainly did.
So watching this beautiful car at Piscaneri, I think that's a 68 Mustang.
It is, yes.
And very reminiscent of the first Mustang that raced up here at Wanneroo Raceway in 1969-1970, run by Gordon Stevenson, and that was the ex-Neil Allen car. And that was a metallic blue car, 68 Mustang, and a fairly well-known Mustang in Australian motorsport, and fairly successful also in the East Coast. But Gordon Stevenson, a guy who did a lot of running up here in Caversham days, as well as here in the early Wanneroo days, had that car up here and used to have some great with the ex-Norm Beachy HK Monaro driven by Peter Briggs. And that's our very, very early Western Australian Touring Car Championship days. And this car, very reminiscent of that car of Gordon Stevenson's.
8 minutes into the qualifying session, and Graham Woolhouse has just gone fast lap, 1 minute 5.99, and it looks like he's maybe going to go on with it in this one as well, although he's been balked now by Don Behetz. So this is going to put paid to a second of his flying laps, but he's done enough, as Mark Cates has already peeled off into the paddock area. So there's Woolhouse in the black and silver car number 86 as he negotiates turn number 1. Try and keep the car as straight as possible and look after those tyres.
Yes.
It's another one of those categories where you can't just keep throwing tyres at them.
No. In some cases, there's been restrictions applied on how many tyres you can have per meeting and so on. We haven't done it here yet, but it's certainly very much in focus.
Tell you what, Woolhouse has got that Mustang very tidily set up. He's really at one with that car. The way that this went through turn 4 and just hugged the curb all the way up there on power, he's obviously got a really good setup in that car. And he's driving it so very well at the moment as well.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's had the car now for a few years. And in fact, after the last body rebuild, which happened as a courtesy of crash last year, they rebuilt the car and it went straight to Phillip Island.
Yep.
Graham was actually overseas and he flew back into Victoria, went to the track and raced the car, and I was watching the times and I'm going, yep, he's on top of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I was extremely impressed with Graham over there, up against Paul Stubber, so he wasn't going to do too much with Paul, but it's certainly the next to the best.
Yes.
Or the best
very
of the
impressive.
rest. Yeah, very impressive.
I was very impressed with the mini guys. They put a great race on, great effort.
Yep. Both the Onofaro boys were over there,
and Blake Watson. I was really impressed with Blake. Specky, after he had a failure in the drive line, come back and started from the rear in the second and finished, I think, 5th. That's a long way from the back to the front, that place.
Yeah, it is.
And
it
just drove the wheels off it.
And so, as you know, it's a real driver's circuit too, and it really does bring to the fore the talent of the drivers as well. So
Checkered flag, guys. So it will be Woolhouse in car number 86 from Mark Cates, the third of the Mustangs Piscaneri, alongside the Galaxy of Don Behetz. Then we have Waller and Bowden, Shipper and Croswell, and Wendy Cover in car number 7 will start out. A very small field. What's going on with our 2 Jaguars this weekend?
Well, as you know, Mike Gallagher's is up for sale and sitting pristine in Roadbend Jaguars showroom. And Laurie, I don't know where he is. He would normally be playing the game.
Yeah.
But, he's obviously decided to have a day off.
Which is unusual because Laurie normally, if there's a race meeting on, Laurie's there for sure.
Oh, absolutely he is.
Martin, thanks very much for coming up and giving us all the goss on what's going on with the historic touring cars. Unfortunately, we've got a very small field of historic touring cars this weekend, but I'm sure the racing between the top 2 rows is going to be pretty good coming up later on this morning. We're just about ready for our Formula Vs and race number 1 coming your way. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the official opening here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, the home of the West Australian Sporting Car Club for day one, round two of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2026. Vaughan Brewer here with you in commentary again this morning, and I'll be joined by Rob Haggerty very, very shortly. But before we go racing, would you please be upstanding, remove your headwear for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well, we had the threat of some wet stuff this morning, but it doesn't look like that's going to eventuate for the remainder of the day. A top of 21 degrees here at Wanneroo Raceway this morning. Expected some southeasterly breezes coming diagonal up and over the top of the... On the program, we have our XLs, our HQs, streetcars, sports sedans, sports... And they are all grouped together running for the 100k plate today. And as we've just seen in the last of our qualifying, it's the historic touring cars along with the awesome Formula Vs who are about to get out there and mix it up for race number one here on the card. A very good morning to my partner in crime again this weekend, Mr. Rob Haggerty. Good morning, Rob.
Yeah, good morning, Vaughan. Good morning,
Rob.
everybody. Yeah, good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody. And very overcast here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway at the moment. There's a little bit of blue sky out there to the southwest, so hopefully we're going to see that coming over and making a little bit more of a bright day out there. But there's been some very good lap times so far. The circuit really starting to grip up after a bit of overnight rain, and we're going to start seeing some good lap times as the day progresses, I think, Vaughan.
Well, we've got a huge field of XLs. They probably the highlight category here this weekend. Nearly 30 cars, mate.
Yeah, absolutely, and all beautifully prepared. We were saying earlier about how well these guys put these cars on the track, and they're very colourful, very big fields, and very close racing, so looking forward to that later on in the day as well.
A small but quality field of historic touring cars, as some of our regulars are over there at Malala for the Malala Historic Race Meeting this weekend at our 100k plate for our sports cars, sports sedans, street cars and WA muscle cars. As on our screen we see race number one. It'll be Dave Campbell and Dave Casely on the pole position for our Formula Vs, brought to you by Home Chef. On the second row will be Rod Lisson and Callum Lamont. And we have Fowler and Kathy Lisson on the third row. Lloyd and Mackenzie Matthews, an outstanding effort to be in the top 10 in car number 92. Block and the first of the 1200s, Isaac Scary. And we have Mackenzie Gow and Andrew Lockett. So all three of our 1200s will be starting very, very close together with Wilkins, Campbell, Stuckenberger, Campbell, Gow right down there in about position 17 or 18. Vinnie Panuanu, Mark Quinn, Brett Scary making a return to Wanneroo Raceway. And we have Sam Casely, of course the wife of Dave Casely. Hollis and Alan Yo. Hopefully Alan's back out there again. Yes, he is. Car number 15, driving the ex-Connor Welsh car down there, right down the back of the field. So another healthy field of Formula Vs, Rob, and we know what these guys and girls are capable of.
Yeah, and very close lap times at the top of the field as well, and that goes for most of the categories this weekend. So make sure you stick around if you're on the live feed across the World Wide Web on YouTube for the WA Sporting Car Club, and you stick around for the day, because some of these fields are a little small, but they're very, very close lap times at the top of the field, and we're in for some absolutely magnificent racing, and this is one that's going to be brilliant. It's good to see Dave Campbell. We haven't seen Dave Campbell on a pole position here for quite some time. He's a multiple Western Australian Formula V 1600 champion, and it's great to see that he's put that new car that he's only just put his backside in for the first time this weekend up there on pole position, and to get in front of Dave Casely with the form that Dave Casely's been on recently is no mean feat. Very, very good job. Rod Lisson, another former Western Australian champion there in the inside of the second row next to Callum Ramont, and Jason Fowler back there as well. So I tell you, Kathy Lisson getting better every time she gets in that car as well. The first of our 5 women drivers out there in our Formula Vs this weekend. And it really augurs so well for the first event for Formula Vs today.
And it must be mentioned she's the current
Home
state
Chef.
champion
Great
as well.
tasting chef-prepared meals. Healthy, delicious and nutritious. That's the Home Chef promise. Home Chef. Real food. Delicious, nutritious, delivered.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litex Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
Changing gears in a car because the gear stick's on the other side. That's himself. Brett Scarey had an issue with the rocker, that one of the bolts had come off, so that's now been fixed. Vinny Padawan, I'm not exactly sure why Vinny's all the way down there. I didn't manage to catch up with Vinny to find out what his troubles were. Apart from that, general check the tyres, light the fires and get out there ready to go.
It's picking up on car number 15, that is Alan Yo, driving the ex-Connor Welsh car.
Correct, yes. So Alan's currently just in the final stages of rebuilding the motor for his AJ, so he's hoping to be in that car for Collie. So he just wanted to come and have a bit of fun, and jump in that car was probably, because obviously Alan's a fairly big fella, so he needed to find a car that was going to be suitable for him to fit in, for one. And he said he's just out there just for a bit of fun, get another car back up in the circuit again, and really looking forward to today's competition, especially down the back, I'm sure, with Amanda Hollis just in front of him, and obviously Sammy as well. I'm sure they'll be involved in a nice little scrap towards the tail of the field.
Rounding out his birthday week, of course, for Alan Yo.
Yes.
And wishing all the best to see whether he can come forward through our 3 races today. A big field, Rob.
Huge field of Formula Vs, and it's such a strong category, and it's great to see. It really is. And talking about colour of the Excels, this is very similar with the Vs as well. Just lots of colour and lots of beautifully presented cars out there on the track.
I didn't actually get a final head count. I think you said it was 23?
We had 23 entered, but we unfortunately lost Brennan Sanchez yesterday in the TOE Smoothie. He had a wheel issue, I believe, in Friday practice, so he wasn't able to repair that car. But so we've got 22 cars out there, which is really good to see. I think we've got 9 1200s and obviously what's that? 13 1600s. So
yep.
Really good numbers for Formula V. Although we have got a lot of cars out there that are sitting in garages, which we'd really love to see back out there, because I think count-wise we've got probably at least 52 chassis in WA currently.
Wow.
Well, that's amazing.
Big field, and we've also mentioned the 5 women drivers out there in this big field as well. Definitely a record in Australian motorsport for any category to have that many females participating. So it's going to be a great run. This is race number 1 to kick off. Day number 1, round number 2 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships. It's a fairly even start from everybody at the front. They're side by side with Dave Campbell and Dave Casely trying to run. Smart enough to keep the car. Dave Campbell, and does so. He got enough? Yes, he had. Fast, straight through.
Absolutely brilliant move. That's a guy as well until he goes game. Form guy at the moment is Dave Casely in car number 7, and he takes that lead from Campbell there in turn 4.
Callum Lamont had a really good start as well. He's all over the back of 71 of Rod Lisson. Then we have Jason Fowler, Kathy Lisson, Lloyd and Mackenzie Matthews doing really well. As we said, qualified in the top 10 miles.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so pretty much up through the S's and then through turn number 4. It's really a one-lane groove for a Formula V. You don't really want to be too wide. So, you know, DC being the smart racer he is, who's now getting the tow, and here comes Rod Lisson as well. He's decided, yep, I'll let you go through and I'll blast past you as we head over turn number 6. Oh, they've all come so super deep into turn number 7, all running very, very wide and over the ripple strips and managed to regain control.
Lamont's got a good run here on Rod Lisson in 71. 71 of Rod Lisson on the curb. Lamont running around the outside in car number 7, and he's going to get the job done, and that's now opened it up for Casely as well back there, and Fowler as well.
Yeah, Fowler's coming. Look at Kathy Lisson as well. She's hanging on to this train too, so super from Kathy. Then it's back to Lloyd, followed by Block. Then it's back to Matty Matthews. And Isaac Scarry, the first of the 1,200 competitors. He's got a good 50 to 75 metres over Andrew Lockett. Then back to Vinny Padawan, who had a great start. I watched his start from the back of the grid being a 1,600. He's got Ross Campbell just behind him. And then it's back to Wilkins. Then Brett Scarry's making up a few positions. The person who had the worst start of all was Mackenzie Gow. I don't know what happened. She was missing gears or something, but she plummeted right down the field. She's now in position 17 after a great qualifying position in P11.
Who's your pick, Rob?
Oh, look, Dave, good luck. It's a hard one to pick, isn't it, at the moment? And as it stands, that battle for second place at the moment is absolutely alive. And of course, we've got the camera in the car of Callum Lamont as well. So hopefully, we're going to get to see some wonderful footage of that. But as it stands at the moment, starting to get a little bit of a break on the field is Dave Campbell, and he's really playing into his hands at the moment. This battle for second place, because it's just allowing him to just pull away a bit as the other guys are trying to guard their positions a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah.
1/10 of a second quicker than Callum Lamont and Rod Lisson as well as they head up through the bus stop area there. We've got great pictures from our Turn 7 media crew as they come into turn number 4. Look at that lead that Dave Campbell is now out to. I can't actually see it on our screen, but I'd say it is nearly half a second lead already as he crests the top of the hill.
It is, but that's still, we've still got another 5.5 minutes in this race to go, and the cars behind, they'll start working together. They'll know if they start chopping each other up, they're going to let Dave get away. So they need to race smart here, and as you can see, coming out of turn number 6, that Callum Lamont has got a really good run. So is Dave Casely onto the back of Lisson as they crest the hill, and there should be possibly a couple of overtaking moves. Yes, here comes Dave Casely down the inside of Lisson to take P3, and he'll now set sail after Callum Lamont in P2. But that mark, which was quite substantial before, has now closed right back up again.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th experienced enough to know exactly what you just said then, to work together. As we watch an inside move down here, he's just decided to pull his nose back in behind him. He thought about it. But they're all able to understand the way Formula V works, and you've got to work together to get back on the tail of someone who gets a break, and that's exactly what they've done.
Well, that half a second lead has certainly devolved now. It's down to 1/10 of a second difference as they head into turn number 4, and Dave Campbell had it all his own way just one lap ago. Now he's got Lamont breathing all over the back of the gearbox as they crest the top of the hill through the blind right-hander at the top of the hill, and Lamont's got a good run across the top of the hill. You're going to go side by side. I don't think he's got enough. Who's going to be fastest onto the brakes? And it's going to be Campbell still from Lamont and Casely.
Yeah, smart driving. No real point going for a big dive bomb into turns, because it totally ruins your momentum coming out of turn number 6.
And now he's got a good run.
Yeah, now he's got the run. He's got the tow. And here comes Casely as well. He's having to think about it too. But it's going to be Callum Lamont. Maybe. No, he decides better of it. Campbell goes super, super deep. Well wide. Oh, it's very close here between the 3 cars. They're battling for race position.
Bit of a touch there between Lamont and Casely, and that's allowed Fowler.
The big move is Fowler. He's managed to get past Lisson on that last lap down the back straight as well, and he's managed to get himself now up into, I think, 3rd position. He's on the outside there. So side by side as they go across the first S there and heading up towards turn 4. But as it stands at the moment, managing to just keep in front of your nose at the moment of Lamont is Campbell.
Yeah, I know. Certainly when I cast my mind back to a race, a quite a few years ago with DC in the car that Matty Matthews is in now, and there was a touch of wheels between himself and Mark Horan and Dave Casey on the start-finish straight, and he ended up barrel rolling down the straight. So Dave Casey, even though he was trying to go for run up the inside, thought the better off it and backed out, because that could have certainly ended in tears.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking back to those days where we saw poor old Dave Campbell doing pirouettes down the pit straight here. And
ended up over in front of the bus sign.
No doubt that was on his mind as well.
Look at this, guys. 3 wide as they come over the top of the hill and down into the hardest braking area on a normal racetrack anywhere in Australia, and they are side by side again, 2 by 2 as they come out, and they're weaving and diving all over the road. It's still Campbell from Lamont, but Fowler has been a big mover in this one, and he's taken Casely and Listen with him.
Yeah, he's just lost third position that time though, because Casey's gone underneath Fowler there into turn 1, and he's taken that third place away from him, but that's certainly not been sorted out absolutely at the moment. There's little battles happening all over this circuit at the moment.
Kathy's dropped off the pack, unfortunately.
There she is.
She's probably a good 400 metres behind this group, just not unfortunately managed to keep up with them. But in terms of, we've obviously got 2 races within the race here, fellas, and obviously we're going to focus our attention very quickly onto the 1200s. Isaac Scarey has absolutely blown this field away. He's got probably again a good 500 metres. Actually now over his dad. Brett Scarey's now second position from Ross Campbell, and then it's further gap back to Andrew Lockett, and then it's back to the recovering Mackenzie Gow, followed by Campbell Gow, and in terms of the 1200s. So as we see the front leaders head over the top of the field head over the hill, once more. And geez, there's some super late braking. Dave Casely down around the outside of Callum Lamont, crashes over the curb once more, but that's the long way around, Dave. You're not going to make that one stick into turn number 1.
Fowler's going to go back down the inside of him again here. He's going to pay back going to try to. No, he doesn't quite get to do. I thought he was going to pay him back for the last lap move.
Yeah, and we've got a slower car they're approaching onto here, fellas, so I'm sure Alan Yeo will be well and truly looking in his mirrors. There should be some blue flags out for him as well, and let him know that this fast pack of 1600s are going to be on him in no time.
Yeah, they should overtake him in a straight line as they head down towards turn number 6, so this won't impede these guys much at all. There's so much experience in these top 4 as they crest the top of the hill and head down. They're starting to drop Rod Listen right off the back of that pack as Alan Yeo does the right thing and stays right out to driver's left and allows everybody to go straight underneath him at race speed.
Yeah, good move from the Western Australian Flag Marshalling Association up there at turn 5. Showed the blue flag to Alan that time as he come past exactly as was expected, and managed to move out of the way of everyone.
Look at this double Indian file as they come down in towards turn number 7. Here's the run on this time from Callum Lamont up the inside of Dave Campbell, and Dave Campbell's had to go to the driver's left of the ripple strip set of 7, so that's going to slow him up and put him under pressure now from Dave Casely and also Jason Fowler.
Yeah, he's acknowledged that by putting his hand out the window to say, out the top of the cockpit to say that, yes, I did go the wrong side, and apologies for coming across in front of you, but and not quite able to get down the inside was Casely, who was looking very seriously like he's wanting to do that into turn 1 that time.
Yeah, there was a very minimal room, unfortunately, that Callum probably should have given a little bit more space on the exit of turn number 7, but everybody got through clean, no harm, no foul, and get back on with it.
Great guys back here also. Car number 4 crossing the line. That's Brett Scarey with Campbell right behind him in 86, and also Andrew Lockett, and they're having a great battle out there as well for some of the minors.
Yeah, 2nd and 3rd and 4th for the 1200 battle. They've also got Ben Wilkins with them as well. We've got a couple of family members here, so we've obviously got David Campbell out the front leading back. We've got Ross Campbell, his son, as well. Obviously, we've got the Listens, we've got lots of we've got the Scareys, so we've got multiple families
and the gals. Yeah. So for the last time, down in towards turn number 7,
last lap
past a open...
Last
I got the last one.
Yep.
As across the finish line, it's Dave Campbell just from Callum Lamont. Then we go back to Jason Fowler in 3rd, Dave Casely in 4th. Rod Listen really slipping off the back of this pack now, and that's going to give Cathy a bit of a sniff now to see whether Cathy can get past Rod.
I think he's waiting for Cathy to arrive and probably maybe hand the position over now that he's fallen off the back of this lead bunch, but we'll see what happens. But certainly the battle, Callum Lamont is in position A1, so it's going to be an absolute massive last of the late breakers down into turn number 7. As we also see this in the 1200 battle between Brett Scarey, Andrew Lockett, as as well. Ross Campbell gets the wheels on out of turn number 7 as well. So these guys are at it hammer and tongs too. So it's difficult to figure out where we want to look, fellas. It's action all over the place.
Yeah, it certainly is. The 1200s have always turned it on, just like the 1600s, and it's a little bit of a shame that they're buried in the pack because they tend not to get the focus that they deserve.
Here's a run here from Jason Fowler from 3rd place. He's all over the back of Lamont and Campbell as they come down in towards turn number 7. Lamont up the inside, I believe, and around the outside.
Yeah. Campbell's going to come across the front again.
He's got more momentum.
Race to the line. Who's it going to be, fellas?
He's not going to get there. Campbell, Lamont and Fowler.
Followed by Casely. Wow, what a dice. Then it's further back to Rod Lisson, who's just coming up on Amanda Hollis, putting a lap down on her, and then back to Kathy Lisson. So no, he didn't surrender that position to Kathy, unfortunately. Further back we've got Renal Block, then it's back to Matty Matthews, Michael Lloyd, and then it's further back we've got the first of the 1200s being Isaac Scary. He's absolutely brained them in this one. He's got an absolute margin of probably about 5, 6, 7 seconds over Ross Campbell.
Oh, the second of the scary cars is off at the top of the hill.
Oh,
that'll be Brett.
Yeah, that's Brett. He's lost the position, unfortunately. So it'll be Ross Campbell in 2nd position for the 1200s, followed by Andrew Lockett in 3rd. And then it's back to Wilkins, the next of the 1600s. Then this next battle of Sammy Casely, Mackenzie Gow just gets over Campbell Gow. David Stuckenberg is next, and I think that probably rounds out the field for this one.
Yeah, because Brett Scary, Quinn wasn't...
Actually, Quinny's just coming down the hill now. He actually, going back to Quinny in qualifying, the reason why he didn't have the engine cover was one of the Zeus clips had actually broken, so he had to do a little bit of a patch job, and but he's now managed to get that on, but you can sort of see it's flailing around in the breeze. But good to see Quinny back out there for this one.
We did lose Vinny Paduano during that one as well.
Yes, did see Vinny come into the pits about halfway through that event, unfortunately, and we've obviously lost Brett over the top of the hill.
Well, that's how they finish race number 1 here. What race to open up day number 1, round number 2 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2026. Miles, we'll catch you back later on today we get ready for Retrovision Western Australia, the WA Hyundai Cup coming up, or the Hyundai Excel Cup coming up. Your next on circuit down here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway.
Designer blinds.
Bar closes at 11. I hope you never. And for the first time this morning, a very good morning to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, Jamie and Demelza.
Hello, we are here down in pit lane. We have grabbed Mark. Mark, how did your drive go?
Look, I had a lot of fun. Plenty of room for improvement today, so looking forward to it.
And tell us a little bit about the car. How long have you been driving for?
Formula V last year and this year. Before that, I campaigned a Porsche sports car here. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, have you always been in racing, or is this something that you've just gone into for fun?
When I was a teenager, I read every book on racing in the library.
Have you come up through the go-karts?
No, I haven't. I've been road cars. We've got a couple of good road cars, so I do track days, that sort of thing. But we've only moved over to Western Australia a few years ago. We were in regional New South Wales, so access to tracks was difficult. But here, we're just right up the road and it's perfect.
Now, the track today, we did have a little bit of wet overnight. How are you finding the track now?
Slippery this morning in qualifying, much better now.
Fantastic, Mark. Well, thank you very much for chatting to us and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you, and thanks to the club and all the officials and volunteers. It's just such a splendid a group to be part of. Great fellowship.
Fantastic. Thank you and good luck. Thank you. And that's it from us right now. There's more racing to come from Pit Lane.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money.
Okay, thanks to Melza, and we're going to be coming back very shortly with the first of our Excel run.
Stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Motec Mechanical, Dash Simulators and Events, and Excel Garage.
Well, race number 2, just about ready to leave pit lane. A massive field of Hyundai Excels, of course, brought to you by Retrovision, Western Australia. And it's Shane Burns in car number 333. That'll be a first for Shane Burns to be on pole position here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Alongside him will be Tristan Clamp in car number 13. Harry Burns will start on the second row alongside Panizza. And then we've got the heavy hitters of Zane Rhodes, Dean Hill and Carlos Ambrosio. Then we have Alex Hills in car number 7, Clark in 28, Noah Byrne in car number 11, then O'Brien in car 26, Steve McGregor for Napa Autos in car number 2, then another newcomer in Colmer in 88. What a big field, Rob. This is massive.
Yeah, it is. Wildman from Charnley, and then back to D'Souza and Lair, Adam Hasty, and also Craig Fiera, Dion Ruiz on in car 33 is back on P19. Then from Paul Hewitt, John Schultz, Jacques. Oh goodness me, that's an interesting one. I think it's Bezusenhout.
Leave that one to you.
Yeah, and then we've got the field continuing back there. We've got P23, Hayden Millington, Anthony Fogliani, Ashley Cove, Lachlan Cove in P27, Darren Seaton, Brad Ward, and then Charlotte Cove at the back of the field. We're having to get a radio out to one of our flag points at the moment, whose radio has failed. So there's going to be a little bit of a short hold up just while they get that radio delivered, so that we continue with our communications with all of our flag points and all of our officials that are out there on the circuit. It gives us a great opportunity to, of course, thank all of our Western Australian Sporting Car Club officials, doing that several times during the meeting. Couldn't do it without you guys. Race meetings across the entire world run on the power of the officials who are out there doing it all just for a nice lunch and an opportunity to get close to the motorsport action. So if you're interested in getting out there and helping those guys out, just contact the WA Sporting Car Club. They're always looking for new people to come out and help us out with these race meetings, and it really is a great bunch of people that you get to work with. So thanks once again to all the officials that are out there at the circuit this weekend and giving up your weekend for the benefit of Western Australian motorsport.
Yeah, good. Jeff Duckworth this weekend, the Duckster, driving the safety car for us with Karen as the communicator alongside him for this weekend. So thank you very much to those two officials as well for giving up their weekend so that we can have a play here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And we keep harking on about this. This is probably the best presented category that we have here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. The presentation and the wraps that these guys put on these little Hyundai Excel, it's superb.
They are indeed, and the thing is that they're changing them all the time as well. You know, and it's not cheap to put a wrap on a car, and yet they're able to get the sponsorship dollars and to get the wraps put on the cars quite frequently. And you don't see too many of them getting damaged up here, thankfully. But they're rubbing against each other every now and then, and yet they turn up at the next race meeting looking just as fresh as they did previously. So it really is hats off to this category. It's such a colourful category, and I'm just looking at those Burns cars there as they line up, the three of them.
Awesome.
With the two Burns guys and, of course, our state champion, Carlos Ambrosio, in there as well. And they're just such beautifully presented cars as well.
They certainly are. And then there's other cars out there as standout ones. Is John Schultz has got a new paint job this weekend. And I think that's Ashley Cove down there right down the back of the field in 17.
Yep, that's a beautifully presented car, isn't it, with the purple
That's Charlotte,
actually. The pink and the purple on it. And another lovely car is the orange car of Noah Byrne. Noah Byrne. That's
number 11.
A beautifully presented car also. And, of course, our current championship leader, Zane Rhodes, has always got a beautifully presented car. And I notice he has a new sponsor on his bonnet this weekend as well. So it's good to see that the sponsors are getting behind this category. It's not cheap to run in any motorsport anywhere in the world. And even though you've got an entry-level category like this, which has got a lot of control items and the cars are pretty much similar, it still isn't cheap to run them. You've still got to put tyres and brakes on them. You've got to put fuel in them. You've got to pay entry fees. You've got to do all sorts of things. And you get a little bit of damage here and there you've got to fix. So you still need to have a little bit of sponsor money behind you, and it's really great to see so many businesses getting behind this category as well, and my hat's off to them.
Particularly at this time of our lives, it's very hard out there for a lot of people at the moment with the cost of living, and now with this fuel crisis that we're experiencing as well. But it's great to see that sponsorship, including Retrovision, of course, the naming rights sponsor again for the Hyundai Excel Cup for 2026. It's great to have Retrovision back on board, and they're obviously getting their money's worth. That's why they've come back.
One of the cars that I was just looking then, looking really, really nice as well, is car 77 of Chase Wildman, and he was a standout at our last race meeting as well. And
he was very quick.
He's a little bit buried down the pack this weekend. He's not quite up towards the front. He's back there midfield, but I'm sure that we'll see him progressing at the front, and it's good to see that car in a splendid green colour scheme out there as well.
Sorry, mate, there's a bit of a pattern happening, really, because our heavy hitters are kind of buried back in the field for this race. So it's going to be very good from row 3 backwards. We should see the charge of the Light Brigade come forward and maybe able to do battle with Clamp and Burns, the two Burns cars up the front there. Panizza also up there as well. I don't think he's been as high as the second row before either.
No, absolutely not. I mean, there's a couple of guys that are serial front row, front of the grid people. And, offenders, yeah, you've got Rhodes and a couple of those guys. Dean Hill's another one that's always up towards the pointy end. But, it's going to be so wonderfully great to watch these guys. And one of the most difficult things as a commentator is knowing where to look, because, as you said, a lot of the really fast guys traditionally are buried a little bit further down the pack, and they're going to be making their way forward, and there's going to be dicing happening all through this whole field.
Yeah.
And I'll apologise straight up before even the race starts. There's going to be some great dices happening that I'm just not going to be able to call because they'll be all over the place.
Well, our Turn 7 media camera for this one, our onboard camera, is on board Zane Rhodes. So whatever you miss, I'm pretty sure Zane's going to be part of it. He's right up there. He's going to start on the third row. Third row, sorry, and he should be able to provide some great shots as we just see him going through the starting and getting everything up to temperature. He's going berserk coming down the hill on the steering wheel, trying to get some heat into those brakes and those front tyres. Of course, these are front wheel drive cars. Wherever those front wheel points, the back wheels, in theory, should follow.
Very much like mini racing from the past. So as the old mini guys used to say, the back wheels are only there to keep the back of the car off the ground. That's all they do. The front wheels is where everything's happening, the drive and the steering and the braking and everything all happening through the front tyres of these cars, and they want to get the most temperature. Just look at this field, still pouring down into turn 7 past the Bosch sign there and lining up, and that means that the guys on the front row are going to be sitting there for a little bit longer than what they normally would. And that car, Tristan Clamp, number 13, what a splendidly presented car that is also. Just magnificent.
Yeah, another new paint job on board one of our Hyundai Excels this weekend. and the two Burns Motorsport cars on the first and second row, and then the third of the Burns Motorsports cars back there on the fourth row being driven by the state champion in Carlos Ambrosio, who kind of had us all fooled. He said he was going to take 12 months off, and here he is racing, and it's a great start from Tristan Clamp. Grabs second gear and pulls straight over in front of Shane Clamp, and that's the way it will be down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Yeah,
there's one in the wall, and that's Wagner de Souza.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been an incident off the start line, so that's going to bring out, I suspect that may be a red flag, to be honest with you.
Yes.
That car's in a dangerous position, but also I think there's going to be a fair bit of clean-up because that really has quite short in the front of that car.
Yeah, she's gone in fairly hard, and it's gone in head first.
So safety car's out. Well, let's hope that these guys will see the safety car boards and behave a little bit better than what the V8 supercar guys did in New Zealand yesterday.
Yes, a bit of a mix-up there on the start for Davey Reynolds' big 500th race that ended before the first corner.
Certainly did, and then the two flag points brought out safety cars and yellow flags, and
it looks like Wagner's out of the car. Just having a look around, of course, there's a lot of steam coming from the front of that car, so she's obviously split the radiator.
How terribly disappointing for him.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having a damaged car, but there's nothing even worse than having it in the first event of the day, and it really spoils the whole rest of your weekend, and it's just money that you're watching going up in smoke. It's just a really terrible situation, so my sympathies to Wagner there.
So he's around about position 16 on the starting grid, so that mid-pack chaos. It strikes again here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as a big field. They've all seen the start. They're all single file now, and they'll just crawl past. I think this is going to be an extended clean-up here, and it's surprising that they've gone for the safety car rather than just a red flag.
Well, if they slow the field down enough, it should only be a couple of laps, but then it's a timed race. So you're looking at 5 minutes left of the event.
You've got 6 minutes and 50.
6 minutes and 50, sorry. Yeah, you're right. They'll get this up there pretty quickly, I think, as long as they can move it. It depends on whether they can straighten up those wheels, and the front guard's fairly well pushed back onto them. If they can't get this car up there within a couple of minutes or so, I would suspect that maybe we might see a red flag.
I think the most of the damage seems to be on that front left, although the front right's not looking very straight either. But
no, none of it looks particularly good. It's really sad. I hate seeing damaged race cars. It's really, having been a competitor and knowing how much it costs to put these cars on the track, it really is quite disheartening to see damaged race cars. So let's hope that he can get that back straightened and put back on the track fairly shortly without it costing him too much money.
Yeah.
Plenty of Hyundai bits out there, I guess.
There certainly are. I hate to think how many of these cars were actually produced, but there's a fair few of them, and we've just heard from Motorsport Australia Race Control that there are several drivers under investigation for safety car infringements. So
As I was going to say about the supercars yesterday, is that there were several cars that passed those safety car and yellow flag boards, and none of them got penalties for it.
No, of course. Just a couple of weeks ago, we saw a really bad incident at Bathurst there with another driver, a reputable driver that's been around for a long time, passed under a double yellow and ended up having a collision.
Absolutely, and race start is under investigation as well. So Motorsport Australia and our clerk, of course, and the people working very hard to our left in race control here at MotorMall Raceway, having a very busy day already with the first of the Excel event today.
I can imagine that they would be having a look at that start from Tristan Clamp, because by the time to second gear, he was already had enough movement on Shane Burns to move across. So whether he may have jumped the start there, I'm not too sure. I was still looking at the back of the field. All of the front started moving.
Well, the green flag had only just waved, and I guess that's probably not a bad thing to get the start underway as quickly as possible, because the guys had mentioned, the guys at the front have been sitting there for quite a long time. But yeah, just to finish that bit I was saying about the yellow flags, is if you're not going to penalise people for passing yellow flags, people are going to start passing yellow flags. And it's, a little bit sad that the professional sportsmen of our motorsport here in Australia and New Zealand are getting away by passing yellow flags. Whether the yellow flags were right or not, they still passed the yellow flag.
Yeah, that's it. We've had a few instances of that in the years before.
On the first lap of a race with 30 cars in the field like what we have here, and when you're all dicing and that, you can almost be forgiven for missing a yellow flag. Missing 2 or 3? No. But missing a yellow flag, yeah. As I said last race meeting, one of the first things you should ever do when you get your Motorsport Australia competition licence is at the circuit that you're at. You should walk the circuit for a start, but the other thing you should do is you should make sure that you put a mental note as to where every single flag point is, and you start getting into the habit of looking at those flag points every time that you come near them.
Yep, definitely.
Absolutely imperative that you do that because... we don't just have these guys out there waving flags because we want their arms to get fit.
And speaking of that, have you noticed the colour change with all of our flag points all the way around MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway? They've gone to the MotorMall green.
Yeah, that was done at the start of the season. That was up there for the last race meeting as well, and they look resplendent. The whole circuit's looking resplendent. We mentioned last race meeting that we'd had some problems up here as a lightning strike hit one of our reticulation systems, and the reticulation wasn't working, and the place started to turn quite dry. And looking at it this weekend, and we have had I've had a bit of rainfall in Perth over the last few weeks as well, but I mean the circuit really does live again.
Yes, we have seen that out the front of our administration building as well, as all of the garages are now going MotorMall green, and the administration building itself has turned from a light grey to a dark grey.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's all happening up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We have a really hard-working group of people on the committee of the Western Australian Sporting Car Club, a really hard-working group of people in the office downstairs during the week for the WA Sporting Car Club. So it's not just the people up here at race meetings who are doing the hard work, it's also lots and lots of people in the background as well. So they've certainly developed a really great system to keep this circuit looking wonderful.
Just having a look at Wagner's car on the back of the truck as it disappears back up into the paddock area, I don't think it's that bad. I'd be very surprised if he's bent the chassis rails on that car. It looks more superficial to me.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, these days, they're 20-year-old cars. I don't know what
they do fold pretty.
Yeah, I don't know
easy.
what the crash structure was one of those 20 years ago, whether or not there was. I use the word weak because they're purposefully made weak so that they absorb the impact, but I don't know whether or not the chassis rails of that would be damaged. But look, we're down to only 1 minute and 38 left, so we're going to probably have one lap. It'll probably be, we'll probably get 2 laps out of it, Vaughan, because I think they'll probably get around in time. Yeah, and it's the time plus 1 lap, so I think they'll get 2 laps.
There's that green car of Wildman, car number 77, a newcomer to the Retrovision XL Cup, and that's looking really nice. That beautiful green almost matches our flag points.
Yeah, it certainly
Same
does.
colour.
I love the name Wildman. It's such an appropriate name for a racing car driver. That's what my nickname of my father used to be when he used to do spanner work on a lot of the cars. Everyone used to call him Wildman because of his fits of pique occasionally, but he certainly let his emotions show occasionally. But he was a great man at putting the spanners on the cars in the old days up here. But it's good to see that we've got that car out there, that beautiful green car of Wildman.
They make their way over the top of turn number 5 at the moment, down in towards the bowl, the basin, Coles Corner, Cobb's Corner, whatever you want to call it, Coca-Cola Corner. It's had probably 10 different names during the lifetime.
Swan Wreckers.
Yeah, that was really early, that one.
Yeah, well, it was Coca-Cola originally because Coca-Cola bottlers originally put a lot of money into helping the WA Sporting Car Club initially build the circuit.
There we go, 30 seconds for car number 77, and that is Wildman for causing a collision. 30 seconds, so that's going to put him to the back of the field.
Well, under the safety car grouping, it's really going to affect him. If it had been so 1 lap dash and safety car is coming in. So here's our safety car off the circuit, and the field are going to be led by car 13 of Tristan Clamp.
Get ready for this one, Rob, because I think it's going to be on.
Yeah, Tristan Clamp gets the boot into it quite nice and early as he goes into turn 7, and he's away, and he's already got himself a 3 or 4 car gap between himself and Burns.
Good.
And then we're back to Panizza, Hill, and then the second of the Burns cars, and then we've got our state champion there in Ambrosio next across the line, and then we've got Rhodes, Clark and McGregor.
Yeah, Rhodes all over the back of Carlos Ambrosio at the moment. He's carrying our onboard camera back there in about 6th position at the moment, but he's all over the back of Carlos Ambrosio, just waiting for a mistake, but I think he might be waiting for a while. Carlos has done that many laps around here in one of these XLs that he won't put a foot And as I say that, now we go on board with Zane Rhodes, and you can see there is half a car length to the car in front as he cracks fourth gear up and over the top of the hill. He's actually going to look for a run down the inside here, Rob.
He's going to get it too.
Got him.
Yeah, well done. And that'll be making him smile underneath that helmet too, because he spent most of last season stuck behind Carlos Ambrosio, and he'll be happy that he's put one back on him again here. But look at Ambrosio right on his tail and doing a bit of bump drafting, a bit of NASCAR over the top of the hill as we watch a great battle for the lead as well. Side by side down into turn 7 for the final time, and Burns has gotten down the inside. Shane Burns takes the lead from Tristan Clamp, and there's a lot of defensive driving happening a bit further back there as well as we watch the second of the Burns car, Harry Burns, go into the back of them, but checkered flag, and it's going to be Shane Burns from Tristan Clamp, and then back to Dean Hill, who's got up to third place in front of Peniza. Harry Burns back in 5th from Zane Rhodes, who got the fastest lap on that last lap, back to Carlos Ambrosio, Michael Clark, Steve McGregor, and then we're back to O'Brien, Alex Hills, Hasty, Byrne coming across the line now. And Wildman, who got that 30-minute penalty, so he'll slip down. Lachlan Cove, and then we're back to Colmer, Fiera, Ruiz, Schultz, and Hewitt, and that's the way they finished.
That's just the top 21. There's about another 20-odd cars still on our timing boards. But I said it was going to kick off, and we've just had more word through from Race Control that there is a post-race investigation for passing under the safety cars. Now that's going to have a impact on the way that this one is actually finished. Yeah, okay then. So we'll have to wait and wind up. And obviously, when we bring you the second of the Hyundai Excel races later in the day, we'll be able to bring you up to date with if there was any penalty or what the outcome was of those investigations. I wanted 10 minutes of that, not just one. I know. It's very, very unhappy to have had only one lap of Excel racing in that first event. So let's hope the second one we get gifted with 10 minutes of full Excel racing. Well, our next category on the program this morning for electrical group training will be our Holden HQs, and they are not even in the pit lane at the moment. So there will be a bit of a delay. Here they come. They're just starting to make their way out now. So we will take a short break. That was race number 1 for the Excel Cup, brought to you by Retrovision. For electrical group training, HQ Holden's there next very shortly here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway. Stick around. Okay, we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza.
Just seen the completion of the first race for the Excels. Shane Byrne came in first place. Shane, congratulations. How did it feel out there today?
Absolutely amazing. The car didn't miss a beat. Had an awesome quali session. Took pole, first race win. Couldn't be happier. 6
weeks off since the last competition race, championship race, I should say. So, did you have much work done on the car in the interim before you came into today's championship run?
Well, look, we've got a team of 3 cars on the grid today, so maintaining 3 cars keeps you pretty busy. So there was a lot of work. That 6 weeks disappeared really quickly. So
Excel's a really competitive category, always. And out there at the moment, did you feel much heat while you're in first place? Who was coming up from behind that was giving you a bit of a push?
Well, look, Tristan, he's such an awesome driver. Harry, my son, again, we're so clean at the front. It's awesome to watch, and it's awesome to be part of. If you look at pole, I think the top 3 were covered by 0.04 of a second. So the talent at the top is huge. It's awesome.
Did you have a plan this year to sort of improve your rankings throughout the championship rounds? I mean, that was the plan this year. Did you put a lot of effort into the car pre-season sort of get to where you are today?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, like not being at the front's not happened by accident. We've put a lot of work into these cars. Carlos and Brett Sheriff have been giving us a heap of tips as well and helping us with setup. Without those guys, we wouldn't be where we are. Look, just loving the racing.
We had a bit of average weather overnight. Did you have to change any of your strategy for this today's racing?
No, just lost a lot of sleep thinking the track was going to be wet this morning. But when it rocked up and it was bone dry, was completely stoked. So, yeah, no.
Well, Shane, good luck for the rest of the day, mate. 2 more races to go. I'm sure it's going to be pretty hot out there. The Excels are always hot when it comes to competition. Mate, well done. That's all from us, and we're going to be taking a very short break. Back here live at MotorMall Wanneroo Race.
Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Our Holden HQs, will be next on the track. I think we had 13 cars from memory, and we're joined up in commentary for this one. For his special comments is Howard Crump. Good morning, Howard.
Good morning. How are you all doing?
Oh, mate, what's been going on in the HQ ranks?
Mate, a lot of guys down there are really excited about today. They've been working on their cars and getting things sorted out, and no major issues with anything. Everyone seems to be pretty good, and the times were great in qualifying as well, down into the 15s.
Yeah, we haven't seen that for a while.
No, we haven't. I mean, the track records are a low 14, but we'll never get to that because the cars are very different to when they ran back then. But I know last meeting we were only doing 16s, so we're a full second a lap faster than last time we were out here.
It was nice this morning for qualifying too, because we had a nice cloud cover. Now it's starting to disappear. Although just looking around to the southwest down towards Perth, it looks like there is some grey clouds, but no rain, which is good news.
No, but we've got cool air, a bit of humidity, which means a little denser. So bigger bang every time the oxygen goes into the thing. So we shouldn't have any issues with head gaskets or pinging or any of that sort of stuff that these things can suffer from. So lots of timing put into them, and a nice big spark, and off she goes.
Mate, a huge race meeting coming up in September 26th and 27th, the Australian HQ Nationals here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. How's preparations from the club point of view going for that?
Yeah, terrific. EO expressions of interest, we're looking at close to 50 cars, so we're going to have a full grid, which means we're going to need to run a repecharge at the end of the day to finish filling the grid, which is the usual procedure, and multiple heats all through the day so that everyone gets a really good run at it.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I think last time we ran the HQ Nationals, I think it was around about 2016. We had a massive field then as well.
Yes, yeah, we always have big fields in Western Australia. The guys put on a great show here, and everyone wants to come to WA and have a run at our track because, you know, we all know that the average speed on this track is, I think, the second fastest of any track in Australia, and they get to make that big run up over the hill and down into turn 7. So it's a bit of an eye-opener for them, and yeah, very, very different to what they experience in New South Wales and Victoria and Tassie.
Rob, can you imagine the bump drafting in this national championship? It'll be everywhere.
I can remember it when it was here last, and I was doing photography at that weekend, and got nice and close up to the action, and there was some great racing and lots of bump drafting and lots of good fun.
Yes.
So we were magnificent. Good to see such a good crowd here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway this weekend as well, and they're enjoying the sunshine that's come across the circuit over the last hour or so, and it's good to see that the cloud cover has dissipated for a short time. We do have, as Vaughan mentioned, those clouds coming over from the southwest, and they'll come over fairly shortly, but nonetheless it's good to see we've got people out there in our spectator areas enjoying this lovely sunshine on this beautiful autumn Perth day.
21 degrees.
And we have a new member to our HQ association as of this week as well. Young Olivia Howlett joined the world on this week. So congratulations to Michael and Talia. It's great to have a little one in the group, and terrific.
Yeah,
really
congratulations
to the
both,
lovely little girl.
Yeah, to both of them. That's good news. Good to hear.
Of course, Michael hasn't been running the last couple of race meetings, obviously in preparation for his child to grace the earth, but his car that he did use late last year has now in the hands of Bradshaw.
Yeah, and that's the ex-Peter Brown car. It's sat for 9 years out in the paddock, and that car has won multiple state championships and been an enormous amount of trophies that it's won over the year. Pop Brown had it sitting in his place, and the family wanted it to go back out onto the track. It was bought by the Howletts with the intention of getting it back to what it looked like back then. And it will be leased this year, and then next year a bit more work done to it, but coming out in its original livery, and we'll have, I think the intention at the moment is to have different drivers in it from time to time, just to show the old girl out on the track and keep the heritage going.
Unfortunately for Michael, he had an incident at the Nationals probably midway through last year.
Yes.
How's the repairs going on the green car, or has it gone to God?
No, it's down in Bunbury on a jig. Richard Spivey's son, Richard Spivey's son has it on a jig down there, and having to straighten the whole car up on the jig, and that's coming back. So yeah, another few months, a bit more work to do on it because it was seriously bent over at Eastern Creek.
Yeah, it was coming out of turn 2, I believe that happened, and that was a terrible incident for a fairly well-known state championship winning car.
Yeah, it was once. I think it got 3 big hits coming out around the back of the circuit and ended up in the wall, and they tried to put it back out there, and it broke another diff, and it's seriously bent.
Yeah. For our live screen viewers, we're going on board car number 49, starting on the second row, and of course that's the Kevrek Australia car of Ryan Davis, car number 49. On the second row, he has our race cam as we now go on board and have a look at the back of Troy Kent, car number 3, and Brett O'Keefe, the white car, who will be starting on pole position. I reckon this is probably Brett's first pole position.
I believe so, and great to see him up there. He's a good little peddler, and coming to grips with this class. He has had a fair bit of racing on Speedway and other race divisions, but the HQs is new to him, but he's taken to it like a duck to water.
We were saying in qualifying, is next door neighbour to Ryan Davis back there on the second row. So
yes,
it might this white car might end up with some blue on it by the end of this race. These guys were bump drafting during qualifying, trying to help each other improve each other's times.
Well, we know last time Ryan reversed into car 21, so maybe 21 might reverse into 49 this time. But they went through and fixed the damage after last race meeting. I was down there when they were doing it and having a good time, and got a little bit of mechanical help with them removing a bolt from a car that I'm doing up. So thanks to the guys, but they're best of friends until the light goes green.
Okay, we're away, and O'Keefe gets the jump at the start of the event, and he's going to hold that lead by the looks. He's got the inside, and side by side with Troy Kent down into turn 1. But yeah, I think it's going to be O'Keefe who gets the better of Kent this time, and they're going to come out with just about line astern. In fact, no, it's going to be O'Keefe into the lead. So well done. And then we're back to Davis in car 49, our camera car, back in third place. Good move up there for car 74, Mick Woodbridge, getting back up into the 4th place there, just getting in front of, I think that might be Dave Kent in car, and then back to Faulknell.
Yep, Faulknell, the orange car, and then the first of the Butler cars as they crest the top of the hill and down to the hill towards turn number 6, and Mick Woodbridge all over the back of Ryan Davis as they disappeared through our camera shot and head down in towards turn number 6. And our back markers, that's probably going to be Phil Breen, I think, was right down the back there. Phil doesn't seem to be running very quickly so far this year.
I don't know if it's Phil's car or Phil, but I know that Phil's certainly been hitting the socials this week. I've seen his car in 3 different posts this week, and he seems to be popping up behind all sorts of vehicles and getting his car on there. So if you're looking for media presence, Phil's probably the one to put your money on.
Big move down the inside into turn 7 by Troy Kent there on O'Keefe, and they're side by side as they come out of turn 7 for the first time and come across the stripe, and there would be nothing between these guys, a cigarette paper perhaps, and they're starting to draw away. In fact, even though they're dicing, they're drawing away a little from Ryan Davis back there in 3rd place. Mick Woodbridge still holding that 4th place quite well, but side by side the whole way around the outside there, and it's going to be Troy Kent who comes out in front. He's going to try to swing across in front. Up the curb goes O'Keefe, bounces that off the curb, and that's throwing the momentum off the car a bit and giving half a car length to Troy Troy Kent as they go into turn 4.
So Davis only 3 cars behind now in car number 49. Then we go back to 74 and Mick Woodbridge. Behind him is Rory Sharp in the white 19, and then Todd Faulknell in 24. So this will be the first of our representative lap times as they come across the line next time. And it looks like Kent, yes, he's gone and made the move down the inside of Brett O'Keefe in the white 21. As square up out of turn number 6, Ryan Davis nearly 3 wheels out there on the extremities of the exit of turn number 6, and that's going to give him a good run up and over the top of the hill. But it's still Troy Kent, but here comes Brett O'Keefe.
Yeah, O'Keefe all over the back of Kent that time, all the way down the straight there, and he goes for the outside. He's going to try the over and under. He's not going to be able to do it as he gets run wide there, and he's going to come this side of the turn 7, so he can't do that more than once or twice, and you'll get the upset. But look at Ryan Davis, just gets into the back of Kent there as a line. He's taken second position now off O'Keefe, and he's looking serious like he wants to get past into the lead of this event. Look at O'Keefe around the outside, though. He's got some pretty good grip around the outside of turn 1. That's not an easy move to make.
Oh, Davis is really into the bumper of Troy Kent in front.
Yeah, he certainly is. And what close HQ racing we've got going. This is magnificent as the 3 leaders now starting to get just a half a car length between themselves and 4th place. And there's a bit of a gap then back to Rory Sharp and Todd Faulknell battling back there for the minors.
Well, we go on board now with car number 49 of Ryan Davis and catch the action across the top. And if you look out the passenger window, we can see Brett O'Keefe, and he's actually drawn along and gone in front now on the way into turn number 6. So O'Keefe back to second, Ryan Davis in 49 back to third, and you can see the cars squirming as they're coming out of turn number 6, trying to get all of that power to the ground.
He's waving like a flag in front of him in the back end of that white car is O'Keefe, but he's got some mumbo. I don't know if he's got a new engine in that car, and it's a fresh engine or what it is, but he's got some mumbos. He draws alongside Kent, and he's going to retake the lead down here in turn. And he does so, but he runs a little wide again and just bounces over the curb and gets back. So a pretty defensive line on the inside of the track once more, and Davis is back here. He's sizing these guys up once more. He takes a nice wide entry into turn 1, and but yeah, once again these guys line astern, and just with that 1 or 2 car lengths between themselves and 4th place of Mick Woodbridge.
Back on board with Ryan Davis, a little bit of oversteer at the mid-corner there, and that's cost him probably a quarter of a car length as they head up through the bus stop, through the right-hander, hard on the brakes now, into the long-hander, the only left-hander here at MotorMall Raceway. That is Davis, about 2 car lengths off the back of Troy Kent, who's trying to mow down Brett O'Keefe, who's having a stellar run. First time on pole position. Can he take a race win from pole 1?
Well, he certainly looks like he's got the car under him, that's for sure. It's got plenty of mumbo in a straight line, and he's, if anything, starting to just head a half car length between himself now and Troy Kent in second place. Nice wide line coming out of turn 6, and then the big draw up the hill towards the top of the hill and down towards the second hardest braking application corner in Australian motorsport at turn 7.
Howard, we're back to the high 16s. So the cars are 1 second slower than what they were in quali.
That's what dicing will
yeah,
do for
right. I mean, Ryan Davis is at a 16.3 there, so he's was actually has been the quickest so far. But
there we
I noticed
15s.
back into the 15s. There you go. It takes 3 to 4 laps before the pressures come up in these tyres. So about lap 4, which is where we are now, you'll see start to see the quicker times coming, and then they should be able to hold those times if they've got pressures right. If they start to drop off a little bit as we go through the race, and they've started too high, and they'll start to get a little bit slower because the tyres will overheat, the pressures will go too high, and then when the pressure goes high, the car starts to slide. The temperatures go up, the pressures go higher. So it's a matter of finding that balance to make the tyres last to the end of the race. But I did notice Brett O'Keefe had been wide of turn 7 on 2 occasions in a row there, so I think the stewards will probably look at that if he keeps doing it. He's got to stay on the track, not out of the track, but sometimes it just gets the better of us. I also noticed
sorry Howard, but he's gone really wide coming out of turn 6 and throwing the lead away.
Davis.
And Davis is going to take second place. Well, so new race leader again is Troy Kent, and then Davis into second place.
Now Woodbridge could have a crackdown here under brakes as well, as the 74, the green 74, ranges up onto the boot lid of car number 21 of Brett O'Keefe. And again, Keith's run very, very
He's
wide
got
again.
a problem, I think.
Yeah, the car just doesn't want to turn into turn number 7. But Troy Kent now, a good 6 or 7 car lengths over Ryan Davis. Then we go back to Brett O'Keefe with Mick Woodbridge right in the boot lid into turn 1.
Yeah, he's right up onto the back of him. So it's interesting for O'Keefe. That's 2 corners in a row that he's had trouble turning that car into the corner.
Yeah, and it's going to probably be tyre pressures. He's probably gone too high early to get a good lead and stay in front, and now he's starting to suffer from it. So it won't be better. He's just got to try and live with it until the end of the race and hope that he can maintain his position.
All right, so we're down to 2 minutes plus 1 lap left in this event, and it's all Troy Kent at the moment. He's got around about a 9/10 of a second lead over Ryan Davis in second place. I don't think Davis has quite got the car under him this weekend as what we would normally see. I think that Kent might just have a little bit of a car advantage this weekend.
Yeah. And we just had word from Motorsport Australia Race Control. Car number 21, Brett O'Keefe, in third place at the moment. Under investigation for the curb popping it down there on turn number 7.
Yeah, so Howard had that absolutely spot on, didn't he?
Nailed it early.
Yeah, we did mention that, and they take a very dim view of the cars coming drivers left.
And just so everyone knows, the stewards aren't listening to us, so we're not
influencing anything.
No, don't come up here with your fists out.
So Davis is actually starting to haul in the back of Troy Kent as he's getting pushed along in certain places by Brett O'Keefe. But these guys have actually driven away now from Mick Woodbridge, so not sure whether Mick made a mistake. I'd be very surprised if Mick has made a mistake. Just the power of these guys. They're down to 15 twos now for Brett O'Keefe.
Yeah, that's magnificent given the current spec of the HQ Holden and their tyres and all the rest of it. So very, very impressive lap time.
And look, they've caught each other up again. The big gap of 6 or 7 car lengths that Troy Kent did have has now dwindled down to nothing as Ryan Davis and Brett O'Keefe are now looking to put a pass on him down into turn number 6. It's going to happen down the bottom here, Howard, in 7.
Yeah, and Brett's right into the boot of Ryan Davis, but you see he just drifted a little bit wide then, had to get off the gas, and now he's back on it again. He's obviously got some mumbo in the car, but just struggling a little to carry corner speed, but certainly got a build in. He's pushing up the inside, and they're fighting all the way down there, and the door handles are rubbing.
Yeah, Kent's going to be the big loser here. He's going to go from first back to third as they come out onto the pit straight once more. And there's going to be just short note. Last lap board's gone out to them, so we're on our last lap now. And they head down towards turn number 1. It's still going to be Davis, just in front of O'Keefe, with Troy Kent trying to get around the outside but thinking better of it. But at this stage, it's anybody's race. They just need to keep nice and close like this, and I think we're going to have a big battle down to turn 7 for the final time.
This is just like Formula V with doors. As they go into turn number 4, Brett O'Keefe right in the boot lid of Ryan Davis, driving for Kevrek Australia in 49, and Troy Kent in car number 3 have been a great start to the year again this year for Troy Kent. And we go back to car number 74 of Mick Woodbridge, a long ways. The winner's going to come from these first 3 cars. Let's see who will take the win here as O'Keefe runs around the outside of Ryan Davis down in turn number 6. They're side by side at the apex, and look at Troy Kent. He's moved himself up into second position.
Yeah, he's bump drafting a whole way up to top, and that move from O'Keefe, has just meant that he's lost out and gone back to third place. As we come down into turn 7 for the final time, can Kent get down the inside of Davis? I think he gives him a tap here and there, and he's certainly telling you he's there as Davis runs a little wide, but then covers his line as they come down towards the checkered flag. I think it's going to be Ryan Davis who takes the first win from Troy Kent, and then back to O'Keefe. It's going to be Woodbridge back in 4th place, and then there's a great battle between Faulknell and Sharp, and it's going to be Faulknell who wins that overall for their positions back there for 5th and 6th position, and then Dave Kent a long way back in car 45, finishing just in front of Brad Butler, and then a good battle also back here for the very last few positions on the circuit, and that's going to be led across the line by car 62 of Kyle Butler, just in front of Phil Breen and Mark Alfonsi, and our final finishes are now coming down to turn 7.
Well done. I've got to say that the sponsor for this race is Tiger Stripes Mowing, and that's Tiger Stripes Mowing. The principal is Ryan Davis. And if you look back to lap 2 or 3 when he was down the inside there with 2 wheels in the grass, it's good practice for him for mowing the lawns down the inside. Thank you, Ryan. And we wish you every success with your mowing business.
In between race 1 and 2, can I ask you to do us a favour, Howard?
Absolutely.
Can you go and have a look at times and see what today's spec car,
Yep.
who would have that lap record and what is it? Because I reckon 15.2 is the fastest I've ever seen a HQ.
Lap record is Tony James, which is the car 6 that Dave Kent's driving. And it's a 1:14.2 is the lap record. But remember that...
Yeah, but that was in the old spec?
In the old spec, yeah.
What about this newer spec car?
Okay.
Who would
Gotcha.
have that fastest lap time?
Okay, I'll find out. Yeah, can do that.
15.2, that is flying for a HQ.
It is. Anything in the 15s is good, and 15.2 is amazing. I don't think we've seen anything other than, I think last Nationals we had a very high 14, but we'll be very, very close to the best current spec for a long, long time.
Awesome. What a way to start our HQ racing for the day. 2 more events coming up throughout your Super Saturday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Thanks very much, Howard, and hopefully you'll be able to find out that info for us before race number 2. That'll be awesome. Thank you very much.
See ya.
So our historic touring cars?
Thanks, guys.
Historic. I believe they have the driver of car number 49 for KevRec Australia in Ryan Davis. Jamie and Demelza, you guys got Ryan with you.
We're back here at the, would you believe it, the scrutineering section, but we don't need any scrutineering about what happened in this race. We just saw the running of the first race today for the HQ Holdens, proudly sponsored by Electrical Group Training, and Ryan Davis came in first. Ryan, congratulations. You must be rapt about today's results so far.
Yeah, awesome, thank you. Yeah, look, started P3, bit tough there, put new tyres after quali because I just had no steering. But yeah, look, it turned then. Still a bit slippery out there. Track's fast, but slippery.
I was going to ask you, with the rain last night, did you actually prepare today for a bit more wet weather racing instead of what you sort of maybe applied yourself to this race, just race then?
Yeah, look, I only flew in from Bali at 4:30 yesterday morning. So, look, I did try to get new tyres, but unfortunately we didn't have any buffed due to staffing issues, no fault of Casteras. But yeah, look, I still got old tyres on. I need new, but we'll keep fighting all day with it.
You done much work on the car in the last couple of months. The last championship race was in February. Did you do anything on the car between now and today's race? Between then and today's race, I should say.
Yeah, look, fixed the water leak in the front. It was just leaking out of bypass hose on the water pump. But other than that, just nothing really.
Was it very competitive out there? Did you feel sort of the heat from the other drivers?
Yeah, look, it's definitely rubbish racing, and there's a lot of rubbing in that racing. Obviously, the cameras catch a lot of it. There's a lot of moving out there that shouldn't happen. We as drivers need to clean that up. Otherwise, I think upstairs need to look at penalties.
The HQ guys are very competitive amongst yourselves, which is great. You're a great club, and there's no doubt about it. So, there's a lot of spirit amongst you guys. So, who was the biggest? Who did you feel the most competition from in that last race?
Look, obviously, there's 3 of us: Troy Kent, my teammate, Brett O'Keefe, the Kiwi. Look, I probably wouldn't have caught Troy if it wasn't for Brett. He did give me a push over the hill a couple of times. So, yeah, I've got to thank him as well.
The car's feeling good? You happy with today so far?
Good start. Can't complain about that, can you?
Yeah, exactly. You can't get much better than first.
No.
Well, mate, good luck for the rest of the day, mate. I hope you really achieve what you're expecting to achieve, and I hope the car does exactly what you expect from it.
Legend, thank you. Thanks to everyone.
Thanks, mate. Ryan Davis here in the scrutineering area down here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. That's all from me. We're going to take a short break and be back with you live here at this wonderful championship round for 2026.
HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Historic Touring Car Racing is brought to you by Access Hire, I Write Signs, Moylan Grain Silos, and Perth Brake Parts.
Welcome back to MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway, and just had some word come through from Motorsport Australia Race Control. No further action for our Retrovision XL drivers as far as the start, and unfortunately for Wildman in car number 77, he received a 30-second penalty for contact with another vehicle, and that would have more than likely would have been Wagner de Souza, who unfortunately has ended up in the Bosch Power Tools main fence down here just forward, 50 metres forward of the start line, and unfortunately paid to Wagner's day. So not the way that they really wanted to start our Retrovision XL Cup. We only had one lap of competitive racing, but we're in for 10 minutes of competitive racing this time through, Rob, with our historic touring cars.
Yeah, we certainly are, and we've got the camera on board with Gary Croswell in that beautiful Chev Impala, and we're on board with him just very briefly there, and hopefully we'll get some good vision out of that as the event unfolds. So that's going to be very interesting. But our Formula Mustang this weekend as they come down onto the grid with Woolhouse. Graham Woolhouse in car number 86 on pole position. Next to him will be Mark Cates in the 69 Mustang. He'll be on second position. Back to Peter Piscanieri in car 18 and Don Behetz in car 222 on the second row of the grid. And then we'll go back to Kenny Waller in the XU1 Tirana.
He's missing?
He's missing, is he? That's a shame because he didn't finish qualifying either. We've got Matthew Bowden in the Cooper S, and then we've got Shipper in the Statson 1600, Croswell in the camera car, and then back to Cova.
Bill Shipper was in the wrong position as well for a start, so he'll probably get pinged for that as he moves straight over to the right hand side and allows Gary Croswell to go through. We got Martin Dennis up here in the box with us. What happened in between qualifying and race number one? Unfortunately for Ken, something big times happened.
Yeah, it's broken the mounting for the backing plate on the left rear wheel for the brakes. So coming and jumping on the brakes, and then when there's no rear, it's not a nice thing. So that's paid to his day, unfortunately, because it's not something we can repair between races.
As we go, as it just picked up with Mel Bowden all over the back of the big Ford Galaxy as they disappeared out of our sight and down in towards turn number 6. But it's all Woolhouse at the moment from Mark Cates. Then we go back about 10 car lengths to Peter Piscanieri, car number 18, and then that great battle between Behetz and Mel Bowden.
Look at Cates down the inside of Woolhouse into turn 7. That car's got some mumbo jumbo, that's for sure, but pulling it up. And Piscanieri off, and he's done some rallycross there through there. He's going to get out of there. That's a pretty amazing move to get out of there. I thought that car was at risk of being tipped over then there for a moment.
He's still sideways. He belted the wall as well. He's put the front and the back of the car into the wall, and there's a flat tyre.
He's going to go in again.
There's a big one, bang, into the inside wall. So that
something wrong with that.
Yeah, big time. Something wrong on that.
Someone's let go.
Right rear, possibly. That had some fluid or something get under that back wheel, but that's crabbing now. Oh no, that's broken. That broken suspension.
Yeah, and he's in the middle of the track. That's going to be safety car, absolutely. Double waved yellow down there. So 86 has also gone around.
That turn 4 as well. So
Mark Cates will be rubbing his hands together here.
Maybe there's some fluid coming out of one of these cars for sure.
We haven't done enough laps yet.
Piscanieri's
moved
his car.
He's parked over this far side on the grass.
They're throwing the safety car out, and they're going to do the right thing, and they're going to keep the safety car out rather than withdraw it like they did in the supercars yesterday. I keep moaning about that, but that's got my craw up. That really has. But anyway,
so Piscanieri ran off the road down there on the exit of turn number 7, just ran right out of road and kept his foot into it, got it back onto the track, but then fishtailed at the flag point, whacked the wall over here on driver's left twice, and then put his foot back into it again, and the car just turned to the right and has gone infield and whacked into the Bosch Power Tools main fence. So
I wonder if that's broken an axle.
Yeah, well,
to make it do that.
It only had drive one direction, and that was to the right.
Yeah, I sort of, and maybe like coming into turn 7 there in that braking area, something's let go.
Yeah, it definitely has, and he kept his boot into it though, didn't he?
He certainly did.
Pete's sort of typical does that. He doesn't like to stay hanging around.
Bit of a speedway style through the sand trap down there in turn number 7. You can see by the big rooster tails of sand
sprayed out.
Yeah. So that hopefully he'll be able to get that car repaired, although, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, not sure about that
big
one.
job.
Yeah, it depends what's actually failed. But certainly, there would be some sort of mechanical failure by the look of the way the car was handling, if you like, or performing.
So we're going to go to a replay on our live feed to have a look at this again. So this will be a very interesting replay. So here they are down in and watching that battle at the lead.
Third car?
Yeah, there's the third car here. He
This
just
one
doesn't
here.
seem to have brakes.
Nothing.
No, he's run right off.
Yep, and he's just thrown her in and tried to pedal it.
This is the first of the turns left.
And it's there that something's broken.
Whack. Yeah, that's definitely weird.
And then he's hit the gas again, and it's turned right on him.
Yeah.
Whack into the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's unfortunate. Such a beautiful car's been damaged, but all of this has played into the hands of Mark Cates as we watch. The lights are out on the safety car as it makes its way back into the field. So the field comes under the control of Mark Cates in car number 69.
How would Mel Bowden be feeling right now? He's got he's got an aircraft carrier in front of him and a Mustang about ready to pounce on him as well.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have the Mustang behind him for very long, but Cates just about ready to start putting his boot into it, and he does so now.
Don Behetz is going to try and go with him, but he won't have the horsepower of the 351. And here comes Graham Woolhouse in the 289.
Yep. So I wonder what caused Graham to spin up through the sweeper.
Don't know, but he would be very happy to have seen it was a safety car shortly afterwards, so that he was able to get back on the back of the leading guys.
Woolhouse was just sideways out of turn number 1 as well, so maybe getting a little bit excited with the right foot. See what happens this time. Now he's losing to turn 4.
The tyres would have lost a little bit of pressure, I'd imagine, as well during the safety car. So, but he's going to get down the inside now of car 222 of Behetz as they head down into turn 6.
Bill Shipper all over the back of Gary Croswell as they crest the top of the hill. The little Datsun 1600 taking on a Chev Impala.
Nibbling away at the bumper.
And Mark Cates driving away at the moment from Graham Woolhouse in 86, the 222 of Don Behetz. And Don's not going to let the Mustang get away. He's going to try and run with him for a while. Bit of a brake lock up there from Mark Cates on the way into turn number 7. And look at Mel Bowden, just full understeer, about runs it off into the sand.
He had that on the nose going around the corner, didn't he? It was right up just about on the grill. So yeah, that was the last of the late breakers, that was for sure. And still the Datsun 1600 behind Croswell back there at the back of the field. But it's now on to see whether or not in the last 3 minutes of this event, plus one lap, whether or not Woolhouse can get back onto the tail of Mark Cates. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, and that's a 66.4. That wasn't the last lap. Actually, it was the last lap, sorry. So, yeah, last lap was his fastest lap of the far. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can close down that gap between himself and Cates as the last few minutes of this event wind down.
What's happened with Wendy Cover in the Kingswood?
Good question. We've been busy watching everything else, and I don't know where Wendy's gone.
Yeah, she was definitely out there at the start, so I don't know where she's gotten to.
4 minutes 10 to do one lap. I think she might have come to a stop somewhere.
She must have parked up over the back of the hill somewhere.
Now, Woolhouse is doing a great job here because, as you remember, just before we had all of that excitement with the other Mustang of Piscaneri, he had just taken the lead down there in turn 7 and gotten underneath Woolhouse for the lead. So that was even before Woolhouse spun off. So he's doing a great job as Woolhouse to start getting back onto the tail of that beautiful 69 Mustang of Mark Cates.
I wonder if Graham's running a good set of old tyres. He's a bit loose out there on the track, although he is trying. You can see he's definitely trying, but that car is very loose in the rear end. And it's not just one particular corner, it seems to be all the way around the racetrack. So let's see what happens. We've got a 15-second time penalty for Woolhouse for passing on the restart.
Oh, dear.
So he's passed probably Don Behetz.
No, it wasn't Don Behetz, it was Bowden.
Bowden in the Mini.
Before he got the control line.
Before he got to the control line, yep.
So 15 seconds.
That's his party.
Yep, for car number 86 of Graham Woolhouse.
He won't be happy about that, but unfortunately, these things do happen, and in the spur of the moment, you've got so many things happening on your mind.
We've noticed all categories this morning, Martin, seem to be having problems with turn number 7. They're running wide frequently, so not sure whether there's something out there on the circuit or not, but the little Mini, same thing, just about run off into the sand.
It's an interesting rule, that one about not passing until you get to the stripe. I don't 100% understand that one, because a green flag's a green flag. So I don't understand. I know that it's in the rule book and it's always been a long-standing rule, but I don't really understand the purpose of it, to be honest.
If you were running control category, yes, absolutely, it makes sense, because no one's different to anybody else as far as that's concerned, driver skill only. But when, like, categories like this, where we've got a huge difference between the fastest and the slowest, for argument's sake, you're sort of stuck behind someone slow until you get the control line. Not because they are slow in the scheme of things, but
they're just in a different category of car. But what I also don't understand is, if it's for a safety reason, what is the safety reason? Because I mean, it's generally speaking, after a safety car, you're coming onto the straight line astern. So I can't understand that there'll be a safety concern there. But look,
it's probably historical. Back when timing was done by people standing there with watches and tick the numbers off.
Little clickers and that sort of thing.
Mel Bowden again. That's a bit more of a tidy exit out of turn number 7 for the little front wheel drive. Just had some great footage from on board Gary Croswell's car. There's a big lock up from Graham Woolhouse.
I think there might have been a rear left then going into turn 4.
Yeah, Woolhouse trying to mow down Mark Cates. I don't think he's going to get there, though. As I was just saying, we had some great footage of Mel Bowden's car getting up on 3 wheels coming through turn number 6. Very reminiscent of the old days when we used to have big fields of minis, and they all used to drive around on 3 wheels.
Save rubber.
Well, the old improved production cars used to have a guy called Ray Thackwell and another guy called Leo Stubber in Porsche 911s, and they used to lift their front left-hand wheel going up through turn 4. And then the minis would go around behind, and they'll be picking up their back left-hand wheel. So it used to be all quite interesting in the old days. But onto the pit straight once more to receive the checker flag. This time will be Mark Cates, and wouldn't have mattered what Woolhouse did. Even if he got in front of him, he would have had to have gotten 15 seconds with that penalty.
Yes.
So he's going to pick up second. He will be well and truly 15 seconds in front of third place of Behetz. So that's
I don't know.
No, not enough.
You don't think?
No, he might get a third if he's lucky.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We don't have the timing up there, but he will definitely get a third.
And there comes Mel Bowden in car number 23. Who else was there? There's only Gary Croswell.
Gary and Bill.
And Bill.
Yep.
Bill Shipper running around. The only...
Behind Gary. Just, where is he? Oh, there he is. Coming down the hill.
Down the hill now.
So we're going to find out what happened to Wendy.
Oh, very sideways.
Yeah, we go back on board with Gary, as we've seen, crossed up on the steering wheel on the exit of turn number 7. So there's some great in-car footage there here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. But that's the way they're going to finish in race number 1 for the day for Access Hire. Of course, that company back on board again this year. Of course, that's owned by Mark Cates in car number 69, our race winner. Martin, thanks very much. We'll see you later on through the day as we get ready for the first of our races for the 100k plate. This is the street car, sports sedans, sports cars, and unfortunately no WA muscle cars here this weekend. This is going to be the first of 3 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and then we are going to be able to go out and have a walk around these cars, have a beautiful up close look at all of these sports cars and sports sedans, etc., street cars, and our grid walk coming up immediately after this next event. We'll take a very, very short break, and we'll be back with more from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Down in the paddock area with the winner of race number 1 for the historic touring cars, brought to you by Access Hire, is the owner of Access Hire and Mark Cates. Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. I really appreciate it. We just saw the running of the race, proudly sponsored by Access Highway. We're joined by Mark Cates, who took out first position. Mark, you must be absolutely stoked with the result of the first race today.
Mate, we had a problem with the car in qualifying. It would only go rev to 5 1/4. Waddy had a good look at it. We sorted it out. Mate, got a pretty good start. And look, from there, we've ironed the bugs out we had from last year. She's not overheating, and just off she went. Just went beautifully.
So did you do a preparation for the start of this year, mate, with the car? Was that the plan to sort of get it up to another level?
Mate, we just had to finish ironing out bugs. She's going like a dream now. And I didn't know what happened to the guys behind me. I didn't see anything. I was too busy trying to stay on the road myself, so...
You got two other Mustangs in this category, mate. How competitive were all you three Mustangs together on the track?
Mate, I think they're all pretty much the same. I think it's just the luck of the draw. You get things just a bit right on the right bends, and you get that extra bit of land, you know?
Did you feel that the track's a bit slippery after the rain last night, or was it just tickety-boo for the race today? It's been pretty dry all morning, hasn't it?
Mate, I got to tell you, I thought this car stuck like shit to a blanket going around there. It was fantastic. No problems with the track. I love it.
That's great, mate. So you've got two more races to go. You feel confident you'll be able to take out the championship today?
Mate, I ran out of brakes on the second last lap, so we'll see how we go. I reckon we can have a good old crack.
Forget about the brake, mate. Just work that accelerator to the maximum.
Mate, I don't worry about brakes. You'll be right.
Good luck for the rest of the day, mate. Well done, mate. Really well done. You must be absolutely stoked with the result.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
That's all. Scrutineering. We're going to take a short break. We're here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway, for the second round of WA Sporting Car Club Championships for 2026.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
Great to see everybody camped down there in turn number 7, and of course now in turn number 1 as well. A couple of people over there in the S's, so thanks for hanging out with us on your Super Saturday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We are going to be experiencing a 5-minute delay prior to this next event. Unfortunately, there's a couple of cars that need to be extricated off the circuit, including Peter Piscanieri's, who's just coming back into the paddock area now on the back of the flatbed. So just bear with us around about 5 minutes and we'll get going with race number 1 for ADH Club Car, the street cars, sports sedans, and unfortunately no WA muscle cars here for the 100k feature event for our Super Saturday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Bear with us, we'll be back racing very, very shortly. Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. our live stream viewers just having a look towards the east-northeast of Perth, Western Australia. You see the big cloud forms over there that they have actually been over the racetrack and are heading towards Adelaide and the Nullarbor. So they won't be a threat for the rest of the day. Out to the west, there's some partly cloudy conditions, but nothing that is going to precipitate any rain coming on later on this afternoon. We are in for a fantastic afternoon. Hopefully you can stick with us all afternoon. Lots more to come, but out on the circuit for the first of their 3 races today, the WA GT and sports cars. And this is a big event, Rob, the 100k plate over 3 races.
Yeah, very prestigious for these guys, and we're with Ron Moller in the camera car, so that will be the Trans Am Chev Camaro, and great to see him bringing that car out again, car number 7 for Advanced Motorsport Solutions. So hopefully we can see some good footage from that as the race progresses. So the cars get 2 warm-up laps, I think, for this.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they do, because the safety car should be out down the end of pit straight, and is. So 2 warm-up laps for this one, as our pole position sitter comes down to line up behind it, and that will be Ryan Humphrey in car 30. And then we've got Walter Epple doing an outstanding job in qualifying, getting that car into the 57s. And a really good job there with car number 3, the lovely Porsche. And then we've got Ron Moller, who's our camera car in car 7, starting off the inside of the second row. Next to him will be Chris Pavey in car 247. Behind him will be Mullet in car 40, and that's the Nissan 200 SX S13. Behind him is car 62, and that will be Peter McKenzie in another one of the Porsches. And then we've got Peter Callow is behind McKenzie in car 67, the R32 in the camouflage colour scheme. And then behind him is the Camaro of Neil Zockerly. And then we've got Chris Chevrolet in the newly engined car 75 BMW, now with a Chev engine in the front of it.
L98.
Yep. Gary Addison in car number 8, the lovely A9X Tirana. And then we've got Frost in a very interesting car, which is a logged-booked Group A early supercars VS Commodore from 1996. So I got that wrong. I thought it may have been one of his old saloon cars that had been converted, but it's not. It's actually a log-booked former V8 supercar in car 53. And then we've got Chris Barton in car 41, Carey in car 881, and at the back of the field, car 55 of Cooper, and that's the way they're going to line up for the first of their events this afternoon, Vaughan.
Yes, they come down in towards turn number 7, and it's up to Ryan Humphrey to go. Alongside him, Walter Epple, who was briefly in pole position going back to our qualifying period, but then Ryan put in another flyer and just pipped him as lights are out and away we go racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and it's a good run up the inside for Ron Moller, who looks like he's trying to take second and does so from Walter Epple in the Carrera in 3rd place, and then we go back to Pavey in 247.
Yeah, Mullet's gotten in front of Pavey as well, and Mullet's had a great start, so that's a really good start from Mullet. And then, as you said, back to Pavey, and then we've got the car of Callow, and then Zockerly has also lost out to Peter McKenzie at that one. He's fallen back quite a long way. In fact, he's right back there behind Frost, so not a good start for Zockerly. They're over the top of the hill for the first time and down towards turn 6.
Yeah, Carey using a Peter Callow car this weekend instead of his own green and black 350Z, but up and over the top of the hill for the first time, it's Ryan Humphrey stretching the legs on this beautifully presented Super Sport. In 2nd place, the Trans Am of Ron Moller, car number 7. They come across the line, and he's going to try and mow down Ryan Humphrey over this distance of 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
Zockerly just been driven into the curb that time by Frost down there at turn 7, but he's got a problem anyway. He's slipping right back through this field, and he's travelling a little slower than what you'd expect to see with that car.
Chris Barton just making a move on the 350Z of Carey.
A move? Goodness me, that was a brilliant move around the outside.
Right around the outside.
Yeah, absolutely brilliantly done by Barton. So that was a great move, as we're watching once again on screen. Humphrey going down towards turn 6, and he's got himself a nice lead now between himself and car 7, our camera car of Ron Moller, and then back to Walter Epple. So drawing up along the top of the hill now and down towards turn 7 for the second time.
It's still Ryan Humphrey being chased by Ron Moller, and then we have Walter Eppel, this beautifully presented Porsche. A bit of a lock-up there for Walter Eppel on the entry.
He did that last lap as well. As the car, he seems to be getting it right on its nose on turning and then understeering quite a lot across the mid-corner and coming out quite wide. So very interesting line that he's taking down there, to be honest with you.
He's trying something different. As we've been saying through the morning, we're not too sure what's going on down there in turn number 7, but there's quite a lot of people running very, very wide down there. You can kind of expect it out of the XLs and the Minis in the historic touring cars, but even the rear-wheel drive cars just don't seem to be able to get any grip down there in the braking area of 7.
No, absolutely not. There's something funny going on down there today, I think. But yeah, what is Utterson just in front of Frost and Zoccoli on their tail as well as they go up over the hill. I think that might have been the car that originally in the early days of V8 supercar driving. I think that was the Miller car, that yellow and blue VS Commodore.
Yeah, it was a locally built car.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the car that Miller had. But nonetheless, our leader's just crossing the line once more and being led, as we've already mentioned a couple of times, by this absolutely brilliant standard platform sports sedan of Ryan Humphrey. And I would be fairly confident in saying that would be the fastest platform, road car, platform car, sports sedan in Australia. I mean, getting into the low 56s in qualifying, that was just a magnificent effort.
Yeah, it was very, very quick as Utterson and Zoccoli side by side down into turn number 1. As we pick up with car number 75, the Chevrolet of Chris Chevrolet. The E36 BMW now recently had a heart transplant, is running an L98 Commodore engine in that purple BMW. It's great to see the amount of work that Chris has put on this car. It was fairly ordinary, and it hopefully doesn't mind me saying that. It was pretty ordinary when it rolled up from England. And over the last couple of seasons, he's done a lot of work, not only the performance, but also the way it's presented as well. And it looks a really nice looking car.
Yeah, and he's only going to go forward. I mean, he's right on the tail there of Mullet, so he's starting to come to terms with this car. If you remember, he was a bit further down the pack behind Mullet in qualifying, but he's starting to really come to terms with this car, as you would expect. It's the first time it's run with this engine at this circuit. So yeah, he's starting to really get to grips with it, and he's right on the tail of Mullet as they head up through into turn 4.
Zoccoli, Utterson and Frost coming across the line. Still got that old school sound, that Australian tour, or the V8 supercar Commodore, the VS Commodore.
Yeah, it certainly has, and yeah, that was the glory days of supercar racing in my mind. Was the mid 1990s when we had people like John Bell and Glenn Seaton and Scaife and Crompton even, as well as Brock and a few other of those well-known names all running together in the VS Commodores and the EL Falcons.
Ron Moller's been balked big time there by Cooper, I think that was, in the Commodore. Now he's got Carey, and that's allowed Ryan Humphrey to skip further up the road as Humphrey already across the top of the hill as we go on board with Ron Moller on the Trans Am Camaro. He's run it very wide, a very unusual line across the top of the hill there.
Yeah, and we've lost one of our runners that was running with Chevrolet. So who was that? That was Mackenzie, was it? No. Who was it who was running with him last lap that I said that he was right on his tail of, and he seems to have totally disappeared?
Pavey in 247.
No, it wasn't. It was
Mullet.
It was Mullet.
Aha.
So we look like Mullet's... yeah, no, in fact, it's Chevrolet who's fallen back down the field. So Chevrolet's had a bit of an incident on that last lap.
Chevrolet there going up and over the top.
He was right
hill.
behind Mullet on the last lap, so now he's miles behind because Mullet's still up there in 4th and he slipped down to 8th place. So there's been an issue for Chevrolet on that last lap.
So that's the Peter Callow car driven by Jared Carey and Cooper. As we pick up across the top of the hill there with Utterson. Now we go back out of turn number 7 and down the main straight. And that will be our the red car of Mullet and
Pavey.
Yeah,
Pavey. No, I was getting myself confused. I was calling Pavey as Chevrolet before, and I apologise for that. So there hasn't been a problem with Chevrolet whatsoever. It's been Mullet that being chased by Pavey for the whole time. So status quo.
And as we heard from Howard Crump talking to us about the Paul Frost car, he's down into the 65s again, and we believe that the tyres on this car are some 2 years old. They'd be rock hard, as Utterson got the horsepower on the VS supercar. as blows back and gets that position back from Paul Frost, and here comes Ryan Humphries now to try and get past both of them. Both of them stay over to the left and allow Ryan to drive through unimpeded.
Good driving, very good driving indeed, and from both of them, because they're using their mirrors and they saw the flags, and well done, excellent. And they need to do the same when they see the big white Chevy of Ron Moller coming up behind them fairly shortly down the old pit straight.
Yeah, he will be next. So there's Pavey now in front of Mullet. 247 in front of the 40, and we go back a long way to Peter Callow now, just coming across the start-finish line in the R32. But don't forget, immediately after this race, if you'd like to come over to the start-finish line, you'll be able to go out onto the track and go and have a look at these cars, including the Porsche. There's some beautiful cars to have a look at. The Trans Am of Ron Moller, of course the V8 supercar of Frost that we've been talking about as well. And then you've got some old school stuff out there as well, like Gary Utterson just coming past in the X Holden Tirana.
Pavey's managed to get past Mullet on that last lap as well, and he's really pulling away now in the traffic. So if you have a look as they come over the top of the hill, there he is now, and you can see the gap that he's pulled on Mullet just in the last probably 3.5 kilometres of the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. So Pavey doing a great job out there in car number 247.
Mullet sideways, a four-wheel drift out of turn number 7 in car number 40 as he comes across the line. A V8 powered S13 Nissan.
Yep, 20 seconds left in this one, so we'll be seeing the last lap board come out, I would imagine, as Humphrey comes across the line next time. Just trying to find out whereabouts on the circuit at the moment Ryan is. He's on the other side of the track. Here he is now. So yeah, the clock is going to run down right now. So he's going to get one more lap. So as he crossed the line, it ran down to 0. So he's going to get this lap plus one more, I think.
Yeah, I can't actually see the last lap board.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it swing out. So I think that he's going to get one more, this lap plus one more. But they'll go by in a blink, that's for sure, because this car is so fast. His fastest lap of the race so far has been a 57.0.
Just about in the 56s.
Well, look at Ronnie Moller is in the 56s. He's done a 56.8. He's the fastest man in the race so far has been Ron Moller, and he did that on lap 5. Out on lap 10 at the moment.
The tyres would be fairly second-hand by this event. And our next event for this particular category is over 15 minutes, so it's going to be even longer than this.
Yeah, it certainly is, but as has been shown in the past, Ryan Humphrey seems to make this car last fairly well over a longer distance as well. And let's face it, when he was in the east, the car did actually... Oh, no, it is going to be checkered flag this time past, so the board was out.
Bang.
Yeah, so checkered flag to Ryan Humphrey. But yeah, as he showed when he ran in the Eastern States a couple of seasons ago, longer races over there, the car did hang in quite well as well. So there's a race win to Ryan Humphrey from Ron Moller. In the end, the gap was 1.4 seconds. Then a further 11 seconds back to Walter Eppel, back in third place in the first of the GT cars, of the sports cars, sorry. And then we're waiting for Pavey to come across the line. And as I speak, he does so. No, he doesn't, sorry. Whereabouts is he? Must be just about to come into sight. He's disappeared.
40.
Here's Mullet coming down into the back straight. So we've lost Pavey. That's a big shame, isn't it?
Yes, it was. 247 of Chris Pavey missing, because here comes Mullet now, so he will take over 4th position.
Yep, and then we've got...
Peter Callow.
Peter Callow's going to be next, and lapped goes across the line. That time was Barton, and here's Peter Callow crossing the line in car 67 now, just in front of Peter McKenzie.
Having a look on our CCTV, and I can't see that car of Pavey's out there. It's very dark out there on the top of the circuit at the moment.
Well, there's Pavey's right there in front of the Safety and Emergency Training Services. So he's pulled up over there at the top of the S's. And that's a great shame, because he was really making some moves there in that event.
Certainly was, but your winner, can't take it away from him, Ryan Humphrey from Ron Moller and Walter Eppel for 3rd, Mullet, Callow, McKenzie for 6th, Pavey, Chevrolet, Zockerly, Frost for 10th. Still running around a 65.6 for fastest for Paul Frost. Then we have Utterson, Barton, Carey and Cooper round out our 14 cars. Well, I'm going to disappear and go down and have a chat with Jamie and Demelza on the grid walk. And you enjoy your lunchtime. We will be gone for, I'd say, 45 minutes or so. And there is Chris Pavey with the bonnet up over there on the sets on the exit into turn number 4, and unfortunately that car has expired. But they'll get that one all towed away. I'll leave it with you, Rob. I will see you after your lunch break. Enjoy your lunch and don't come over here. Come for a grid walk and come and check out these beautiful cars here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We are here on the grid walk for the sports cars. Hold on, there's a big list for this one. Sports cars, sports touring cars, and WA muscle cars. We've got Ryan Humphries, who just took out that race. Ryan, how are you feeling after that?
Oh, you're stoked. You know, we're very happy. We can't get any better than that. It's cool just coming down on the start line here. I've just thrown a couple of spectators on some brake blowers there, just cooling it all down. Bit unusual for us to try to stop hot like this, so we're just sort of checking a few things out. Yeah, no, car felt good. Ron was coming there at the end, so we just sort of had to keep an eye on him. And big field, so there's different paces, so we're sort of watching out for each other. Everyone's doing what they did. I think Neville tried probably a little bit too hard to get out of my way and touched a bit of dirt there to let me pass. I was like, all right, well, fair enough.
Now, we do have a bit of overcast coming, which could impact the track. How are you feeling about that?
There's no rain. Don't talk about it.
We won't talk about the rain, will we? So tell me a little bit about the car itself.
Yeah, so she's an old XE Falcon that I got as a young fella and just slowly evolved into a race car. Just a bunch of mates and family and friends just having a crack. You know, it's not a professional outfit by any means, and you definitely don't want to get that camera too close on anything. She's a shed built. But it seems to be, shouldn't say it, but it's generally pretty good to us, like pretty reasonably reliable. Driver tends to make more mistakes than the car does, so we'll keep on top of that today, hopefully.
And how long have you been driving for?
Well, I was driving my granddad's tractor or my uncle's tractor probably when I was pretty young. But as far as driving the race car, 2011 we started to get pretty serious. We'd been doing drags and burnouts in the early years, early 2000s, I guess. And Bill Clazy from Collie invited me up from Narrogin Revhead, said, come do skids at Collie. Did skids at Collie, and I'm doing skids and everyone's driving around this racetrack, and I'm going, hang on, that looks pretty similar. Why can't I do that? And he goes, yeah. And unfortunately, Bill has, cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years.
Well, Ryan, thank you so much for chatting to us, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you. And really good doing all these things. It's good to see the live stream still there. I can't do it without all the people, all the pit crew that are helping us and sponsors. And it's not always money. We got guys doing machining for us, and they just want to be involved, and we're so grateful. Silver Eyes, Quality Batteries, MJ Hydraulics. We've even got Pool Edge Systems. We've got a bunch of guys that just help us out. We're so grateful.
Fantastic, Ryan. Thank you so much. Now, I believe it is over to Jamie. Who?
Preparation done before today's championship on the car, or was it pretty much what it's been all year?
Pretty much all year. Yep, we did a quick run about a month.
So was there a plan this year to sort of like edge your way up in the rankings and so forth? So did you get anything specifically done, and say like the pre-season, so to speak, before we started the championship rounds?
No, actually my plan this year is to semi-retire, so we're just out here for the fun and enjoyment again now, but of course the faster you go, the more fun it is.
Incredible. So the great thing about being second place, can I just suggest, is that apart from competing against Ryan, I mean, you've really sort of held your race. If you're thinking about semi-retirement, maybe you jump in the gun a bit early.
Well, we'll see how we go over the next few races. Feels fine when I'm in the car. It's when I get out I notice it. Yeah.
And who works on your team to sort of keep the car on track, mate?
We've got 4 guys. Got Matt and Clint Baker, who do the serious stuff, and Marco and Paul, who look after all the general stuff and get it here and help us out.
Did you feel any competition on the track from the other drivers? I mean, I know it's a mixed category, but where'd you feel the push from?
Be right near me, and he was the one I was going to have to hold off, and I was just hoping if I could keep Ryan in sight, I'd feel happy with that today.
So what are you rethinking about semi-retirement? Still thinking about it? Well, good luck for the rest of the day, mate. Well done. Second place is an outstanding effort. You, Demelza, you got the third place getter from this combined category race.
I am right here with Walter Effel. Walter, how are you?
I'm going good.
How did you find that race just then?
A little bit boring because I was on my own, but, I always go for the best possible time, and it's, try to get as far forward as I possibly can. But I lost one spot this time. I just don't have 8 cylinders. I've got a couple missing.
Now, we've had rain overnight. We've now got the track. We've potentially got some overcast. How are you finding the track today?
The track seems to be quite good. I can't complain. I've done my best time in qualifying, so I reckon it's okay.
And for people who are watching at home, can you tell us a little bit about your car?
Yeah, it's a Porsche 911 Mark I Cup car. It's built like this from the factory. Got about 460 horsepower on the flywheel. Got a sequential gearbox with pedal shift operation. I'm not sure how much to say. Well, I'm running on Michelin tyres, which I found really good. The only thing is, if it goes through heat cycles, they just go off after a few heat cycles, but I'm quite happy with them.
Have you always been a fan of the Porsche? Is that why you chose it?
I've raced Porsches up here since 1994. Wow. Yeah. And I only missed 2 years, once when my son was racing up here and one I had 1 year off.
And is there anyone you'd like to thank as part of your support crew today?
Yeah, Glenn.
Where is Glenn? There's Glenn over there. Fantastic. Well, Walter, thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of today.
Thank you.
Where is Jamie somewhere? Come follow me. We're going to go and find Jamie. Now, when you do come out here to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, what you get to do is come at lunchtime and check out the cars on the grid. So we've got it back tomorrow as well. Now, we're still looking for Jamie, and as you can see, we've got all sorts of different cars. There's a different category every single round. I think we have almost found Jamie. Keep going. See, and you get to do this fun walking through. You get to check them out. If there's a particular car that you want to see, or a particular driver that you follow, this is the perfect opportunity to get up close and personal. And we found you. There we go.
Driving in somebody else's car, Callo's car. So how did you feel about it? You came second last. So obviously we'll take the fact you weren't familiar with this vehicle as part of the issue for that race.
I would say that, but I've got the same car. So but mine's in the shed in a few bits at the moment. Peter's obviously kindly offered me the keys to his car for the weekend, and new set of rubber. Because we blew a tyre yesterday in testing.
I was going to say, yesterday wasn't looking good weather-wise. Did you have any variations on your planned strategies for today's race because of the weather?
Not really. I just managed to get out for one session at the end of the day, which is when we blew the tyre, thankfully. And I think Peter was trying to kill me because the tyres are about as old as he is. But
and Jared, was it competitive out there? I know this is a mixed category, but there's a lot of talk amongst these cars. So was it very competitive on the track, in your opinion?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, there's a lot of faster cars up the front. Mine's got the 6-litre in, so I'm not used to being back here. But I had a really good battle with Cooper in the saloon car for the whole race. It was like cat and mouse. Struggling with the brakes a little bit on the front, just standard. And just losing a bit of a pedal at the end of the race. So elbows out and hope for the best.
So you've got 2 more races to go, mate. Obviously, you've got a way of improving on your ratings today or rankings today. So when it comes to combined category, how do you strategise at race where there's so many different types of vehicles on the track around you?
I think you just need to be aware of what's coming behind you and of the marshals waving the blue flags. We got lapped pretty quick today, which was to be expected. And as long as you've got your eyes using your mirrors, which a lot of people don't. But these guys, we all seem to be okay with that, and we haven't had any major issues so far. So.
And who's helping you out with the car, keeping it on the track? Even though it's not your car, but who's the support crew?
I've got Michael Brown and Drew Watkins, so they're good mates of mine from street cars as well. Mike used to have the RX-7 a couple of years ago, and Drew's got the SX that's soon to be back, hopefully, getting rebuilt. So, yeah.
So when's your car back on the track, mate?
Hopefully by the end of the year. It's going in a couple of weeks to get some fab work done on the front end, and then get a fresh 6-litre put in there.
And you love your racing, obviously.
I do, yeah.
Even without your car, you're still going to be here on the track having a go.
Absolutely, yeah. I love being at the track, whether I'm racing or not. Prefer to be racing.
Good luck for the rest of the day, mate. Hope you improve your rankings. I mean, I know it's not your car, but give it your best shot. We're looking now. Please.
Hi, I'm fine to matter. It's a bit late. Where's Molly over here? Now, I'm with Chris Barton, who is part of the street cars category. How do you drive today? How did you find that?
It's a new car. I've only just got this from Ruckus Street recently. Thank you, Ruckus. Getting used to it. It's very different. I have never done a rolling start, so that was very interesting because someone told me 2 minutes before the start, so I learnt that. Just getting used to the car, and I literally am just still getting used to the engine because it's very different. I've always run under 2-litre. This is a 2.4 K24, so there's a bit more power, wider track on the front. So, yeah, it's good fun to be back.
Have you been driving race cars for a while?
I started in 2009 in a 100-horsepower Suzuki Swift and did very well, and it was just basically rock up, finish every race, and you'll end up doing well. And I started that way and ended up in a Mirage that unfortunately became too hard for parts. That sat, and I got sick of it, and then I've now purchased another car and I'm out again.
So how long a break has it been between racing?
Proper door-to-door, 8 years.
Wow. And how do you get yourself back into that?
Coming to tuning days, being involved. I have been here a fair bit, driving a lot of different cars in the last few years, did a few different things with helping out and training and stuff. So just getting involved, and tuning days are the best thing to come and just really just familiarise yourself and just consistency with, like any sport.
And how have you found driving with the pack today?
It's good. There's obviously a lot of faster cars, and I'm pretty aware that, keep the line when cars are coming up on you. So I've got in a few people's way in the last 2 races, or quali and race, but now I'm getting above that again and just rear vision mirrors.
And is there anyone you'd like to thank for your support or sponsors today?
Ezra here, right there. He has done due diligence. We were here till 9:30 last night from 7 o'clock yesterday morning trying to do the kill switch and get the car ready. So Ezra for sure, Ruckus for selling the car. Everyone in street cars has been amazing. Chris is just awesome. He's just got so many good ideas. And everyone at the club, like John Herney, thanks John, because he got me back out there without having to run P-plates. Just everyone in the club, it's been awesome.
Fantastic. Chris, well done, and good luck for the remainder of today.
Thank you so much.
There's a lot more coming from coming from the race, from the races today. We're getting a bit tongue-tied. You know what? I think it's lunchtime. I think I need some food. Anyway, we'll be back with the lunch wrap very, very shortly with Jamie and Vaughn.
Back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Just seen the completion of all the morning program. There's a lot of great racing going on with our 4 categories today. So let's start off with talking about Formula V.
Yeah, our Formula Vs are big field as usual with our 1600s and our 1200s, and looking forward to another 2 races for the Formula Vs, one of the tightest finishing margins categories that we have here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Amazing, really, that Formula V is really between the 2 categories, the 1200s and the 1600s. They can still be so competitive, even against each other on the track.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, the 1600s have got a little bit more power, but if the 1200s can sit behind them, the 1600s break a hole in the air and allows the 1200 to sit right in the gearbox. So they're basically getting towed around the racetrack. So, yeah, it'll be a long time, and we'll be holding our breath for a long time waiting for a 1200 to win a race, but I mean, they certainly would get in within the top 10.
They're pretty susceptible to slippage as well. So talking about the fact that the Formula Vs would have maybe changed their strategy towards today's racing because of the rain last night?
Yeah, we had a very green racetrack to start with this morning. All of that rubber that's been down since yesterday's practice day, that all disappeared overnight. So we started off with a fresh, brand new racetrack. Unfortunately, the Formula Vs were the first guys and girls out on the circuit this morning, so no lap records were going to fall for those guys during qualifying, but come racing it really tightened up, so I'm really looking forward to the next 2 races coming this afternoon.
Any new races in the Formula V category that are actually showing a bit of promise, especially this year?
We saw Mackenzie Matthews. She's got herself up into the top 10 during qualifying this morning, and also another female driver, Mackenzie Gow. She improved her personal best by some 3 seconds at the last race meeting. Unfortunately, she had a bad start in that one and fell back through the field. So looking forward to seeing how the females go in race number 2.
Isn't it great seeing the females racing here, no matter what the category is?
Absolutely. Yeah. And the Formula Vs are quite exciting with the girls in that category, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 women in racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, which would be a record anywhere in Australia. And
is that right?
As Miles was saying, it's 20% of the field are females. So that's great for the sport. And look, they're not just running around at the back of the field either. They're right up the front there giving it to the guys.
Incredible. Let's get on to Excels, one of the most competitive categories that we've got here at
I
MotorMall.
absolutely love the
Yeah, I
Excel
love the
category
Excels
because
too.
it's so
There's
competitive.
something about it, isn't it? Yeah, the sort of the car that we used to get to university with, they're being used
It's
and
now
they're
on the
absolutely being
racetrack.
flogged on this racetrack.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're definitely the fastest shopping trolleys in Australia. And unfortunately, we had a big incident down here, right just over here where we were, and we ended up with a car, Wagner de Souza, unfortunately wiping out the front end of his car. And unfortunately, we were down to just a one-lap dash. So first time on pole position for Shane Burns, and was able to convert that to a race win with just that one lap of enemy territory to deal with.
And the Excels are just so competitive. When they get out there on the track, it's just game on, isn't it? Really, anybody can say they can sort of like be the favourites for this race, but truthfully, on the day, that always seems to change.
Yeah, well, our heavy hitters were buried back on the 4th and the 5th row for race number 1. So race number 2, we'll wait to see the big charge of the Light Brigade. Carlos Ambrosio, the current state champion. You've got young Zane Rhodes down there as well. Dean Hill. They're all going to be coming forward, but it's great to see 4 new guys at the front of the field, including Shane Burns, who took his first pole position and first race win.
It's always exciting to see the historic touring cars on track, only because there's such great motor history on the track. So how did the racing go today? Who stood out in your eyes, Vaughan?
Well, it was a very up and down race with, unfortunately, Peter Piscaneri running out of brakes down there in turn 7, and he put his foot into it, got back out onto the circuit, but as soon as he put his foot down, it looks like something's let go in the rear end. So he's taken 2 bites of the wall up here and then ended up in the wall on the right-hand side further down the main straight, and unfortunately backed it into the wall.
He must have been going at a fair speed to do that.
Yeah, it looked like he was just trying to get back up to speed again, but with this broken component in the rear end, the car has just turned right and gone backwards into the fence. But
he's out for the day.
I would say so. But Mark Cates took the win in race number 1. Graham Woolhouse, unfortunately, couldn't go with Mark Cates early, but we'll see what happens in race 2.
I spoke to Mark at the end of the race up at Scrutineering, and he was absolutely cock-a-hoop about the fact that he came in first.
Yeah, he had a few issues during qualifying this morning, so turn that around and take a race win. Full credit to Mark Cates and his team.
And the final category we're going to discuss is obviously the combined category. So how did you feel about the category itself? I mean, there's a lot of talk in those cars that are on that track.
Sir, it is. There's a wide variety of cars there. You've got Ryan, a homemade sports sedan, versus like the best out of Germany with the couple of Porsches out there. But I don't know. I think Ryan's going to be fairly hard to beat for the rest of the day.
Ryan's been hard to beat for the last couple of years. He's been that competitive.
He certainly has, and who would think that car he used to drive to university, and now, look at it now, it's one of the fastest sports sedans in Australia.
And Ron was saying he was contemplating semi-retirement, coming in second place with his Camaro. I mean, really, are the 2 cars comparable when it comes to the power?
Well, you have a look at Ron's car. That's out of America. It's called a Trans Am, a Chev Camaro. That is purpose-built, where Ryan's has morphed from a street car into what it is today. So for Ryan and his engineering team to be able to beat a full-blown race-built product just shows you how much brains that Ryan and the team have got behind them.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Coming up for the rest of the day, who should we be looking out for regarding some of the categories? Let's start with Formula V. So who do we look at, say, in the top 3? Who's going to be competing for number 1 spot?
Well, look, it was great to see Dave Campbell back for the first time and taking a race win in race number 1. You've got young Callum Lamont, Rod Lisson, Dave Casely as well. Back in the 1200 category, you've got young Isaac Scarey. So there's a fair bit happening back there as well. Miles Lockett's son Andrew will be up there in the 1200s category as well. So yeah, look, it's Formula V racing. You can't really comprehend what is about to happen. You need to just fulfill the experience.
HQ Holdlands, let's talk about the most competitive races out there for that category.
Well, Ryan Davis is on a bit of a tear at the moment. He won the last race meeting here and got off to a good start today with taking out that race win. Pretty impressed with Troy Kent, car number 3, and then also Brett O'Keefe as well, car number 21. Those 3 look like they're the cream of the crop, so I think the winner of the day will come from one of those 3.
So we're looking at the 3 Mustangs in the historic touring division. Are they going to be the ones to beat, basically?
Well, I think you'll be down to 2 now. It'll be Mark Cates and Woolhouse. Graham Woolhouse. Unfortunately, Peter, I don't think will be able to get that 64 repaired. So, yeah, it'll come down between Mark Cates and Woolhouse. So I'm going to put my money on Mark Cates.
And combined category?
Ryan Humphreys will take the win today in the 100K plate, I would say.
And everybody else will be trying very hard to batch him.
That's it. Now, the Wanneroo Classic is coming up. Wanneroo Raceway is turning back the clock and celebrating the true origins of motorsport with the Wanneroo Classic, an event designed to capture the elegance, excitement and raw passion of Western Australia's early racing days. Join us as we open the gates to all eligible classic vehicles, inviting owners and enthusiasts to experience a day steeped in nostalgia. Wander the lawn with your pride and joy. Enjoy jazz drifting through the air and take in the flavours and atmosphere of a bygone era. Whether you're here to display your classic car, enjoy the entertainment or get behind the wheel, there's something for everyone. Classic car lawn display, relaxed, no pressure track cruising sessions, historic demonstrations of Formula classic race cars, parade laps around the circuit with 1 passenger, coaching laps to guide you through your track laps. The list is endless, so make sure you put that in your calendar. Sunday, April 26th, the Wanneroo Classic, and you can head to www.wassc.com.au for more information. Also, we've just gotten word, we've got some viewers from Brazil, so a big shout out to our international viewers who are tuning in today as well.
Absolutely welcome. Of course, we need something to do on a long weekend, don't we, really?
We do.
I mean, a Sunday, we've got a Monday to recover, so really that event's going to be an absolute killer. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Well, that's all from us down here with our wrap for the morning's proceedings. Thanks to Demelza, thanks to Vaughan. We're going to be taking a good opportunity now through the lunch break to catch up with exactly what was happening, dare I say it, regarding the morning's championship. So look forward to that, and we'll see you on the other side of this lunch break.
He just drifted a little bit wide then, had to get off the gas, and now he's back on in the car, but just struggling a little to carry corner speed, but certainly got a build in, pushing up the inside, and they're fighting for space all the way down there, and the door handles are rubbing. Yeah, he's going to be a big leader here, going to go from first up to third, and then come out of the pit straight once more, and it's going to be just short, no, right out to this,
Bridge a long way off the pace. The winner's going to come from these first three cars. Let's see who will take the win here as O'Keefe runs around the outside of Brian Davis down in turn number 6. They're side by side at the apex, and look at Troy Kidd. He's
Home Chef. Great tasting chef-prepared meals. Healthy, delicious and nutritious. That's the Home Chef promise. Home Chef. Real food. Delicious, nutritious, delivered.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
Welcome back to Wanneroo Raceway, sponsored by MotorMall. And morning it has been of action here with, unfortunately, a couple of cars making some fairly heavy contact with the wall around the place. But besides those two little incidents, we've had some fantastic racing, as our live stream customers have just seen on our replays there. Well done to the guys and girls at Turn 7 Media for catching all of the action. Formula V are going to be the first category to kick off after our lunch break, and a big field with Dave Campbell in car number 58 going to start on pole position after taking the win in race number 1. Callum Lamont came from the second row and finished in second place in car number 19. Then we have Fowler in car number 10. He also made some moves forward, with unfortunately Dave Casely losing out 2 positions and finishing up in 4th with in race number 1. Rod Lisson, he start alongside his wife Kathy Lisson in car number 11. Then we have Block Mackenzie Matthews, an outstanding effort so far in qualifying and race 1. And then we have Lloyd. The first of our 1200s is Isaac Scary. Then we have Campbell, Andrew Lockett, Wilkins, Sammy Casely really made some moves in that first race as well. She's moved herself up about 4 or 5 positions. Then we have Mackenzie Gow, who unfortunately went backwards. She'll start alongside her dad in car number 32, Cameron Gow. Then we have Stuckenberg, Mark Quinn, Hollis, Alan Yo, Brett Scary, and rounding out the field right down the back, having a bad day, is Vinny Paduanu. As we are just about ready to rock and roll here for race number 2, over 15 minutes and 1 lap. Miles Lockett back in the commentary box. What's been happening, Miles? Actually, we'll get that in a minute. We're just about ready for a race start. So green flag down at the back of the field. Rob, take it away.
Yep, so red lights are about to come on. There it is now, and they're out and they're away, and that's an absolutely brilliant start initially from Dave Campbell. He's got his nose in front, well and truly, of Lamont as they head down for the first time into turn 1, and a little bit of a slow start further at the back there by car number 40, which is Quinn, but nonetheless, good battle at the front for second place at the moment. So it's Campbell who's gotten in front, but it's Jason Fowler now who's coming down the inside of Lamont as they head into turn 4 for the first time.
Yeah, brave, into the inside of turn number 4, really a one-lane groove as we mentioned earlier for a Formula V, so they managed to slot into line, and let's see what they do over the course of this next, we've got 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go, because the first race this morning out the front was an absolute beauty.
Jason Fowler's moving forward, continuing his charge from race number 1, already up into second place at the moment, but a good battle between Campbell, Lamont, Fowler. Let's see whether Dave Casely and Rob Lisson can join this as they come up and over the hill for the first time, and they are just nearly 3 wide as they come down in towards turn number 7. Jason Fowler up the inside, but it's Callum Lamont late on the brakes. He's going to go really, really wide here, which is really good because he can hold some of that speed, and nothing Fowler could do about it. But look at the battle for third place between car number 7 of Dave Casely and Callum Lamont in 19.
Rod and Kathy Lisson side by side down to turn 1. It's Rod who's managed to get the ascendancy coming out of that corner, and he's already pulled about 4 or 5 car lengths between himself and Kathy. And then of course we're back to Block, Matthews, Lloyd and Andrew Lockett at the moment. I believe is the first of the silver cars. Or first for the second group.
No, unfortunately he's now second. Isaac Scary's just overtaken him. He's now back into P2. Ross Campbell P3 of the cars. Just during the lunch break and between races 1 and 2, a little bit going on. Mainly guys chasing setups in terms of the ambient conditions out there today. So there's a lot of jet changes going on. Vinny Paduanu has had pretty much the whole side of his car off, and between Anthony Lees, Dave Casely, whatever, they managed to get that all back together and him back on track. But apart from that, Brett Scary actually stopped because the lead came off the coil. Andrew was behind him and noticed a massive backfire out the back, and that immediately pointed to me that he'd had an issue with the coil. That was the problem with him. So Brett is now back on the go, but he's actually now just slowed as we speak, coming down the start-finish straight.
Unfortunately, Jason Fowler's just lost 2 positions there with a big dive bomb from Dave
Look
Casely.
around the inside there in turn 4. That's a great move.
Brave, Callum. Yeah, up the inside. As I said, not really the what you really want to do, because you're going to lose your momentum going up the hill and then down into the bowl. And, a couple of car lengths is the difference between either staying in the tow or losing the tow, and you're out.
Brett Scary is off at the beginning of pit lane.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Brett, not having a good day in car number 4 as we pick up with our leaders again. It's still Jason Fowler, and behind him I believe that was Callum Lamont in second place. Third place will be Dave Casely as they come up and over the top of the hill and down in towards turn number 7. Let's pick them up now. It is Dave Campbell out in front in 58 from Casely. Then we go back to Lamont in 4th, so that would be
Fowler in 3rd. So something's happened over the back. As I said, possibly a momentum issue for Callum, because trying to hold that inside groove through turn number 4 has possibly lost him all his momentum and lost him a position. But the battle for the 1200s is on. We've got Isaac Scary and Andrew Lockett side by side coming down the start-finish straight. And we've got Ross Campbell as well. They've also got Vinny Paduanu, who obviously wants to make ground. He's not in this battle, but he wants to get through it and then get on to up the road to get on the back of Michael Lloyd and Matty Matthews for race number 3.
Yeah, starting to get onto the back of the leaders as well as Rod Lisson. He's moved away well and truly from his wife Kathy, and he's caught up that big gap. He caught about a second on the last lap or so. It's only a couple of tenths now that he is behind Lamont there in 4th place. So we've got a 5-car try to this field now, and just waiting for them to now up here over the top of the hill for their 4th time.
Yeah, camera car for our at-home viewers is on board Ross Campbell, car number 86. on the Gerbet as the leaders come down into turn number 7 in Indian file once more. And a lot of respect through turn number 7, plenty of room. And I mean, as we saw in race number 1, it got very, very feisty. And the last thing we want is these cars to be banging wheels and climbing wheels, because it doesn't end in not nicely, that's for sure.
Yeah, new race leader with Casely in front, so he's managed to get past Campbell on that last lap as well. So we've got Lamont back there in third, and then it's back to Fowler and Rod Lisson right on these guys' tail now.
Battle for the 1200s is still on. We've got Andrew Lockett down the inside of Isaac Scarry, and Ross Campbell's trying to go around the outside. Vinny Padawan has now cleared them, so he should be able to scamper up the road, and these three should be able to resume hostilities.
So Ross Campbell's a 1200, isn't he?
Yes,
so that's our top 3
Correct.
1200s there.
All in the group.
They're having a great little battle there. Let's check up on Mackenzie Matthews. She's still holding 8th position. Having a good weekend so far is car number 92 after getting all of those gearbox issues sorted out. But here comes our leaders up and over the top of the hill and down towards turn number 7. And Fowler in 3rd. But there'll be Lamont and Casely.
Casely inside,
Campbell on the outside.
Yep.
Casely to the inside, then Fowler, then Lamont, and Rod Lisson has now part of this battle pack as they head down in towards turn number 1. It's still Dave Campbell by 9/100ths of a second.
And this is what we're talking about with because these 4 cars are really in the heat of battle. Rod has dropped off the back of the pack, but he's now managed to, because they're starting to slice and dice each other, they're slowing each other up, which has enabled Rod to get back onto the tail of this lead pack.
But they are miles away from Kathy Lisson, who just doesn't seem to have the car speed so far in 2026.
Yeah, first couple of laps she's right there, but then just falls off the pace. Renault Block doing a great job in the Stinger. Back to Maddie Matthews in the Jacer. She's still got Michael Lloyd behind her in the GAC, which, as I mentioned before, is for sale. So if anybody is looking to get into Formula V, certainly come down and see Michael Lloyd, car number 5, the yellow GAC.
So race leaders once more over the top of the hill, and 3 wide as they come down. And Fowler through the middle.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be Fowler, and then it's Casely on the inside, and being left out high and dry is Campbell, who's going to go back to 4th position and come under fire now from car 71 of Rod Lisson, who is side by side. So at this stage, it's Campbell who was the big loser out of that battle.
Oh, I'm getting flashbacks to the 2016.
Oh, and actually we've lost one of them, and that's I think that might be Callum Lamont. Yeah,
I think it is.
Back on. Yep, he's got the silver cow.
No, it's not actually. No, it's David Campbell.
Dave Campbell. Yeah. Yeah, he's gone off there. So he was the big loser, and then was the big loser. Is that Campbell? Is that
yes,
Campbell?
it is. Yeah, that's okay. David Campbell in his newly acquired Jacer.
Yeah, very similar colour scheme to what there is.
That's the problem. All 4 cars
they're all blue.
They're all blue.
Yeah, you need to go back down and tell them they need to change some of their colours.
There will be a change of undies for car number 58 and during this race in between car 2 and 3-year-old car Miles coming across the line.
Yeah,
with,
car number 40.
Mark Quinn.
Mark Quinn,
car number 40.
Doing a good job. Managed to get his rear bodywork secured for this race, so he hasn't got it flapping in the breeze. And just looking at his times, down in the 14, so he's actually doing not too bad.
So here's our leaders, and they're catching up on the slower cars. This will be Hollis.
Yes,
in
Amanda.
car number 22, Amanda Hollis,
Yeah,
who
this is
stays
her
to the
third
driver's
leading
right and lets
done.
everybody go down the inside. So as they cross the line, it's car number 10 of Jason Fowler from Dave Casely. Then we have Callum Lamont and Rod Lisson. They are our top 4 as they go across the line.
Yeah, great driving by Amanda Hollis. As I say, it's only her 3rd race meeting in this car, and she just stuck to the racing line, and that's what we always say, stick to the racing line and let the cars actually go around you. So really good piece of driving there from Amanda.
Yeah, excellent work, and also obeyed the blue flag and also kept her eyes in the mirror, and that's what you got to do.
Sorry guys, here's the 1200 battle, and it's side by side between young Andrew Lockett and Isaac Scarry, and Ross Campbell's in there as well. These guys,
he's not,
1200,
is he? He's not.
He is
Down
going the inside,
he is.
and he's done it from 3rd to 1st
Great
as far as the
move.
1200s. Good move from Ross Campbell. Puts himself to the head of the 1200s from young Isaac Scarry and Andrew Lockett.
Yeah, and Mackenzie Gow is actually starting to range up on this pack too. If they keep battling, we've still got 2 minutes and 45 seconds in this one to go, so probably I reckon at least another 3 more laps. as the leaders rejoin us again, turn number 7. It's still Jason Fowler in front from now Callum Lamont. Sorry, it's for David Casely in the DMC air conditioning AJ, followed by Callum. It's a gap back to now Rod Lisson. Dave Campbell trying to do whatever he can to make the margin back up, but I don't think he's going to do it in the time allotted in this race. But side by side now up through turn numbers 2 and 3, and Jason Fowler has got the speed, but no, doesn't have the car position, and Dave Casely slides back underneath.
Lamont was the fastest man on the circuit the last lap.
There's
So,
our 1200s, and they're 3 wide coming down into turn number 7 as well. So it's car 14.
Oh, we've had a massive accident.
Up and over the top. That's Ross Campbell that's gone over the top of young Isaac Scary. Andrew Lockett cruises across the line. We're just waiting to see here. That car went right up and over the top of young Isaac Scary.
I don't know what happened to Isaac. He seemed to just lose momentum, whether a gear missed a gear or something, but Ross just had nowhere to go and just went straight over the back of car number 44.
Yeah, Ross is moving around inside the car. Isaac's still going as well, so that's... well done to everybody there. Looks like we've got away with a major accident here. And our leaders coming across the line. I don't know whether they've shown the yellow flag.
Safety car.
Yeah, there is a yellow flag into turn 7, and I think I just saw Dave Casely pass under the yellow, but I'm not going to get.
We're not going to go there.
Yeah, we're not going to go there. But
we've already had enough of that this morning.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe because there's only a minute 10 to go in this race, and Ross is in a fairly safe position. Although there is a bit of debris on track from what we understand too, coming out of turn 7.
And he hasn't gotten out of the car. He is moving in the car, but he hasn't gotten out, and so they'll be wanting to keep an eye on that. And here's the safety car now.
Safety car now, so that will bring this one to an end for sure.
Will indeed, yep.
With only 45 seconds remaining in this one, Dave Casely crossed the line
Good
from
news is,
Jason
guys,
Fowler.
Sorry, Ross Campbell's just starting to climb out of the Gerbet, so he's obviously in his best condition as he can be, but that was a wild ride. Goodness me, that actually was reminiscent of what his father did many years ago when he used to run the Daverick in the 1200. Similar incident coming out of turn number 7, and David actually ended up upside down and sliding across the track with the roll hoop. So glad to see that Ross is out of the car walking away. The medical staff are already with him.
Got a bit of a limp on there. I think he's belted his feet around in the footwell. But young Isaac Scary, he was a good 4 or 5 feet above the ground there, right up and over the top of Ross Campbell. So, we'll have to wait and see. Miles, you got some investigative reporting to do between race 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to seeing the footage, to be honest, from Andrew's car, because Andrew was right behind when that happened. And, look, we definitely do not like seeing this happen in this class. There's so much energy involved in these cars that as soon as they start climbing over the top. I mean, we remember a couple of years ago, Kathy Lisson, went over coming down the hill under safety car when we were coming back to a safety car restart. So, these things happen, unfortunately. It is motorsport, it is dangerous.
That was with Steph Esterbauer.
It was, yep. So, but look, the main thing is that Ross is out of the car. So he'll now be with the fantastic medical team here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway and get assessed. But the car can be rebuilt, that's the main thing. And we've got the calibre of people within our class, like the Dave Casleys, like the Anthony Lees, like the Simon Bates, like the Michael Lloyds, the Neville Bettridges, who will be, over there in a heartbeat trying to get this car back up and running for the next round.
That looks like an exhaust extension that's come off the back of one of the cars.
That's Isaac Scary's car, yeah. He went past me and I did notice that there was no exhaust on the back of that car. So that'll be what they're collecting from the circuit now. But unfortunately, yes, we're under now safety car conditions. We've now gone into time negative, so I'd imagine the checkered flag will be waved next time by.
And if that's the case, Dave Casely in car number 7 will take the win from Jason Fowler in 10. Callum Lamont will finish in place with Rod Lisson in 4th. Dave Campbell, unfortunately, gone backwards in race number 2. He finished in 5th place, with Kathy Lisson having a pretty lonely run out there to finish in 6th. Ronaldo Block. Mackenzie Matthews still hanging in the top 10 there today. A fantastic effort. And then car number 5 of Lloyd finishes in 9th. And Vinny Panuanu from the back of the pack. He made it through half of the field and finishes in P10.
Yeah, and now he's on the back of the field for when it comes to the next race. So he'll be back on the 1600s. So he'll be able to get in amongst it and hopefully make up a few more positions.
Thanks very much, Miles. We'll see you again for our last race this afternoon. And just before you go, you might want to have a look at our onboard video.
I was going to say, yeah, Ross was actually
replay.
carrying the camera car. So again, this is going to be some pretty wild ride in terms of Ross's perspective.
This is from outside of the view. So Isaac's scary. Oh no, Ross has just clipped the wheel and driven up and over the top. So there was no gear change back there. So unfortunately for Ross, there's just a bit of driver error there, unfortunately. And now we'll have another look from a different angle, thanks to the guys and girls at Turn 7 Media. And we go on board with Ross Campbell, and he's just left front to right rear of Isaac Scary's car. He's taken the hands off the steering wheel, which was good. Although by the indication there, it looks like he may have a sore hand as well as some sore feet.
Absolutely.
Getting belted around in the footwell there. But good to see that he has been taken off to the medical centre, which is just our normal Motorsport Australia protocol. There's nothing to be too worried about. He got into the medical car under his own steam, and I'm sure he'll be fine after he gets checked out by our very competent medical staff over there at our medical centre. We're going to take a very short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway while we just extricate the cars. There's 2 cars to be removed, and we will be back very shortly with the Retrovision Hyundai Excel Cup for 2026 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Okay, well, we've got a couple of minutes here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We're going to go down to Demelza, who has Dave Casely in car number 7.
We are here back in pit lane with Dave Casely. Dave, talk to me about that race just then.
Well, it was a challenging race. I didn't have it all to myself. It was any man's race.
We've seen a little bit of an incident on there as well. What does that do then to your strategy?
Well, that played into my hands because the incident I was leading at the time. Would I have won after the safety car? I don't know.
Now, talk to us about the car today. How are you feeling it's going? Because you've had quite a good run this morning.
Yeah, a reasonably good run. I've been messing with some carburetor stuff, so the motor's probably not at 110%, but I'm working on it.
And so far, we're looking like it's going to stay nice and dry on the track there for you. Is that going to impact if it does? We do start to see some wet weather.
I'd probably like it to rain. I might have the upper hand, but you're right. It's going to stay dry, and I think we're going to be stuck together like magnets for the last race as well.
Talk to me about the pack that you're running against today. How are you feeling? Is there anyone that you need to keep an eye on?
All of them. They're all fast. They're all furious. They're all good drivers, so I feel fairly comfortable out there. But like I say, anyone can win.
Absolutely. And do you have any support or sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, obviously myself, DMC Air Conditioning, and the wife, of course.
Fantastic, Dave. Thank you so much, and good luck for the remainder of today. Thank you. Now, I believe we are going to go to an ad break. Will be more from Pit Lane very shortly.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money. Because at Retrovision, we have more ways to save on all the electrical stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Motec Mechanical, Dash Simulators and Events, and Excel Garage.
Retrovision Western Australia proudly present the Hyundai Excel Cup. This is race number 2 over 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and a real turn up for the books this morning in qualifying with Burns and Clamp, Panizza and Harry Burns out qualifying the likes of Rhodes and Ambrosio and Dean Hill. So watch for those guys, because they're going to have to come from about the 3rd and the 4th rows in this one. But congratulations to car number 333 of Shane Burns, qualifying in P1 this morning and then going on to take his maiden race win in race number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, although it probably wasn't as difficult as what it could have been, because it was only really a one-lap race. Unfortunately, having the safety car coming out pretty much straight away after an incident off the start line. But we're looking forward to a much longer race this time from the Hyundais, and once again it looks like it's going to be the Burns boys against the rest. So we've got Shane Burns on pole position, and Tristan Clamp is probably the best of the rest at the moment. He's in 2nd position. We've got Dean Hill in car 53, always a front runner, and he's off the inside of row 2. Next to car number 9, and that's young Panizza. So he's up there on 2nd row of the grid. Now Harry Burns in car number 3 off the inside of row number 3, and Zane Rhodes next to him, and then current state champion on the inside of row 4 next to Michael Clark. And that's the first 4 rows. We'll call the rest as the cars head out for their warm-up lap, as still just waiting for the circuit to become clear and for the cars to be given the green light to head out.
And I'm not sure of the penalty for car number 77, but I can see him right down the back of the dummy grid at the moment, so he's going to be starting right down the back. Is Chase Wildman in car number 77.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course he was involved, I believe, in the skirmish at the start of the race. What was the penalty? So at the start of the race, he had it coming together with one of the other competitors, and he's been given a penalty for that,
yeah,
unfortunately.
that was the 30-second penalty, and because they were so close together, it's put him at the back of the field.
I remember saying that at the time, that that's a pretty terrible time to get a 30-second penalty, is when you've got a one-lap dash at the end of a safety car. Yeah. You've not got opportunity to make any of that time back up again, but he will have learned his lesson from that, and it won't. I very much doubt that it'll happen again. He seems to be a pretty cluey sort of driver, so I'm sure that he'll take that and put that in the back of his mind, and he'll go forward from here.
Yeah, certainly will do. And as we said, there's going to be some people coming forward like Harry Burns, Zane Rhodes, Carlos Ambrosio. Now, where's Dean Hill? Dean Hill looks like he is up into P2, so he actually went forward in race number 1.
Holy moly, what a ride, Melkin Motorsport. And that was well and truly, you could say that about several of the categories here this weekend. Vaughan.
Peace, Malcolm.
Yeah, I think that just about every single category you can just about say what a ride this weekend. It's been some very close racing and some magnificent action here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And speaking of magnificent action, here we go with the Retrovision Hyundai Excels as they head out onto the circuit.
And just while we were doing our grid walk today, there was some information come through that we were being viewed by people in Brazil, so all the way across the other side of the world. And thank you very much for wherever you may be tuning in. This is MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We're located just north of Perth, Western Australia, the capital city here in Western Australia. And thank you very much for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. Don't forget, if you're not busy tomorrow, jump back online again tomorrow morning around about 9:30 and catch day number 2 of round 2, the 2026 Motor Racing Championships here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. You've got to take some big deep breaths, Rob. This one is going to be a ripper.
Yeah, I absolutely hope so, and there's no reason why it won't be. If they all stay clean for the first lap or so, we're going to see some magnificent racing. And once again, I mentioned we're not going to know where to look. There's going to be so many little battles all the way through this field. We're just probably going to have to just focus mostly on the front of the field, because I think that's where the important action is going to be. But as they come over the top of the hill for the end of the first warm-up lap, we've got Shane Burns on pole position from Tristan Clamp, back to Dean Hill and Will Panizza, Harry Burns, Zane Rhodes, Carlos Ambrosio and Michael Clark. They're the first 4 rows. Then we go back to Steve McGregor, and then we've got O'Brien, Hills and Hasty. Then we've got Byrne, Charnley, Lachlan Cove, Colmar, Fiera, Ruiz, Schultz, Hewitt, Lair, and then we've got the rest of the field lining up towards the back of the field as well.
Just on board with our Harry Burns in car number 3. Have a look at this, mate. He's still got the original dash mat in the car there. It's very unusual to see a race car with a dash mat.
I hope he hasn't got the shopping bag in the back boot, but that's where you saw most of these cars in there during their road days, is in car parks at shopping centres.
Or universities.
Or universities, yeah. That was definitely a few of them there as well. But they served their purpose well as road cars, and they're certainly doing their purpose here as race cars as well.
What a big field. They're still coming down past the Bosch sign on the entry into turn number 7. I feel sorry for our flag marshal right the way down the back there. She's got a hell of a walk to get back to the pits.
They have, but watch for a quick start, because last time when she waved, or I'm not quite sure whether it was the last time when our hard-working grid marshal down there waved that flag, we had a pretty quick red light and green light, or red light and extinguisher of the red light. So
there's the green flag. So there's the red light. We are racing for race number 2 for Retrovision. And again, Clamp is getting the best of the starts over Shane Burns. They just can't get across. Yes, now he can. Once he's hit 3rd gear, he was able to pull away. So young Tristan Clamp's got a fair bit of go under that bonnet.
He has indeed. And have a look at Dean Hill getting past. In fact, that's
Burns
Burns car. Yeah, car number 3. So that's Harry Burns is just falling. Is that triple
Shane
3?
Burns.
That's Shane Burns. That's our pole position sitter sitting back there, and he's got a big problem.
Oh dear.
And some of the cars behind have got a big problem trying to make their way around him as well. But they all look like they're going to negotiate that successfully and safely. So that's good to see, as the gang will make their way up through turn 4 and turn 5 complex and down the old pit straight towards for the first time.
Oh, Shane Burns, what an unfortunate start to race number 2. He's only 3 from the back of the field now. Looks like everybody has actually made it past him. Darren Seaton will be the last one to go past. So now he is at the back of the field. So not quite sure what's happened on board there. It's definitely not a gear-related issue.
Good lead now as they come over the top of the hill to Tristan Clamp, who's well and truly out in front now. And looks like it might be the car there of Panizza, is it, in 2nd position?
Yes.
And then we're back to Zane Rhodes, who's got Dean Hill on the outside there of the second of the first of the Burns cars. It's Harry Burns. And then, oh no, it's not actually. It's Ambrosio, and then back to Harry Burns. And then we've got car 28 of Michael Clark behind them. But they're all pretty much line astern at the moment, just sorting out whereabouts on the track they are, and sorting out and just finding out who around them is fast and who they can get in front of.
Tristan Clamp making a bolt for the clouds, tries to get away from Panizza, having a great run in 2nd place, but here comes 73 of Zane Rhodes. This guy is a talent in the making. A couple of weeks ago at Bathurst, put on a great show representing Western Australia. As he lines up now, he's right into the boot lid of Panizza as they go across turn number 4 and 5. We go back on board with Harry Burns chasing the rear bumper of Carlos Ambrosio, the current state Excel champion, as they head down in towards turn number 6, coming right out wide, using all of the available racetrack and more. Zane Rhodes is now in front of Panizza, and Dean Hill, he's able to get in front of Ambrosio and Burns.
Yeah, Ambrosio starting to size up Dean Hill that's in front of him. Have a look at Burns behind. Harry Burns does make a move down the inside of Ambrosio, and he makes it stick, so that's a great move. But as you mentioned, Zane Rhodes into second position, and he'll be well and truly heads down and chasing down now after Tristan Clamp in the lead.
So the two Burns cars, Ambrosio and young Harry Burns, with our onboard camera as we go down in towards turn number 1. Side by side on the entry into turn number 1. Panizza moving back into third place now as Rhodes comes forward up into second. But it's all Tristan Clamp at the moment. A 1 minute 12.9 with Zane Rhodes doing a 1 minute 11.9. So that's where the gap has been able to be closed. And again, Rhodes right into the bumper of the car in front as they disappear from sight.
Michael Clark putting a lot of pressure on Carlos Ambrosio through turn 4 and 5 there, with Alex Hill snapping at their heels as well. So that's a good battle that's happening back there a little further, 7th, 8th. But all the eyes are on our fast man on the circuit at the moment, with the fastest lap of a 1 minute 11.9, and that's Zane Rhodes in second position.
He's got the lead now. He's 4 car lengths in front on the way out of turn number 6, and that's Panizza still in third place. So Panizza looking for a run down the inside, and he's going to late break it from a repost, and he's going to get it up into second place. What a great run from Panizza.
Yeah, absolutely, and running wide also is Clamp, but Dean Hill starting to get onto the back of this, and that battle that back there a little bit further also between Clark and Ambrosio starting to sort itself out.
Clamp back to second now. He's just shot up the inside of Panizza. So all of the action is for second, third, and then you've got Dean Hill closing in on second and third as well. And it's all Zane Rhodes, car number 73, by 5 car lengths as they head into 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and good battles all the way through the field as we suspected was going to happen. Great battle just coming out of turn 1 at the moment, and that's looks like Wildman trying to make his way back through the field in the green car, car number 77, and he's right up there with Ward and Hewitt, and just in front of them is Nathan Seaton as well. So good battles happening a little bit further back down in the pack as well.
Chase Wildman's moved up 6 positions in these 2 laps that we have done so far as we go back and have a look at our leader, and he's starting to stretch his legs now. Car number 73 is Zane Rhodes from Panizza. That is Tristan Clamp in second. Then we have Panizza, but here comes Dean Hill, car number 53, the white and blue car, up into 4th place at the moment.
Panizza's just crazy under brakes down there, isn't he? He's really got the brakes working on car number 9 at the moment, and doing a very good job. But as you mentioned, Dean Hill starting to buy into this battle for second place as well. He's getting very close on the back of the car of Panizza.
So Wildman's just made another move there up the inside of that white car, and it looks like he's going to make another move on car number 40 as they cross over the start-finish line. So they are back into 21st. That's Hewitt in car number 40, and Wildman just drives straight underneath him and takes that position away. So next on the Wildman hit list will be car number 31.
Yep, absolutely, and then he's got a little bit of a gap then before he's going to get on Seaton as well. So at the moment, fast man on the circuit is Zane Rhodes. He's still with that 71.9 second lap. He's got 0.8 of a second between himself and second place as we wait for them to once again crest the hill for what will be the 5th time in this 15-minute race. They've still got 6 minutes and 30 seconds left before they're going to get the last lap board. Here they are over the top this time. Let's have a look at the braking performance of Panizza this time on the back of Tristan Clamp as they come down to turn 7. He's been absolutely crazy under brakes down here, and he does close it up once again. But Dean Hill now under fire also from, I think that might be Harry Burns back there.
I think Ambrosio.
Is he in front of Burns again? No, it isn't. It's Burns.
It's Burns in 3. Yep.
Yep, so under fire well and truly, and he's taking an inside line down there to stop Burns getting his nose down the inside and getting an advantage down there.
Well, it's very, very close racing for second and third, 4th and 5th. But it's Zane Rhodes up through the bus area, the little right-hander where the car gets very, very light in the rear end, particularly in these little front-wheel drive cars. Then we go back to Clamp, and bad sportsmanship shown to car 111 for exceeding track limits. Car 111, and that is Ashley Cove, back in 25th.
Yep. So you'll have to keep your eye on that. You won't want to get take any more attention of the Clarker course with that one, as the cars are all over the other side of the circle and just waiting to see what's going to be the outcome as they come to crest the top of the hill.
So that's Noah Byrne, Lachlan Cove, and I can't pick up the other one. It's
side by side for second place now, and it's I think that might be Panizza on the inside of Clamp, and Panizza late under brakes as he has been. Also Dean Hill still coming under fire back there from Harry Burns, and Harry's going to try to get underneath the inside of him as Hill goes very wide on the exit of turn 7, and trying to get down the inside now is Tristan Clamp as they go once again side by side into turn 1. Tristan Clamp's going to get that second place back again, and Dean Hill's going to slot back into 4th place. So pretty much status quo.
Oh, no,
a very
Panizza.
good run for Panizza out of turn 1 though, and they're side by side across the first run and up towards the bus stop. He's going to be on the wrong side as they go into turn 4 though, and I think Clamp's going to end up being into second place still here, although he's hanging very well on the outside there, and he's going to be able to get the inside to turn 5, and he's going to take that position away, I think, Vaughan.
Oh, side by side since the exit of turn number 2, and it looks like Panizza's going to hang on for second place over Tristan Clamp, and he has done. He's actually pulled half a car length on him.
He's opened it up for Hill. He's opened it up for Hill down into turn 6. Got into both of them. Hill's going to get down the inside of both of them, but Panizza's very wide once again. He's got good grip on the outside of there. So Dean Hill slips down in the inside of Clamp, and also slipping into the inside of Clamp there also is Harry Burns. So it's going to be 2 sets of 2 side by side over the top of the hill and down into turn 7. These guys are giving it all to Zane Rhodes at the moment. He's just driving off into the distance, and there's a big spin. He's going to hold on to it though. That's a brilliant move. He's kept his boot into it. Front of the car just dragged the back around. But it's going to be Dean Hill as a big winner out of that from Harry Burns. Then back to Tristan Clamp, Ambrosio, and then car 9 of Panizza.
Yeah, Panizza's got to do it all again. He lost 3 or 4 places there in just that one corner. But Dean Hill, where is he? Kissing his lucky stars. He has come from about the 3rd row at the beginning of the day and now finds himself in second place. Look at the 2 Burns cars
and
with
Panizza.
Ambrosio, and Panizza sneaking up the inside of Carlos Ambrosio right into the boot lid of young Harry Burns in car 3 now as they disappear up and over the top of the hill.
Yeah, he's in well and truly in a Burns sandwich at the moment as they head over turn 5, and they've got around about another 3 minutes to go in this before they get the last lap board, so plenty of racing time left. Down into turn 6, line astern at the moment as they all approach turn 6, but it's well and truly on for second place again. Clamp right into the boot lid of Dean Hill as they come up over the long draw up to the top of the hill once more. No real action happening, just line astern as they come over the top of the hill, although now it looks like Hill's coming under a lot of pressure from Tristan Clamp on the outside.
I don't think he's going to be able to pull the over and under here. These cars just don't seem to have the amount of horsepower to be able to pull out and drop to the end. So Clamp still in 3rd place at the moment. Harry Burns in car 3. Then Panizza in the middle, and on driver's left is Carlos
Clamp
Ambrosio.
down the inside of Hill, and he's just not going to quite be able to get his nose down there enough to be able to do anything about that. He looked very seriously like he was wanting to. Looking back through the pack, there's not a hell of a lot happening in the rest of the pack at the moment. It's all fairly line astern all through the rest of the track.
Just feels something's brewing in this these 5-car battle for second place here. Normally it'll happen on the last lap into the last corner. But let's see what happens. Dean Hill out by 1 car length now. Behind him is Tristan, Harry Burns, Panizza and Ambrosio. Then we go back a little bit to Alex Hills, Clark, Steve McGregor in 9th, and O'Brien round out our top 10.
Absolutely. So cars into turn 6 once more is this battle for second place. And still Clamp right on the tail there of Hill, and then probably a car and a half length then back to Burns as they come over the top of the hill once more. And once again Tristan Clamp pulls to the outside, Dean Hill protecting that inside line as they head down into turn 7, and Panizza very late under brakes, very late, and he makes it work. He's going to pull that move off on Harry Burns, and look at Ambrosio trying to also make advantage of that, and he's going to also take a good advantage and get down the inside of Panizza and take the place off Panizza.
Well, we had all of that momentum. Basically the car just sat up and stopped and allowed the 2 Burns Motorsport cars to go either side of him. So Ambrosio moves up a position now. Harry Burns is still hanging in there. It is Dean Hill leading this 5-car battle pack in towards turn number 4. Car 53 of Dean Hill's. Then we've got Clamp. Then Burns, Ambrosio and Panizza.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys are well and truly slowing each other up because Alex Hills is starting to make a bit of an inroad on the back of this as well, and he'll be dragging Michael Clark with him. I doubt very much whether he's going to get there in time because they've only got 30 seconds left before they're going to get the last lap board. So this time past...
Hills! Dean Hill has lost it down in turn number 6 and actually comes to driver's right. And so he is out of the equation. So Tristan Clamp, Harry Burns, Ambrosio and Panizza, they're 4, 2 by 2 as they come over the top of the hill and down in towards turn number 7. Sensational racing for Retrovision.
Yeah, and Panizza still once again late under brakes, and he gets down the inside there of Burns, and once again Ambrosio swings to the inside and tries to get an advantage as they go 3 wide across the stripe to get the last lap board. No one's going to touch Zane Rhodes. However,
They've missed the last lap board.
Yeah, I don't think they've got the last lap board out, but nonetheless, it's still side by side for second place as they come out of turn 1, and it's going to be Tristan Clamp on the outside with Harry Burns on the inside, with a good watching brief being happening at the moment by our state champion Carlos Ambrosio. But have a look at the battle a little bit further behind. All of that hassle over there at turn 7 has allowed Alex Hills and Michael Clark to get right on the back of the tail of this now.
Yeah, Alex Hills is really involved in this 6-car battle now for second place. You can forget about Zane Rhodes. He is in the next country as they come down in towards turn number 6. Zane Rhodes already out of turn number 6 and heading up the hill.
Oh, and have a look at Hills. He's gone down the inside of Ambrosio, and they're going to come out side by side, and Michael Clark in right behind him as well. So over the top of the hill for what should probably be, I think they're going to get the last lap board this time. So we've got another lap to go.
Yep, and here comes this battle pack for second place. They are right in the boot lids of each other. Panizza again, late on the brakes, right up the tail end of Alex Hills in car number 7, and Ambrosio fighting for trying to hold his position there from Clark in 28.
Yeah, where did Hills comes from? I mean, he's just driven past a couple of these guys, and he's moved his way up into 5th position now, and he's still got another lap to make a bit more impact, and he's got to try to now get on the back of, whereabouts will he be now? On the back of Panizza, who's got Clamp in front of him. And then we've got Hills, Harry Burns, who's taken the second place at the moment.
They've kind of spread themselves out a bit. It was very, very close there for a while, but a couple of scraps in between each other, and that's really spaced them out as they head over the top of the hill. Harry Burns still has Tristan Clamp right in the boot lid as they go down into the braking area of turn number 6. It's Burns in the Burns Motorsport car number 3, holding off Tristan Clamp for second place. Then we go back to Panizza and Alex Hills and Ambrosio as well. Up and over the hill, our leader coming down into towards turn number 7 for the last time. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Car number 73 takes a decisive win in race number 2, brought to you by Retrovision Western Australia. But look at the battle for second place. It's going to be Harry Burns in second from Tristan Clamp in third place.
Back to Panizza and then Hills, and then now Carlos Ambrosio, then back to Michael Clark, and after Clark comes Steve McGregor, and then O'Brien, Byrne, and Hill's just gone across. No, Hill hasn't gone across the line in front. He's gone behind Byrne, Colmer, and then Lachlan Cove before Dean Hill. And then we've got Andrew Hasty, and then back to David Charnley. Lair Wildman finishes up in 17th from the back of the grid. Ruiz, Fiera, Ward, Nathan Seaton crossing the line. Then we've got Charlotte Cove, and then Bezu Denote. Not quite sure how to pronounce that one. And then we've got Ashley Cove, Millington, Fogliani finishing in 26th from the rest of the runners. So that's the way. What an exciting Hyundai race.
It certainly was. And car number 36, that would be one of the Cove cars. That's Lachlan Cove in P12. He's been hit with a bad sportsmanship flag on that last lap for exceeding track limits. So I don't think that will have any effect on the outcome of that race. But what a race from Zane Rhodes. Got to the front, drove away, and just watched the big party happening in the rear vision mirror with Burns, Clamp, Panizza, Hills, Ambrosio, and you can throw in Dean Hill in there until he made a bit of an error down there in turn number 6, right at the water grate on the apex of turn number 6. Dean Hill's car just got very, very loose and drove him up into the sand, and by the time he got going again, his come across the line and finished in 13th position. Wow, what a race. And Rob, we got one more of those to go.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart can cope. That's brilliant racing, absolutely brilliant racing. I hope that everyone here at the circuit and the many people in the infield, on the top of the roof of the infield pits there must have been about 50 or 60 people over there watching that on the infield roof, and I hope you enjoyed that as much as what we did up here in the commentary.
Yeah, certainly a huge field of Excel, and we are going to have one more of those races. It'll only be a 12-minute plus one lap to come later on this afternoon, but if that was anything to go by, stick around, don't go home, and keep watching on the live stream. There's going to be a fantastic race coming up later on this afternoon. Speaking of fantastic races, we've got our Holden HQs lined up in front of us, and I can see car number 49 for KevRec Australia, Ryan Davis, taking out race number 1. He's going to start on pole position for this one, and then we will have Troy Kent and then Brett O'Keefe. And real surprise packet is Brett O'Keefe. And we'll get back to our HQ field very, very shortly. But we're going to pick up with Demelza Leonard down there in Lane.
That's right, we are back in pit lane, and I got Zane Rhodes, who just took out that race. Zane, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, super happy. Didn't start off the day too good. Not too happy with quali, but obviously you can't do anything in race 1 with the safety car. But yeah, pretty stoked with that. Got a bit of clear air, got some clear laps, and yeah, couldn't have gone better really.
Talk us through the track today. How are you finding that?
I don't know. The track's quite difficult today. It's like if you go slightly offline, you just instantly lose a large amount of grip. But if you stay online and stay consistent, it's always fast, yeah.
And in terms of the competitors today, how are you finding the racing?
Oh, it's good. It's like heaps of newer people stepping it up this year. Carlos bringing it in this year as well. Yeah, it's pretty cool, yeah.
I was going to say we do see some familiar faces back on the track today.
Yeah, it's good seeing Carlos and Dean back up here. But yeah, it's good to race.
Now, you are quite the racer. You are up there quite consistently with the top racers. What goes through your head when you are racing these guys?
Nothing really just goes through my head. I just sort of drive. You just like lay back and just don't think about it really. Because if you hesitate, then you're instantly going to go backwards really. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Now, you do have one more race to go. How are you feeling going into that?
I'm going to do a few changes to the car, hopefully make it a bit faster, and then, yeah, hopefully it's on up the front again, a bit more action. It's good fun.
Fantastic, Zane. Congrats, and looking forward to that next race.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it from us from Pit Lane for now. We'll be right back after these short messages.
HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway.
For Electrical Group Training, our Holden HQs out on the track, and a very entertaining race 1 earlier this morning where we saw Brett O'Keefe put in an absolute flyer of a lap during the race, and we were talking off air about the old configuration of these HQs and what they are running to. And Howard, you were able to find with your explicit investigative journal that you were. We've actually seen a fastest lap, a 15.2 by Brett O'Keefe, which hasn't been set for quite a while.
Yeah. 2 years ago we had a 15.3 with Michael Howlett. But that's in the new configuration. He was the fastest for many, many years, and today we've gone 15.2, which is amazing.
I don't think that we'll get back down to there, but who knows? We've got a little bit more sunlight out there for this race. Maybe later on this afternoon, if it cools down a bit and we get a little bit more cloud cover, we might go back into the 15.2s again.
Maybe, yeah. Depends on the humidity as well. That humidity can help. It just makes the air a little denser, so we get a bigger bang when everything goes woof in the cylinders. But certainly tyres will be pretty consistent with last time out, a little warmer on the track, and hopefully we can get somewhere very close to that time. But I'm sure we're going to get good racing regardless of what times they're doing.
Well, very good, very small field of HQs really compared to previous years, but a very quality field. We've got Ryan Davis on pole position from Troy Kent. Second row will be O'Keefe and Woodbridge. Next row will be Faulknell and Sharp. And then we're back to Dave Kent and Brad Butler. And we've got Kyan Butler, Phil Breen, Mark Alfonsi, Peter Marsh, and at the back is Graham Bradshaw in car 34. That's how they'll line up.
We've got Davis down there, who's a full metre off where he should be on the starting line. So Troy Kent actually is going to take off from pole position in this one, even though he's starting out at 2. And away he goes. And it's a very even start for the whole field as Troy Kent hits second gear and starts to drive in front a little bit of the 49. He's trying to come across in front and does. I think Ryan might have had to have backed out of that one there.
Shadowed him out of that one. That was before there's...
that was going to be ending in trouble.
It was going to be back out of it or end up in the grass. So Ryan probably did the right thing there and decided that discretion was better part of valour, and there's a long race and he's got plenty of time to do something about it. So Troy Kent first into turn 4 for the first time, and he's just in front of Ryan Davis. And then we're back to O'Keefe, I think that is there, just in front of Woodbridge, and then Faulknell back there in 5th place.
Yeah, Rory Sharp and Faulknell just about came together through the bus stop area there as well, as they all disappear line astern this time up and over the top of the hill. And we see Bradshaw in car number 34, a newcomer to HQs, and I bet you he's got a big grin from ear to ear.
He certainly has. Yeah, never stops smiling when they get out of these cars. And last race, everyone was very, very happy, and lots of smiles going to the grid as well, which is nice to see.
Ryan Davis now right on the tail of Troy Kent coming down into turn 7, so he's starting to show his hand and to tell him that he's not going to be sitting back there in second position for too long if he can do anything about it. That'll back there for 5th place, with Faulknell now coming well and truly under fire from, I think that might be Rory Sharp.
Yep.
In car 19.
The side by side, Rory Sharp drives to the inside and should be able to protect his line, so that'll put Faulknell one behind, although Faulknell's not going to give up on this. You can try and run around the outside, but just runs out of momentum 3/4 the way around the corner. But we head back up in front again, and we go on board with Troy Kent for Mental Motorsport in car number 3 as he goes through turn number 4, hugs that curb on the driver's left and brings it into a straight line and flips it straight to the right-hand side. And look at Brett O'Keefe. He's just hanging back from these two. Woodbridge doesn't seem to have enough in the tank today to run with these top 3.
Yeah, Mick has had a very busy few weeks, and I spoke to him on Thursday and he hadn't even looked at the car, so hopefully he got some time to run over the car on Friday and just make sure things were good, and then get out there and go racing today. But I don't know how much energy he's got in the tank.
Yeah, looking at O'Keefe that time coming out of turn 6 had it all crossed up and power oversteer coming out of the corner as we watch Ryan Davis trying to get down the outside here of Troy Kent as they complete their second lap. But yes, O'Keefe's definitely in this battle now, and he's drawn away from Woodbridge and is well and truly in this battle for the lead now.
He certainly is. Troy Kent stalled the car, didn't allow Ryan Davis to do the over and under, but that's allowed Brett O'Keefe to come right back and actually having a look around the outside of car number 49 of Ryan Davis. He ducks back into 3rd place. He'll have to put another move on somewhere else. But Rory Sharp has been able to get in front of Todd Faulknell now, and then behind Faulknell is Dave Kent, and then the 2 butlers. Phil Breen back there in car number 75, and down towards the back of the field, car number 68. Good to see Peter Marsh back out there again after that incident in race number 1 this morning, and Mark Alfonsi. And then we go back to the 13th car number 34, Bradshaw.
Yeah, absolutely, as the car's now coming around the turn 6.
Gosh.
And it looks like O'Keefe has made his way up into 2nd place, so he's managed to get Davis as they came down the old pit straight. But Davis won't be giving up, that's for sure, as they head over the top of the hill once more. And look at O'Keefe, he's starting to get right on the tail, going this way and that way, sideways, this side and that side, as they come down into turn 7 once more.
The over and under maybe? No. Oh, yes, he tried it. Got it all sideways there, and that's going to allow Davis now to have a crack outside of both of these guys on the way down in towards turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and starting to draw Woodbridge into this battle too, as they all slow each other up with the battling, and Woodbridge now starting to get on the tail of Ryan Davis as well.
Yeah, Mick's actually the fastest car out there at the moment. Did a 16.65 then. So he's actually the fastest car on the track, so that's good to see.
Yeah, so we're going to have a four-way battle for the lead fairly shortly with the rate this is going. And Troy Kent doing a great job of defensive driving here. He's kept Davis behind him for several laps, and he's going under a lot of pressure now from Brett O'Keefe, and he's keeping him behind him as they head down onto the op-pit straight. And O'Keefe's got a good run out of there. He's tried to get his nose down the inside, and he's going this way and that each time. He's weaving behind, certainly large and looming. And he does take the lead as he goes down into turn 1. So he was large in the mirrors of Kent, and he made that move.
He's gone all the way to the outside.
And he's trying to push him off into the inside as well. And
these guys are rubbing door handles as they come up and over the top of the hill. Look at Davis now, right in the boot lid of Brett O'Keefe. He's going to try and push O'Keefe down and then backs out of it. Allows Kent and O'Keefe to have this really good battle.
Yeah, so is there enough grip on the outside here for O'Keefe as they come side by side onto pit straight once more? And Davis looking to make it 3 wide as they come past the stripe. But it's going to be Troy Kent. I think it's getting...
O'Keefe
right
around the
outside.
What a run. He set that up from the entry into turn number 7, and it paid off for him on the exit of turn number 1. New race leader, Brett O'Keefe from Troy Kent. And then we have 49 of Davis, and Mick Woodbridge has joined the party for first place.
We were talking earlier on off air earlier on about who was going to take our Competition Drivers Club award for Driver of the Day that's proudly supported by the Competition Drivers Club of Western Australia. We have got a couple of people in mind, and one of the people I threw into the ring was in fact Brett O'Keefe, and at the moment he's still got my tick for the win for the day. He's done a brilliant job.
I'm being swayed. Every lap he does something really, really good here. But look at this run. Look at the angle that he comes out of turn number 6. You've got all 4 wheels out in the concrete, and then the concrete runs out, so you quickly got to get back on the track. And that's where he pushed Kent right on to driver's right last time through.
He's certainly using all of the road over there, and even more, as that's absolutely the case. For the first time they come down without a challenge happening at the bottom of turn 7, and line astern as they come across the stripe, and that's the end of lap 5. So 5 down, and they've still got 5 minutes and 24 seconds to go before they're going to see the last lap board.
And I think Brett's competition in Speedway, the sprint car starting to come out in him when you see him sliding through some of those corners with all 4 wheels going sideways.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great to watch. Great car control.
Great drifting happening all the way through. Yeah, and
so he's already got the Speedway experience, but the guy comes from New Zealand, so heaven help these guys when it rains, because you're going to see number 21 just drive away from the rest of the field.
Yep, he's certainly got it, and I think if they had more horsepower, we'd see a lot of smoke coming out of those back wheels as well.
The Paul Stubber of HQ Racing.
It would be, but we've only got about 150 horses. These things do have a lot of restrictions, being a controlled category, so the only thing that's really free is the exhaust, and we've all got a lot of controls as to capacity and timing, and the distributor and the carburetor, all those things are controlled to keep the cost down for everyone, but it still makes for great racing, as you can see.
It certainly does, and they're starting to pull away from Mick Woodbridge again, who's dropping into a different postcode behind them. But the front 3, nose to tail again, out of turn 7.
No 15s at the moment, a 16-0 as Davis just gives Troy Kent a nice little nudge, and then tries to rip the bumper off. Going from left to right, they're not going to get underneath him into turn number 1. So it's still O'Keefe in car number 21, Kent in 3, Davis in P3 in car number 49. Then we go back to Mick Woodbridge, who's falling off the back of this group.
And we are now back in the 15s. Ryan Davis did a 15.6 and Brad O'Keefe did a 15.9, so we're back in the 15s now. So now we've got the tyres up to temp and everything's working well, and we're starting to get back down there.
Yeah, Troy Kent's absolutely living in his mirrors at the moment. He was like that when he had O'Keefe behind him, and now he's having to do the same with Ryan Davis behind him. So his mirrors will be getting a workout, as we've got one spinning there in turn 4. And that must have been, I think that must have been Dave Kent, is it?
No.
Butler?
Yeah, it might be one of the Butlers, I think.
And a big shout out again to Ryan Davis from Tiger Stripes Mowing, who's our sponsor for the day and loves mowing lawns. So if you need any lawn work done or landscaping, get hold of him.
Oh, look at this, how far Brett Keefe has pulled away from Kent and Davis. He's really out to a good 50 to 60 metres as these guys continually swap paint on the way out of turn number 7. Troy Kent on the outside in the dark blue car. The light blue car up the inside driver's right is car 49 of Ryan Davis.
And Kent still hanging on the outside though. That's brilliant. He's going to lose out at the second part of the corner, but they're coming out side by side. As long as he's still got his nose up there, he might be able to get in. No, he's not quite able to tuck in there, and so he has to tuck in behind him.
Well, return serve, and he's actually dislodged the boot on Ryan Davis's car.
Oh, well, that won't hurt. That'll act as a nice little spoiler on the back of the car.
It's like throwing an anchor out.
Just hope the shopping doesn't fall out on the way round.
Remember Pete Gagan used to lift the boot of his Mustang in the late 60s, so that it actually created the effect of a rear spoiler. So we'll have to see how that affects the back of Ryan Davis's car as they're side by side still down into turn 6.
Great footage from turn 7 media as they go on board with Troy Kent, car number 3. He's trying to get around Ryan Davis, and you can see the little button. Oh, he's giving some advice to Ryan Davis there.
Gestures happening out the front of of the car there from Kent.
So swap to the driver's left, but he's not going to be able to. He just puts it into the bumper one more time on the way into turn number 7.
Ryan's defending hard there, going all the way to the inside as they came down the hill.
Oh, Troy Kent's going to take Woodbridge out. Runs Mick Woodbridge off the racetrack. So there might be some words there because you could see that was going to be coming, but Troy obviously looking forward and not looking out the side.
He wouldn't have looked in those mirrors. He wouldn't have had no idea he was there.
Troy Kent, he's gotten frustrated. I think he feels that he's got a faster car than Ryan Davis, and he's watching O'Keefe disappear into the distance. I don't think there's very much he's going to be able to do about it now. We've only got about 1 minute and 10 seconds before the last lap board's going to come out. So I think that his best he's going to do is second place, but I think he's just gotten a bit too frustrated.
He's just tap Morse code on the back of Ryan Davis's car again as they crest the top of the hill, pushing each other. Davis goes to driver's right. Kent goes with him and then flips straight back to the left-hand side. And Mick Woodbridge is looking at this, rubbing his hands together. He's getting closer and closer as we go back on board with Troy Kent in car number 3, or with our onboard camera as they come up and over the top of the hill. Woodbridge is right in this.
This has got Danger Will Robinson written all over it, this has, as they come back over the top of the hill once more and down towards turn 7. And Mick Woodbridge is back in this, bang back into the back, and that's caused him to have a lock-up. He's gotten down the inside, so that's a bump pass. And,
Troy Kent again tried to come across to driver's left, but Davis's car was there. Now that's allowed Woodbridge to get into the boot lid of Troy Kent in car number 3. So Davis is the big loser here, not only dislodging the boot, but that big lock-up under brakes there into turn number 7.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to give it a few minutes, Howard, before you talk to these guys at the end of the race.
Yes.
I think they're going to be fairly worked up and steam coming out of their ears.
Absolutely.
But Woodbridge now back.
Davis
running
going?
wide, yeah. So Woodbridge has got that position back. So that swap just in the last 400 metres between turn 1 and turn 4, that position for third place is swapped backwards and forwards. But
now Mick's run wide.
Yeah, Mick very wide, but no one's going to take this away from Brad O'Keefe, who's in front. Who's in front at the moment, and he's in a different suburb, as we've already mentioned.
I know what Mick's doing. He's just moved over there and allowed Ryan to go through so he can try and compete with Troy Kent, as Mick not featuring in the first event, and our top 3 runners, O'Keefe, Kent and Davis, they'll be the ones fighting it out for the day. So a very sportsmanly thing to do there for Mick Woodbridge.
So last lap board is out now, so O'Keefe crosses the line to take that last lap board, and now Kent has got himself quite a distance between himself and Davis for second and third.
Good battle here with Rory Sharp and Todd Faulkner. That's been going the entire race.
It has. It's been unfortunate we haven't been able to call very much about it, because they've been having a great ding-dong battle back there for the minor positions of 5th and 6th place. But right on his tail as he goes through turn 1 is Faulkner at the moment on Sharp.
Brad O'Keefe is going to win this by a fair way.
Yes, I think so. I think that he can just about chuck it into neutral fairly shortly and just coast home just about. He's got that much of a lead. But it's a lead that he's worked at very hard to get, and has worked out for him in the end.
I think that's going to sway your voting just a little bit more as well as how well he's done today.
Yeah, no, I'm very impressed actually. He's done a really good job, and he's had such a hard battle with some of these really hard charges that have been behind him, and you've been able to see over the last couple of laps just how serious the guys behind him are about wanting to maintain their positions, and yet here you've got O'Keefe has not just passed them both, but he's disappeared into the distance.
Yeah, and he's still a relative newcomer. I think this is his 3rd season?
Second season.
Second season, yeah.
So he's going to take the checkered flag. He's happy about it too. So he's taken the checkered flag, and well done to car number 21 of O'Keefe. Car number 3 is going to cross the line in second position, followed by car 49 of Davis, and then car 74 of Woodbridge. And this battle back there for 5th and 6th position is still well and truly alive, with Rory Sharp having to just finish in front of Faulknell. And then we're going to be back to car 45, and that is the Dave Kent car just in front of Butler, and that's Brad Butler.
And Phil Breen coming under attack from Big Bopper Racing in Mick. So that's Alfonsi. And around the outside, trying, is Peter Marsh. He won't do it.
Oh, gets the wheel into the dirt there trying, but he certainly won't go to sleep tonight worrying about whether he tried or not.
And Kyan Butler rounds out our field, I think. Where's Mr. Bradshaw? Looks
Here
like
he is
may
now
have
coming
pulled
down.
off.
No, he's coming down
there
to
he is.
turn 7 now. So he's going to finish his first 2 events and gaining experience with every lap.
Here we go. Post-race investigation. Car number 49. CRSR 6.1, whatever that is.
So that'll be race. Yeah.
Mechanical black flag. That'll be possibly because the boot was dislodged during that race.
Yeah, it wasn't going to go anywhere though, was it?
No, I think it seemed to have locked itself as well. So
Yeah,
probably just pulled the boot release at the wrong time, and aerodynamic pressure has put it back down.
Yep, so these guys will go side by side as they come down towards McCracken House. Put your hands together down in turn 7 for what has been a very entertaining race with these guys. And as I said at the very start of the event, not a particularly large field, but a quality field, and they've certainly turned it on for us. So hands together for the HQs as they come past and head back into the paddock area to prepare for their last event for the day later on.
Got another favour for you, Howard. When you go down into the pits there, could you turn your voice recorder on your phone? Because there's going to be a few words exchanged, I would suggest, between a couple of these top front-running drivers down there.
Well, I can see the way Troy broke away from that pack. He ain't happy. So, and when Troy ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. So, hopefully he's calmed down by the time he gets there and everything's good.
Well, good luck with that, Howard, and we hope to see you up here for race number 3 later on this afternoon.
No worries. I'm going down to play with the Commodore now, and we'll see if we can set a faster lap again.
Yeah, 65.3 was the Paul Frost best time.
Which is 4 seconds faster than last meeting. And 4 seconds faster than last meeting, and a second and a half faster than we did in qualifying. So we've played around with the tyres pressures a little bit, and we'll see if we can pull a 4 this time.
Can you find out if that was Daniel Miller's car?
I will.
Because I think it might have been Daniel Miller who ran that car originally.
No worries. We'll do.
Thanks very much, Howard. We'll see you for race number 3 as we cross down into the pit area with Demelza.
That's right, we are back in pit lane. We have the HQ Holden's category, thanks to Electrical Group Training, and we have Brett O'Keefe. Brett, that was a sensational drive. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. It's my first ever race win, so yeah, real happy.
Congratulations. What did you do through that race that allowed you to go so far ahead?
I just I got a good run on Ryan on I think it was lap 3. So I made the dive on him, and then I seen them start to fight behind me, so I just tried to keep it smooth and build a gap.
And talk to us about the car today. How are you finding that driving today?
Yeah, it's going really good. It's going real good.
The HQ Holdens, it's quite a competitive category out there. How are you finding being part of the category?
Oh, I love this category. Yeah, it's so much fun. They're not real fast cars, but the racing's awesome, really close, and really enjoying it.
And how long have you been driving for?
This is my second full season with HQs, but did a bit of racing back in New Zealand as well. But yeah, not too much over here.
And did you come up from go-karts, or did you just go straight into the racing category?
Yes, I did karting when I was a kid. A lot of grass karting as well, like dirt karts, and then did a fair bit of karting here when I moved to WA as well, up in the Pilbara. So yeah.
And then made the move to the HQ Holdens.
Yeah, Ryan Davis suckered me in there, but yeah, no, it's been good. So.
He's very good at doing that, isn't he? Congratulations on the race, and good luck for the final race for today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Fantastic. We will be back with more racing from pit lane after this short break.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as our sports cars, sports sedans and street cars head out for race number 2. This one over 15 minutes plus 1 lap for the 100k plate. Here this afternoon, our feature event for your Super Saturday. Don't forget, we are back on again tomorrow for day number 2, kicking off with qualifying at 8:30 in the morning, and our live stream will be up around about 9:30 tomorrow morning. So hopefully you can join us again for what has been an outstanding day of round 2 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2026. And Ryan Humphrey looking pretty good to take out another 100k plate.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's on fire the last few seasons, isn't he? He's won multiple state championships in that car as well, and he's doing a sterling job once again today. And we quite often introduce our local motorsport as being some of the best motorsport you'll see anywhere in Australia at club level, and today has certainly turned it on and made that true, because we've seen some magnificent racing today, and it comes on. And these guys will be doing a great job and trying their very best to get some great racing for you as well. Remembering these guys have 2 warm-up laps, so they're just coming down the pit straight now to line up behind the safety car.
I'd like to see Ron Moller's car get another half a second a lap quicker so that he could run door panel to door panel with Ryan Humphrey.
Well, you looked at car number 3, which is the lovely Porsche of Walter Eppel, and he was very close to Ryan in qualifying, and he actually got the break on Ryan, or got right up with Ryan for the first few laps, and then he seemed to back out of it. He got passed by Ron Moller, and then he just seemed to fall off the pace. So whether he can maintain that pace as well and keep up towards the front of the field to make a real race of it, that'd be great as well. This particular one is going to be over 15 laps. The race has already considered to be started, so they're down to 12 minutes and 40 seconds already.
So Mullet was out there as well in car number 40. He'll start out a P4. That's the S13 Nissan, powered by a big V8. And then we have Peter Callow, the R32 Nissan, the second of the Porsches in Peter McKenzie, car number 62. Then Chris Chevrolet with the BMW E36. Neville Zoccoli in the Chevrolet Camaro. Paul Frost in what we believe is Daniel Miller's car. That was a locally built car for the first of the supercar events. And then we have Gary Utterson, the A9X Tirana. Chris Barton making a return in car number 48. Then Jared Carey using Peter Callow's 350Z Nissan. Paul Cooper and Chris Pavey in car number 247. Is Chris actually out there?
I don't think Chris is out there, no. I think that was fairly terminal what happened to his car over in the S's in that first event, so I don't think we're going to see Chris.
No, he's not there. Definitely not there, unfortunately. That took out one of the very fast cars as they come out onto the MotorMall start-finish line. Wait for the lights to be extinguished, and away we go. And it's Ryan Humphreys and Ron Moller. And Walter Eppel trying to sneak up the inside, but no, backs right out of it on the way into turn number 1 for the first time. So the Porsche staying in second place at the moment as he tries to give Ron Moller in the Trans Am the big hurry up on the way out of turn number 2. But then the horsepower of the Trans Am kicks in and Ron drives away to a 2-car length advantage as they head up and over the top of the hill for the first time.
And of course, needing to remember these guys are also running in different classes. So even though Walter Eppel's back there in third place in that Porsche, he's in first place for the sports cars. So he's leading the sports car race. Ryan Humphrey leading the race outright as well as for the sports sedans. And the street cars at the moment, I'd imagine as being, I think it might be Mullet is a street car, I think.
Yep.
So probably be leading, Mullet would be leading the street cars.
Oh, look at the advantage already. And even under brakes, Ron Moller just moves a little bit towards the back of Ryan Humphreys, but then that elastic band stretches again and Ryan Humphreys moves away from. And then we have the little Porsche, very light and nimble car compared to the 2 big thumping V8s in front of him. Then we've got the S13 Nissan with Mullet in 4th place, being harassed by Peter Callow. And then we have Peter McKenzie in the second of the Porsches out there on the circuit.
Yep, and the cars all safely through their first lap and making their way up through the S's and over the top of the hill, and it's a really good field. I'm really pleased with this field this weekend for this category. It's great to see them having so many cars out on the track. Unfortunately, a little bit stretched out at the moment, even though they're only out on lap 2, but very colourful field and very powerful field of cars there.
There's a lot of V8s out there.
A lot of V8s out there, absolutely, as they all come over the top of the hill once more, and there's a big gap between all of these, unfortunately, and it's Ryan Humphrey who's out in that magnificent XC Falcon that he's built up over the several years, and still leading car 7 of Ron Moller and back to car 3 of Walter Apple, and then a big gap back to Mullet in car number 40, who's not got that much room between himself and Peter Callow, and then back to Pete McKenzie in the Porsche.
The Porsche trying to stay with the R32 Nissan of Peter Callow, who's just in front in the camouflaged Nissan Skyline, the R32.
Yep, and then we've got a gap back behind Peter McKenzie to our camera car, and that's car 75 of Chris Chevrolet. Neville Zoccoli behind them, and then that beautiful A9X Tirana car number 8 of Gary Addison. And then that Group A early supercar VS Commodore of Frost, and then we've got Carey in car 888, I think it is, followed by Chris Barton making debut with that car this weekend, first run for him, and then Cooper in car 55.
Down over the start-finish line to reel off another lap is Ryan Humphrey in car number 30 from 7 Moller. 3 of Walter Apple goes under us. Next will be Robin Mullet in key, and then Callow and McKenzie in 62. And just seeing the development on the E36 BMW of Real coming across the line at the moment. Still a lot of work to be done on that one, but sounds a lot better than the 6-cylinder BMW.
Yeah, it does, and he's in the 63s at the moment, so that's not a bad effort for the first run around MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for a car with so many changes that have been made to it. And as I said earlier in the day, he'll get quicker and quicker, and as he comes to terms with the setup of that car and just getting it to be at its very peak.
Chris Barton trying to hold off Jared Carey and Cooper down towards the back of the field. The Commodore, the 350 Nissan, and Barton's car at the head of those 3. They move down in towards turn number 1, our leaders. They're going to start coming up on this lap traffic when they get down to turn number 6 and head up over the top of the hill. There's still Ryan Hunt from Ron Moller and Walter Apple. He's getting a bit spaced out here now, mate. There's not too much action happening out there on the circuit at the moment, although Peter Callow has come to a stop on the exit of turn number 6 by the look of that, and that will trigger a safety car, because that is right in a pretty precarious down there on the exit of turn number 6.
Not such a bad thing, because Paul Cooper is just about to be eaten up by the leaders. He's in the final position there. In fact, he isn't anymore, because he's just taken Jared Carey. So Jared Carey's about to be eaten up by the leaders, and it's probably not such a bad thing to bring a safety car out, eh? And there it is, because number 1, it bunches the field up again, and it also prevents those guys getting lapped. And it will also make it a clear circuit once more for our race leaders, rather than having to deal with that lap traffic.
We're down to 6.5 minutes remaining in race number 2, as we've gone full course yellow and safety car. So the safety car has already picked up
Paul Cooper instead of the leader, but that's okay. He'll wave Cooper and Carey past when the field comes under control.
It shouldn't be too much of a delay to retrieve the car of Callow that's stuck down there on the exit of turn number 6. But if that was in the HQ race, he would get rear-ended very quickly. Those HQ guys were using all of that asphalt or that concrete apron out there on the driver's left. And that's unfortunately where Peter Callow has come to a stop.
Yes, and I can't claim to have put the commentator's curse on him, because I was about to say the lap before about how reliable that car has been for him over the years, and then it stops on the circuit. But I didn't say that, so I can't take the blame.
You must have read your mind, mate.
Yeah, well,
you've still cursed him.
I did, unfortunately.
So for our live stream, looking at the view into turn number 6, and it's a lot more steeper than what our TV cameras make it out to be. It's a very definite drop. Particularly at the 75 metre mark down to the apex, it really falls away from underneath you. There is the stricken car of Peter Callow on driver's left. We should start seeing Cooper and Jared Carey getting the call through from the safety car to go through. Then they complete a whole lap and get back onto the tail of this field. We're down to 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, so still a couple of laps to go. They can get the Callow car, and you can see the safety car slowed right down to around about 60 kilometres an hour, trying to give them every opportunity to move Peter Callow's car and get this race underway. The 100k Cup, this is race number 2, and we have 4.5 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, just having a look at some pictures on Facebook of the historics at Malala today, and there's been a big triple rollover of what looks to be an XU1 sports sedan Tirana in the LJ Tirana, early 70s model one, a triple rollover, and looks like the driver's out of it safely and everything's good, but that's a pretty exciting bit of action at the Malala circuit in South Australia today. So,
of course, WA represented by 6 drivers over there, and some outstanding photography there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to check that out, go onto Facebook, onto the old Holden page, and see that. So obviously they've been keeping their officials busy over there in South Australia today as well.
And don't forget, when you get home tonight, jump onto YouTube and dial up the Goodwood members meeting over there, the 83rd running of the Goodwood Memorial, the Goodwood members meeting, a fantastic race meeting over there at the Goodwood circuit, a very fast and flowing circuit. There's only one real hard stop, and that's the little chicane before the start finish line, but apart from that, it's definitely a mini circuit, isn't it? They just float those little cars around from one side of the road to the other.
Yeah, lots and lots of very long off-camber corners, and very tricky track, and very much a track you need to be committed at, that's for sure. Well, be committed after you've been there. I'm not quite sure which.
But the consequences are pretty savage.
The consequences are very high, and lots of grass, which is often quite moist to get stuck on the outside. Of course, the circuit where Sterling Moss had his big accident in the early 1960s that ended his Formula One career, and also the circuit where sadly we lost Bruce McLaren in 1970 when the rear of the McLaren M8 came loose off the back of the car, long back straight, and he lost all rear grip and spun and hit one of the flag marshals. So yeah, circuit which has consequences, that's for sure. But for the touring cars and the sports cars that race there now in the historics, they certainly mean business. They're not hanging around, but generally speaking, it's excellent motorsport. It certainly does turn on really good motorsport.
Big fields of cars there as well, a big variety of cars.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is the slightly later model touring cars that go into the 1970s that run at the members meeting, whereas the revival meeting that's later on in the year, that's generally for cars that raced before 1966, which was when the circuit more or less closed for everyday racing. It was still a test circuit after that, but up until 1966 is generally the cut-off of the revival meeting. But yeah, the meeting that we're running this weekend, the members meeting, generally has cars well into the 1970s.
And it's good to see the variety of drivers as well. You've got the professional drivers that come from all around the world, including ex-Formula One drivers like Coulthard, and we've seen Damon Hill race there and that as
Dario
well.
Franchitti, who did many years in IndyCar.
Yeah, and then you've got the average Joe Blow over there that wants to have a run with these professional drivers.
What you've got is also you've got a lot of people who have been very successful in business and amateur gentleman racers, as you like to be called, and quite often still apply themselves very, very well. But they generally have races where they will swap drivers halfway through, and the gentleman racers will invite one of the top line racing drivers of the era, or of just the era that's just passed, to come in and co-drive with them. So you get to see all sorts of drivers in all sorts of different cars, and it really is quite an entertaining race meeting.
Now, speaking of entertaining race meetings, we have our Wanneroo Classic here next Sunday. A full-on day with everything from you can drive your own vehicle and have some tuition. There's lots of car displays happening as well, on-track and off-track activities. Jump on to the WA Sporting Car Club website, and wascc.com.au/classic, and you'll be able to check out the Wanneroo Classic coming your way next weekend right here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a flag come out at the end of this lap, because we're counting down. We've got 9 seconds left of this event, and we're not going to see any more racing with the safety car. I very much doubt. I don't know if the circuit is clear or not, and whether the safety cars. No, the safety cars' lights are still on. So I suspect. Well, they just turned off.
They just turned off.
Well, he's not drawing away from the field though. It's hard to tell because it's a funny light coming over the top of the hill for some reason, but I would suspect he's going to pull off the track and then they're going to throw the checkered flag rather than have a one race.
No, the lights are still actually on.
Yeah, no, it's...
We're down minus 25 seconds now, so yeah, more than likely it will come to a conclusion. We'll just wait and see what race control are going to do here, whether they send them around for one more lap, just as a parade lap, or they will throw the checkered flag. And it looks like we're going to go for one more lap. Our competitors just cruising around right behind the West Australian Sporting Car Club safety car there. Of course, driven this weekend by Jeff Ducky Duckworth and Karen Neese in the communicator seat. Thanks very much, guys, for doing an outstanding job, as per always, you guys. You can see Ducky waving over there out the driver's window.
Yep, hard-working guy up here at the WA Sporting Car Club, and was recently made a life member of the WA Sporting Car Club as well, and very deserved after many years of service, and he's still helping out, which is great to see.
Can pedal.
He can, and he can drive around a car with 4 wheels. He can drive it around on 2 wheels for most of the circuit laps as well. He's what we would call a photographer's delight.
Yeah,
he
loves that turn.
He loves getting up on turn wheels down there, 2 wheels down there. That's absolutely for sure, and very spectacular driver.
So we are down in towards turn number 6 at the moment. I reckon we're going to call this one, Rob.
Yeah, I think so.
Ryan Humphrey taking the win. 2 from 2 for Ryan Humphrey. And then we have Ron Moller in the Trans Am Shadow will take out second place. Walter Eppel in the Porsche will take third. Mullet in car 40, the S13 Nissan, will take fourth. And then Pete McKenzie in the second of the Porsches will round out our top 5. And that's the way they're going to finish in the sports cars, sports sedans and streetcar 100k event. One more race coming up later on this afternoon, and that will be another 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So 2 extended races and 1 12-minute sprint, as we've already had this morning. So hopefully you can stick around and join us for that one. Our next event coming up very shortly for Access Hire over the 15 minutes and 1 lap will be the historic touring cars. We're going to take a very short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as our 100k competitors greet the checkered flag. As we said, Humphrey, Moller and Eppel, first, second and third. We'll be back very shortly here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Just before our historic touring cars make their way out onto the circuit. Demelzo, you've got somebody down there in pit lane.
We are back in pit lane and we've just had the combined categories. We've got Robin Mullet here with us. Robin, how did you go during that race?
Well, I'm pretty disappointed that I clipped Peter's car.
How did you find leading into that before the incident?
Messy.
Messy. And in terms of the car itself, up until that point, how were you finding it driving?
It's fine. It's the same as it always is.
Is there anything that leading into that you feel like you need to do ahead of that, or do you feel like it was just the pack at the time?
No, I should have given more room, I think.
How long have you been racing the cars for, and has combined categories always been, street cars been what you've always been interested in?
I've been racing sprints and hill climbs and Targas for years, but I've been doing this for about 9 months.
And what was can you talk us a little bit about the car that you're currently driving?
I never wanted a Nissan, I never wanted a V8, and now I've got both.
And is it something that you've come up with from the driving from go-karts, or you just fell in love with racing?
I've always loved racing. I've been racing everything I get my hands on since I was 15. I built this after I saw Denver have a huge crash at Targa, and I thought a car with a 6-point cage and a Hans device was better than an open wheeler.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the remaining race today. We've got more coming to you from Wanneroo, MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway very shortly after this break.
Historic touring car racing is brought to you by Access Hire, I Write Signs, Moylan Grain Silos, and Perth Brake Parts.
For Access Hire, our historic touring cars making their way back out onto the circuit for race number 2, over 15 minutes and 1 lap. We've got Martin Dennis up here in the commentary box, and I can see Wendy Covers out there in the Kingswood.
Vibration issues, I'd say probably tyre pickup more than anything else. With Wendy, that's why she pulled out.
Some fairly extensive damage to Peter Piscaneri's car.
Absolutely, very unusual, but as far as how it all come about, and we're just thinking that it's actually a driveline failure, like an axle or diff centre, and it's made it drive on one wheel.
Yep. A couple of times.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as a driver, you come off, thing would turn, and then he straightened up and hopped on the gas, and of course the thing turned hard left. And then he thought, what's going on here? And so he did it again up this end, and it turned right around off the other side. So very unusual.
Yeah.
And yes, there is some.
Yeah. Hopefully not chassis, or is it just some body panels?
A fair bit of body panel.
Yeah, okay.
And the back of the car's moved over a little bit. Everything's fixable. It's going to take a bit of time.
Yep. Time, and that's...
folding stuff.
Yeah. That's why, this category is great, and, we've got the unwritten rules or code of conduct, but you don't like to see that when there was nobody else involved. It was just a mechanical failure that has damaged the car significantly.
Absolutely, yeah. Certainly, that's in. You go, what you can't do. It's one of those things that you don't expect for a start.
No,
and it's I mean, you don't like it to be another car causing things like that particularly, but. Even on your own, it's pretty not a happy place to be in.
It hurts more when it's the car's mechanical failure rather than another driver's. But we've got Mark Cates down there, and alongside him, the 427.
Yep.
Of Don Behet's car 222, and it looks like Don's got the best of the start.
Yes.
He's just going to drive away from Mark Cates.
And he's going to close it off And Mark's really slow off the line there, actually. He hasn't done a very good job of that.
And Mel Bowden hangs on for third in the little Mini, and then we have Graham Woolhouse. Back there is Bill Shipper running around the outside of Gary Croswell in the Chev Impala, and then Wendy Cover rounds out our field. We're missing Ken Waller, unfortunately, who had some damage in race number 1 earlier on this morning.
Yeah, he had the wheel hub, or the hub that holds the back brake backing plate on, actually came adrift.
Yeah, not repairable.
Well, not at the track.
No.
Meaning he had no brake on that wheel, and that's not a happy feeling.
So down into turn number 6, and it's still the big flexy old Mark Cates grabs a big bit of the apex of the corner and gets the Mustang right up on two wheels.
Yep.
And now the horsepower shows as he goes up and over and drives straight past the big Ford Galaxy. And here comes Graham Woolhouse as well in car number 86, trying to slow it up and throws the car sideways to wash a little bit more speed off. These 3 V8s have pulled well away from Mel Bowden in the little Mini in car number 3. Then we go back to Bill Shipper, Gary Croswell, and Wendy Cover rounds out our field.
And Graham Woolhouse slipped up the inside of Don Behetz into turn 1. So he's hard on the chase to get on the tail of Mark.
So you would think that the fight will be between Cates in the orange Mustang, the fastback, and Graham Woolhouse. But again, Graham gets the car really sideways mid-turn 4.
Yeah, it loosens up a bit there. Graham's got a plan. You know, he doesn't have the same horsepower as the orange Mustang of Mark's, and he's just going to try and hassle him until he makes a mistake.
Try and push him, wait for the tyres to come off, or maybe Mark will make a mistake. Now, we already saw a bit of a mistake there on lap number 1 where he clobbered the curb down there in the driver's right at the apex of turn 6. So good for Mark Cates. Was the owner-proprietor of Access Tyre, the naming rights sponsor for 2026. As he big Mustang out onto the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway main straight and comes across the line, and Graham Woolhouse not giving up at the moment, still pushing and actually looking for a run up the inside here. Oh, gets 2 wheels off into the sand on the entry.
Pulled in real tight.
He had to. Cates came across on him, and only 2 car lengths difference now as Woolhouse all over the Cates.
See, Graham's actually done a quicker lap time on lap 2 there.
Yeah, half a second quicker than Mark Cates.
Yeah. It's funny, you be quicker, but not in front.
No, but he was behind Behetz, and now he's pulled well away from Don Behetz as they go down in towards number 6. And behind Behetz is the little Mini now in 4th place with the Datsun 1600 of Bill Shipper in 5, Gary Croswell in the Chev Impala, and then Wendy Cover in Kingswood.
And yeah, actually, I'm just looking at the times as we go through this, Vaughan, and Wendy around in 16s. It's not record breaking, but it's not too shabby.
No, it's not shabby at all, as Graham Woolhouse has a real good look.
Oh, that's a bit of a slide.
Drives it out of turn number 7 from one side of the racetrack to the other. Would you be able to have a look at Graham's tyres after this one? Because I don't think they were good to start with, but there's not much left on them at the moment. You can see him sideways out of turn number 1 again.
Yeah, he's working it.
He's certainly pushing hard, trying to force a mistake from Mark Cates. They go through turn number 4.
He's right back on the tail there. I mean, the Cates' Mustang, it's got more straight line grunt, if you like, more power. It makes it hard to, unless he makes a blue, it's going to be for Grant to actually get past.
Only 8/100ths get difference for that last lap.
Yeah, wow.
As we pick up on the Impala, all sideways out of turn number 1, going up and through the bus stop area. Hard on the brakes into turn number 4, and just swing the back of the Impala out again through turn number 4.
Just block the track and away you go.
Yeah. As our leaders, that again, Woolhouse gets it all sideways and snaps off turn number 7. And it's still Cates, only just. And now Woolhouse ranging up alongside of him. I don't think he's going to be able to run around the outside there, because Cates will move over to the left and block that line. But definitely the little 289 outdoing the 351.
Yeah, certainly, like in that braking, turning, it's a more nimble vehicle.
Well, again, it just loses traction through turn 4. And up and over the top of the hill and down in towards 6. This has been a really good lap here for Gary Croswell as he gets the Impala a bit sideways again. And across the line he goes, car number 30.
Gary's got it down into the 15s. He was running in the 16s. He's down 15s. He's sort of picking the seconds away slowly. That's good. Takes a bit of doing. Big car like that.
Yeah.
And drum brakes. You know, it's an early car.
Well, they're going to go away as this race continues. As we pick up with our leaders now into turn number 7, it's still Mark Cates by lengths over Graham Woolhouse. Graham keeps the car nice and straight this time on the exit. So maybe just giving the tyres a little bit of a breather at the moment.
He's playing on watching. You watch his lines, and he's coming down into the mirror so that Mark can see him.
Tight radius corner there at turn number 1 for Graham, and Mark let the car drift out to mid-track where Graham hugged the all the way around. I think he is definitely trying to preserve these tyres, maybe for a last couple of lap attack on Mark Cates.
Yeah, well, got to have a crack.
Yeah, well, you got to have a crack, but you got to stay with the bloke in front until then and look after your equipment.
Impala having a big fishy out of the corner.
Again, we can see the Impala snapping sideways, and so was Mark Cates down there in turn number 6. So he drives away a little bit up and over the top of the hill, but under brakes, as you said, Martin, the little 289 closes up under brakes. So, yeah, in the turning section, Graham Woolhouse has got it all over Mark Cates, but in a straight line, the big 351, this is going to be a move.
No, he's not going to get up there, but he's making sure Mark knows he's there. It's a good thing we're in a non-contact sport.
Yeah, some other categories would argue with that.
Yeah, be tapping the bumper to say I'm here.
As we watch them into turn number 4. Woolhouse is another big slide there. Must be pretty unnerving. They are a fairly heavy car, and to have it just to start to move underneath you, it'd be a little bit daunting.
Like I think, Vaughan, the drivers get used to the way the cars perform, if you like, on track. Graham is saying it is moving around a lot more than he would normally be.
I think also with a car like that, even though it does have a bit of weight behind it, it's got a fair bit of grunt behind it too, and you can control it with your throttle rather than having to worry too much about the steering.
Well, we were talking about that with actually the diffs and so on, and Graham says just drive it on the back wheels.
Yeah, basically. So it would be well and truly controllable. In fact, I think it'd be quite fun. But it's not fast, so you don't want to do it too often, and it's also going to fry up your back-to-back tyres, so you're going to...
This is going to slow you down more.
Yeah, and run out of grip, and he is starting to actually fall off the back of Cates now as well. He's not as close this time down to turn 1 as what he has been for the last couple of laps, so... Coming to, starting to count down this time now. We're down to about 3 minutes and 40 seconds before we're going to see the last lap board come out. So Mark Cates has still got a fair bit of work in front of him to keep Woolhouse behind. He's actually closed back up again as they go over the hump into BP.
Up through that section of, 2-3.
Yep.
So, Graham's a lot quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine Graham's car is probably a little bit lighter as well than what the Cates car would be, particularly across the front axle as well.
Oh, particularly there, yeah. Well, admittedly, the engine in the X69 actually sits back a fair way comparatively to the front cross member, if you like.
Oh, okay. So it'd probably be a little bit more balanced.
You'd think so, yeah. Even though it's a fair chunk heavier.
Yep.
We're talking, I think it's 50 kilos.
But the grunt in the straight line, though, is Cates as he comes to turn 7. He's pulled that 10 car distance again between himself. But look at it close up, as Vaughan's been saying, under brakes and around the corner. But yeah, I think Cates has got this well under control at the moment.
Absolutely.
2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining as we have a look at Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600, a beautifully prepared little car, and this thing is fairly reliable for Bill. It's going now for quite a while. It's done a lot of laps around here.
They're such lovely little cars. The way they sit on the track and everything, they're really, really nice little cars.
You're a bit biased there, are you, mate?
Oh, look, I always have a soft spot for them, but they're just a lovely looking little car, and they just sit so flat on the track and everything. They're just, really, really purposeful little car.
Well, I love me Cortinas, and there's none out there.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a dry spell with Cortinas.
Yeah, I see. I think it was the Vandenrijt's cars are up for sale. The
yeah,
TCs.
I knew Mike was decided, enough's enough, like age-wise. He's got to a stage where racing's no longer him, and so move the cars on.
Been doing it a very, very long time, hasn't he?
Yes.
So, yes. One of the biggest shames for the Datsun 1600 and the P10s is they never brought the 2 doors into Australia. That
There's not, apart from the look, there's not a lot of difference.
No.
I mean, I'd appreciate a two-door. I mean, the door pillar would be where my seat is rather than in front of it.
Yep,
But,
exactly.
That Impala didn't sound good.
Oh dear.
Like it was on 4.5 cylinders.
It's not blowing the smoke, which is...
It may just be an exhaust system coming, a header or something coming loose or something.
Still snapping it sideways. Three exits there. We're having a look now with Graham Woolhouse right in the boot lid of the Mark Cates car as they come up on Bill Shipper.
Bill's making them think a bit. That's good.
They're going to have to go to driver's right, which is done. Bill stays over to driver's left. And Mel Bowden.
Oh, Mel Bowden off the track, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's come to a stop.
Land. Yep.
So that should be in the old, I think, the old section.
I think that's the short track, is it?
Yep, just on the entry to the short track. I can just see the top of the roof of the Mini. But now there it is. There's the change for the lead.
Is he going to stop it, though?
I don't know. Woolhouse going to throw this sideways. Yeah, and Cates throws it sideways as well. So are we going to get the 1 lap to go? No, we've got another 2 laps of this to go. So Mark Cates has got it all in front of him now. He's got to try and get past car number 86 of Graham Woolhouse, who we've been saying has got the best of it through the braking and the turning. But straight line, it's all the orange car of Mark Cates.
Yes, this is going to be interesting to see how Mark manages where he's at.
Well, has Graham been conserving his tyres and now is going to make a break and try and drive away from him?
That'd be a nice thought.
Yes, it would be.
It adds to the drama as Cates trying to get down the inside of him into turn number 6. He's not going to do it down there.
Yeah, Graham's not going to give him any free space.
It's going to be very interesting to see the difference in the 351 against the 289 as they come out of turn 6.
Here we go.
Over the hill.
So 2 car lengths difference on the exit
straight
of
down
turn 6.
Oh, geez, look at this, side by side into the brake.
And Cates has done it.
Yeah, well...
He's got to stop it yet.
Yeah.
Big brake lock-up.
Yeah, you had a lock-up on the right front there.
And that actually, that lock-up and the way that he cut across the inside of the apex there actually helped him because it stopped Woodhouse from being able to get down the inside of him and do the over and under coming out of the corner. So
last lap, guys. You're going to put a...
I think Cates will get it.
You reckon?
I think so.
Well, he's back in front now and got half a car length on Graham Woolhouse, who gets his car snapping sideways on the exit of turn number 1. There's only 2 more opportunities to go. He won't do anything about him here as the car breaks loose again through turn number 4. He can probably...
car lengths back there. He might struggle to get on it enough down into turn 6.
Yeah, I think Cates has got too much over him at the moment for a pass down in 6. So
I think
that would
Cates
leave
must have either messed up a gearbox, a gear change, or just been caught unawares because he's certainly disappearing again.
It's got to get closer to him to have any type of attack down here at turn number 7, and you can see there's nearly 100 metres difference between both of them as they come over the hill for the final time. Mark Cates for access higher. He's lost it there on the entry. That's going to give Woolhouse an opportunity. Throws it sideways, big fishtail, and it's not going to work. It goes to Mark Cates, 2 from 2. Here today for race number 2 over the 15 minutes and 1 lap. Cates takes it from Woolhouse.
Very happy man too, arm out the window and having a good shake of the fist out the window.
That was a good drive.
Well done to Mark Cates.
That was a great drive by Graham. The little Mustang was fairly wound up and great show. Yeah, absolutely.
So that augurs well for the final event for these guys later in the
Gary
afternoon.
Croswell got the big Impala sideways. The big 180 right in front of the Ford opposite. The Galaxy, the 427 of Don Behetz. He comes across the line in 3rd place. And
there'd definitely be a point of no return once the tail of that thing starts to get past you. You wouldn't be able to do very much about it. But
lucky nobody was on the outside of him because that thing would have been the biggest fly swat you've ever seen. There's Wendy Cover coming across in the Holden Kingswood, driving for Bob.
For brother Bob.
Yep.
And she's fairly happy with that as well.
Yeah, so really looking forward to the 3rd race for these guys later in the afternoon. They're starting again side by side off the front row, so that should be excellent.
Yeah, over a slightly shorter distance for the last race of the day here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Thanks very much, Martin.
No worries. We'll see you at the next one.
We'll look forward forward to getting some latest happenings for the Access Hire historic touring cars very, very shortly. We've got a huge field of Formula Vs for their last race. We are going into the final round of racing here this afternoon at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Hope you're enjoying the beautiful sunshine up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll take a very short break, and then we're going to catch Demelza Leonard down there in the pit area, and she's going to bail up one of our historic touring car drivers. We'll be back very shortly with more from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We are back in pit lane for the WA Sporting Car Club Championships round 2. We've got Graham Woolhouse after that sensational drive there. You came in second. How are you feeling after that?
Very tired.
Really tired?
A lot of work out there.
Talk us through what was going through your mind whilst you were racing Mark out there.
Not hit that car, but beat it.
And how's the car travelling today? You come in second in that last race. How did you find driving it out there on the track?
It was slippery out there.
Yeah.
Slippery, not much braking. It's been like it all day.
How are you finding the rest of the pack today and racing with the competitors?
Well, it's a bit of a shame that we're down to about 5 or 6 cars now. We started with a few, but we've had some crashes, some breakdowns, but it's still a good day. Still a good day. Yeah, we've enjoyed it.
And can you tell us a little bit about your car as well? Like, can you give us a bit of a walkthrough?
Well, it's a race car that was built back in the 80s for a guy named Harry Ferrer, and I bought it about 15 years ago. And we've been developing it ever since. We're getting there. I think we're at the top of our game. We're sort of first in class out there, but we're racing everybody.
How long have you been driving and racing for?
15 years.
15 years. And did you? What made you choose this particular car?
Had to be a Ford, and what better car than a Mustang?
Fantastic. Well, Graham, good luck for the final race for today.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. There's one more race for the historic touring cars, thanks to Access Hire, coming up. But we will be coming right back for some more racing after this short break.
Home Chef. Great tasting chef-prepared meals. Healthy, delicious and nutritious. That's the Home Chef promise. Home Chef. Real food. Delicious, nutritious, delivered.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litec Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
We move into the final round of racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed the action. So don't forget, 8:30 tomorrow morning, qualifying for day 2 of round 2 of the 2026 West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championship here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway, and we're looking at the Formula Vs out there on the circuit. So now we go back to our 12-minute plus 1 lap events, and just in commentary is Miles Lockett. Miles, what's been happening between race 2 and 3?
Mate, massive repairs to Isaac Scary's AJ. They have got it repaired and back on track, so a massive effort by Bate down and then the Scary Racing team. Sorry, I've Ross Campbell. Apologies, Ross Campbell has been actually taken to hospital as a precaution because he did hit his head quite hard on the side of the bodywork as he was sort of riding over the top of Isaac there. So he's gone to hospital as a precaution. But apart from that, he's A-OK, which is the main thing. The car actually just came back to the pits before David drove it back. He said, a couple of the brakes are locked on and things like that. But apart from that, until they obviously take the bodywork off and have a decent look, the car's actually stood up really well, considering that was a pretty wild ride. Main thing is both guys are okay. Isaac's a bit shaken up as well. Look, even Andrew was shaken up because he was right behind, had to take avoiding action or else he may have been a part of it too. So, but still a good quality field as usual, as we see the 1600 battle all day long has been really, really superb. So it'd be interesting to see how David Campbell goes from P5. But this time we've got David Casely on pole with the brand new, probably I think it's the first Sabre O2B built out of Australian Vito Performance in Victoria. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. And that is, I went down and had a look at that car, and it is just immaculate. You could eat your lunch off it. It is such a great piece of engineering. And, Daniel Reynolds and his dad over there do a terrific job when it comes to supporting Formula V, and people behind the Sabre O2s. They took the building rights from Mike Borland at Spectrum. That's where those cars used to be previously.
So it will be Dave Casely in car number 7 on pole position, and alongside him Jason Fowler in car number 10, then Callum Lamont, Rod Lisson and Dave Campbell and Kathy Lisson. That's our top 6, our top 3 rows, and we are waiting green flag being on display down at the back of the field. Red lights are on and away we go, and it's a great start from Jason Fowler. Quickly snatches second gear, but here comes Dave Casely. He's already moved up side by side, and it will be Casely. It leads them into turn number 1, only just from Fowler around the outside.
Yeah, great start from Dave, followed by Callum Lamont third. Rod Lisson got a good jump. He's in fourth, back to Dave Campbell. Then Kathy Lisson again. She got that great. That car is so good off the line. So she's right with them. Let's hopefully she can try and stick with them during the course of this one. We've got another 8 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Ronald Block, back to Matty Matthews. Then it's Vidi Paduano, who's got ahead of Michael Lloyd. And then the first of the 1200 cars being Andrew Lockett, and he's got Sammy Casely in the 1600 Jacer behind him. And as I said, Isaac is out there. Brett Scary's as well. The reason why he pulled off at turn number 1, again, he had an issue with the coil. So they've now put a brand new coil in instead, and hopefully that will get him through the distance in this one.
Okay, we wait. Here's our leaders coming down into turn number 7. It's Casely from Fowler in car number 10. And looks like that was Callum Lamont. That was right on the edge there.
Wasn't it just, yeah. He was right on the edge of that curb there. And it's a curb you do not want to hit hard in a Formula V, that's for sure. But really, he's only had this car for just over a year, so he's still coming to grips with it, because these Sabre O2s are a little bit of a unique beast compared to the Jacers. I mean, each different chassis has got its own characteristics. Whether it be a Jace or an AJ, or just watching Dave Casely up through the left-hander sliding
throw
the
it
car.
in.
yeah, that's the typical Dave Casely style, which is really, really fun to watch. He's sort of like, I'd probably class him as the Ray Stubber of Formula V when it comes to putting a car sideways.
Down into turn number 6. Things still the same with Casely over Fowler, Lamont, Rod Lisson, Dave Campbell still in P5, and then we have Kathy Lisson. We'll wait and see what happens with our 1200s once they come back up and over the top of the hill, but it looks like it would be Andrew Lockett in front from Isaac Scarey and Brett Scarey.
Yeah, Brett's made a good charge. Again, that had a very poor start was Mackenzie Gow. She just went backwards and got gobbled up by a lot of the field, so she's now back in P17 behind Mark Quinn and her father Campbell Gow. So a bit of a shame there for Maddie. But the 1200s, yes, we've got Andrew Lockett just out in front, followed by Sammy Casely is in the 1600. Then the Campbell now in second place. He's rounded up Isaac Scarey. Look,
Isaac.
Yeah, I don't believe that car of Isaac is going to be. There's a massive whack, so there's a possibility there could be a bit of steering geometry or something like that, which is not great for that car.
It's worked for him at the moment. He's just got past Campbell Gow.
Yep.
And your old car.
Yes, yeah. Actually, Mark Quinn's doing a great job. He's right on the back of Campbell, and he's got Mackenzie just behind. They've got a 1600 in Ben Wilkins behind them in the green car, followed by Michael Lloyd in the GAC. We've just seen Vidi Panuanu, unfortunately, he's made it into the pits. And I haven't seen Brett Scarey come back. Actually, there he is. He's at the back of the field, just in front of Alan Yeo in the Repco, with Amanda Hollis in the Venom just behind them.
So out onto the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway front straight, it's still Dave Casely. He's got 4 or 5 still over Jason Fowler for Giant Mandra, and then we go back to Callum Lamont. Good side-by-side battle with Dave Campbell on the driver's left and on the red car on driver's right. And nothing that Dave Campbell's going to be able to do about Rod Lisson out there. He's 1 or 2 car lengths behind him. He might be able to get close on the entry into turn number 4, but definitely no chance of a pass from that far back.
Yeah, a bit surprised at the 1600s in this one. Have a little bit strung out. I would have expected them to be a little bit closer, but again, there's been a lot of little changing of jetting to the fair conditions during between races 2 and 3, and obviously it looks like Dave Casely's gone the right way, and so is actually I don't think Jason Fowler was doing much with the Sabre when I went down and had a bit of a look. So I think he's pretty much just kept that car as it rolled off the trailer this morning. So if it's going quick, why bother fixing it?
So that's Brett Scarey in 4 that's just gone around turn number 1 there. So he's running around in 16.2s.
Yep, yeah, the car
probably
just doesn't look fast, so he may still be having coil issues, unfortunately, that car, which is a real shame, because really great to see Brett back here again, to be honest. A stalwart of the category and helps out obviously a lot with his wife Michelle with BM Graphics and Promotions, and they do a superb job for the club.
So Jonathan's sitting out this weekend?
He is, yeah. He the AJ of his, he came
Oh, there he is. He's over there.
Yeah,
G'day, Jonathan.
Yeah,
How are you,
he's
mate?
waving at us, yes. Unfortunately, last weekend he was at the Zetson Hyundai, and they had a bit of an air leak in the motor, and the motor leaned out, and unfortunately they weren't able to get that repaired in time. So that's why, unfortunately, Jojo's in the infield there, next to Simon Bate and next to his mum Michelle, enjoying the action as always.
Yeah, for a Formula V race, they've actually the 1200s are all now as well.
Yeah, they are. I mean, look, Isaac's starting to hunt down Andrew here, so whatever, he's obviously maybe trying to drive around the conditions that he was sort of facing with the car. He has set the fastest lap time in terms of the 1200, so we've got 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go, so we'll race another 3 or 4 laps. We might be interested to see, come the final lap, there might be a race on for the 1200 win.
Jason Fowler is only 4/10 away from setting a new lap record.
Wow, yeah, he is too.
So that's very, very quick in these type of conditions because there's not a lot of cloud cover out there at the moment. The surface completely bathed in sunshine, which, as we know, it projects UV light onto the surface and makes the rubber that's already down, it makes it go very, very soft. So a lot of people would think, well, that's great, you got soft rubber and it give you more adhesion, but it doesn't. It actually makes the tyre grip move from side to side, and it actually slows the car down.
Absolutely, yeah. So back to the 1200s, and a really super drive here actually from Quinn. He's now in 3rd position of the 1200s in front of the Gows. Campbell followed by Mackenzie, and he's down in the 13. So really, really great effort for Mark in the number 40 AJ 99. As the leaders round up Amanda Hollis coming down into turn number 7. So she'll now go a lap down. And then they're going to be coming up to Brett Scarey to put a lap down on the CDV. And apparently we've got the camera car with Dave Casely as he slices down the inside into turn number 1.
Yep, we're going to do a complete lap of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway here on board with Dave Casely. So currently in third gear at the moment. He'll snap it up into fourth about now.
Yep.
And a lot of these cars will hold fourth gear all the way around through this big long left-hander.
Correct.
In fact, this 1600 will hold fourth gear all the way. Oh, he gets a bit loose there on the exit of turn number 4. Dave Casely will hold fourth gear now until he gets down to the bottom of the big hill at turn number 7. As we see him line up for the entry into turn number 6. A very deceitful corner, this one. It's very deceptive. You can turn in too early and blow it, or you can turn too late and end up out in the sand.
Absolutely.
So you've got to get it exactly right. Hit that apex right in the middle of the right-hander, and then allow the car to float right out as far as you can. Brings it up and over the top of the hill. Hard on the brakes now. Back into third gear. Look for the brake marker and tilt it in. Let the car run right out to that ripple strip on driver's left and hit fourth gear and fly down the MotorMall Wanneroo main straight.
Yeah, and that was a lap time of 67.9 that time through. So again, only 9/10 off the lap record, which he currently holds at a 67.0680.
Well, yeah, Fowler was 6/10 away from a lap record on that lap, so maybe starting to get a little bit flustered by Dave Casely in front.
Yeah, the tyres may be starting to get a little bit overpressured by now, and but he is sort of sitting in prime position where he's in the tow, so getting the benefit up, especially up and over the hill.
2 laps to go here.
7. Okay, two laps to go. Now, we've had a change in the 1200 battle. Isaac Scarey has managed to get ahead of Andrew Lockett. So a great job there by Isaac, driving around the issues that he had from race number 2. And the bonus is with Isaac too is obviously he finished the race too. So even though he had that massive incident, he managed to still finish the race and gather points, which is what obviously this category is all about, is finishing races and gathering points. As we've got a change for the race lead, do we? Yes, we do. Jason Fowler sweeps around the outside of Dave Casely into turn number 7, and it looks like we're on the last lap board right now. Yep, so last lap commenced for our 2 race leaders, Dave Casely and Jason Fowler.
4/10 of a second difference there as Jason Fowler drove around the outside of Dave Casely. They've got a good break on face, which is Callum Lamont having a pretty lonely race out there. He's got nobody to draft with. Doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him because it's a good couple of 100 metres to the next car back, which will be car 58 of Dave Campbell, who's got in front of Rod Lisson by 25 metres as they tilt their way in towards turn number 4 as we go back on board with Dave Casely as he looks to line up Jason Fowler on the entry into turn number 6. And he gets right into the gearbox there. You can see how close this wheel-to-wheel action is on board these Formula Vs. As for the last time, out of turn number 6, up and over the top, has Dave Casely in 7 in second position. Has he got anything left in the tank for Jason Fowler as he lines him up down into turn number 7, up the inside, Fowler to the outside, Casely to the inside. Drag race. They touch wheels on the way out of turn number 7. It's going to be Fowler in car number 10. It takes it by half a car length over Dave Casely in car number 7.
Great finish.
Out onto the main straight for the last time was Callum Lamont. Then it'll be Dave Campbell in 58 from 71 of Rod Lisson, and then a long way back to Kathy Lisson.
In 6th position, so then it's back to Reynolds Block, followed by the battle between Matty Matthews and Michael Lloyd coming into the final corner. And Amanda Hollis 1 lap down behind them. But then the battle for the 1200s, I think at this stage it's going to be, it's getting closer. Yeah, Isaac Scarey is there, but Andrew Lockett is coming ranging up to try the over and under out of turn number 7. No, he's not quite close enough, and it's going to be Isaac Scarey who's going to take a fantastic win considering his trials and tribulations in race number 2, and that will actually be a round win as well. So a fantastic effort from Isaac. Back towards the next pack, and it's going to be Mark Quinn who's going to take 3rd position in this race for the 1200s. Back to Mackenzie Gow, Campbell Gow, then it's back to Ben Wilkins in the Polar, followed by Dave Stuckenberg in the Mako, and that rounds out the field. Unfortunately, we lost Wanneroo during the course of that race after 1 lap. Campbell a non-starter in that one.
Well, as usual, Formula V racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, actually on point. It's been a fantastic day of racing, and everybody gets to go home. And unfortunately there for Ross, he's a bit of a delay getting home, but it's great to hear that he is A-OK and just going for some precautionary checks.
Absolutely.
Mate, thank you very much for your help today.
Pleasure as always.
See you down at McCracken House.
We will.
Our trophy presentation's about 30 minutes after the conclusion of the final race, as we pour the Retrovision Hyundai Excel Cup coming up very, very shortly. I'm going to take a bit of a break, get a couple of big, deep breaths into the system before we have a 30-car Hyundai Excel Cup. Brought to you by Retrovision here at MotorMall Raceway. Back very shortly. Down in the pit area, Demelza has picked up Isaac Scary.
We are here back in pit lane. We've got for the Formula V's, thanks to Home Chef, and he's just gotten out of the car. Isaac, you did pretty well today. You're going to be happy with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy with first place. Something, obviously an accident happened race 2. So from coming back to that and winning is pretty surreal.
Talk us through today. How have you found your car going throughout the races?
My car's been really quick. Obviously you can see a bit of patch up work there, but other than that, it's flying, which is really good.
This race in particular, it was quite exciting to watch. What was going through your head as you were driving?
Honestly, I was just get to the front, stay in front. That was my whole mindset for the race, and it paid off. So,
now you are part of one of the families who are part of the Formula V's. How long have you been racing for?
So this is my 3rd year racing. So I'm 17 years old. It's my 3rd year racing, and to be up at this level, fighting with the competitors up at the front, it's I'm honoured. So grateful.
And you raced your brother a fair few times. How are you feeling today that you've brought home the win?
Yeah, my dad had some bad luck. Same with my brother. He couldn't get out there today. So I'm here representing the Scary Racing team. So I'm happy to bring it home.
And talk us a little bit, were there any slipstreams? Because obviously when it comes to Formula V, slipstreams really do work in your advantage. Did you have many today?
I definitely did. Against Andrew Lockett. Coming down into turn 7, I was just right behind him, and then I dive bombed him. So it's slipstream is a real thing in these things.
Fantastic. Well, Isaac, congratulations. A fantastic win for you today.
Thank you.
And we will see you probably back on the track in the next round.
Cool. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, we do have the other winner for Formula V's. How are you today?
Good, thanks. Yeah, not too bad.
Now, that was a sensational win. That was straight to, very, very exciting to watch. What was going through your head?
I just thought if I got behind Dave, a bit of a push and get away from the others and just sit and waited for the last lap and had a crack, and it all worked.
We did just speak to Isaac and talked about the beauty of a slipstream. Now, that looked like that might have been what worked for you.
Yeah, slipstream does help coming over the hill and down the straight there. So you just get it in the right spot and it works well.
How have you found the track to be today?
Good, yeah, our track feels nice. I was here yesterday, it was good. It's good both days. Really good racing. There's not many yellow flags, so it's been good.
We normally see, obviously, it was a little bit wet overnight. It did impact the track just very slightly this morning. Does that work in your favour?
Oh, this morning I was really slow. It was too slippery.
Not so much?
No, as the day's gone, it's better for me, so it's good. So.
And who was probably your major competitors apart from Dave today?
Oh, Callum, Rod, DC. Well, DC's in my old car, so he was winning, so he's really quick. So.
And how long have you been racing Formula Vs for?
About 2011 I started. Yeah, so it's been good.
Was it something you fell into, or have you come up through go-karts? Or
I used to race motorbikes years ago. I got too old for that, and a work colleague had a 1200, so he lent it to me, and that's how it started.
And the community here in WA for Formula Vs is absolutely sensational. It's so warm and embracing. How are you finding being part of that community for quite some time?
Oh, they're really helpful. Everyone helps each other. No one's going to take you out. It's really good fun racing. Close.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank for support and sponsors today?
Myself. Giant Mandra, my bike shop. And Sabre. This is a brand new car they built last year. Best car I've had. The Sabre racing cars. Really good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations and well done on your race today.
Thank you. Yeah, good. Have a good day. No worries, thanks.
And that's it from us here at Pit Lane for now. There's another race coming very, very shortly. It'll be on after these ads.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money. Because at Retrovision, we have more ways to save on all the electrical stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Motec Mechanical, Dash Simulators and Events, and Excel Garage.
Welcome back to MotorMall. Wanneroo Raceway for Retrovision is the World Cup. And a big field of cars, nearly 30 cars, I believe, down there on the dummy grid. And we've seen some outstanding racing from these guys again today. It's one of our standout categories here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. They are a very, very competitive bunch of guys and girls out there as well. There's a couple of girls that race in this category as well. And as Miles Lockett was saying, our Formula Vs over here in Western Australia, we have 5 females racing in that category, which can make up to 20% of the field. And it's good to see that we've got the 2 girls out in this one, and being from the Cove family.
It has been a big push by Motorsport Australia over at least the last decade, is women in motorsport, and it's good to see that a lot of those coming to fruition, and that we're getting, certainly here in Western Australia, a lot of women into motorsport. And as you can see from their performances and from the outstanding job they're doing, there should be nothing holding you back if you're a woman and you want to come and do motorsport, because we've got some pretty competitive women out there. That's
You're
for sure.
definitely not out there just to make up the numbers.
No.
Some of these women, they drive hard, like Kathy Lisson, the current state Formula V champion, and not having today with a couple of 6th and 5ths, but normally we see Kathy right up there at the front, and it's all about the reliability and the consistency of grabbing points.
We've often had women drivers here in Western Australia. We've had quite a few women drivers over the time that I've been involved, which is coming up towards 56 years. But don't want to age myself too much, but in the time that I've been up here at Wanneroo Raceway watching motorsport, I mean, we've had, Jan used to race a Mini up here and many years ago, and we had Liz Payne used to run a Mini up here many years ago. We had a Singaporean girl come over here for the 6 hour in 1971, I think it might have been. Anne Wong came over and raced here, and she was a Singaporean race driver. We had several other women over the years. Teresa Cook, who's now Teresa Lupton, raced for many years in street cars, and Yeah, there's a Girls on Track community hub at the track tomorrow who is coming up as well. So that's something that's worth watching soon. So look, we've had Ruth Bray was another one who raced in street cars in the early 1970s.
Sue Palermo,
yes,
able to take a Bathurst victory in the production car 6 hour.
Yep, we've had a few of them come through HQs as well over the years, and Rabina and a few others. So look, we've had, and I'm sure I've left many of them out. But yeah, we've had lots and lots of women over the years here in Western Australia, and it's great that they've really started to amp up the profile of women in motorsport, because there really is nothing to stop you coming up here and doing it and being successful.
Well, speaking of stopping us, there's nothing stopping these 30 Hyundai Excels that are about ready to head out onto the track, and it looks like it's going to be Zane Rhodes and Tristan Clamp who will be on the front row, and that is exactly right. Then we have Harry Burns and Will Panizza, and those four and a few others contributed to an outstanding race too earlier on today.
They did. Carlos Ambrosio, Michael Clark, Dean Hill and Alex Hills are the next on the grid. And then we've got Shane Byrne, Steve McGregor, Brodie O'Brien and Noah Byrne. Takes us back to position 11 and 11 and 12. And then we've got Adam Hasty, Cody Coleman, Lachlan Cove and David Charnley back to position 16 in this huge grid of Retrovision cars, Hyundai cars. And then we've got Craig Frieto, Dion Rouge, Wesley Lauer, Chase Wildman, who's making his way back from starting on the back of the grid, John Schultz, Paul Hewitt, Brad Ward, Wagner de Souza. It'll be interesting to see if Wagner's back out there again. I doubt he will be. So. And then we've got Jacques Zizenhal. I'm saying that wrong and I apologise, but I have to sit down and work that out with some...
there he is there, car 10.
Yeah, we'll have to sit down and work that out phonetically later on and work out how to say it and then practice over the next month.
That's just Jacques.
Yeah, we'll just say Jacques. But nonetheless, a brilliant field of Excels as they're out there again. And what we need is someone to write that name down phonetically for us and then give it to us, and then we'll be able to say it. There was Adrian Sharon Carnival, who was up here many, many years ago as well. It took us a long time to work out how to say his name as well, because it wasn't spelt the way that it was said.
Sounds there.
Yeah. But
it was a very tricky one, that one.
It
so
was
it looks
indeed.
like we're on board with car number 13, which will be Tristan Clamp, I believe. So he'll be starting alongside the car in front of 73 of Zane Rhodes. They're just weaving, trying to get some tyre temperature and brake temperature in, and you can see how hard they throw that steering wheel to try and scuff those tyres up, which you get the heat in the tyre, and then the heat radiates from the brake out to the tyre, and it heats that carcass up and makes the point nice and sticky as they come out of turn number 7 and get ready to line up. So now they've finished doing the weaving. They're not allowed to weave anymore. So now what they'll do is a couple of little burnouts with actually not coming to a stop. You're not allowed to come to a stop. So you can go fairly slowly, but as long as the car does not stop and come to a stationary conclusion, you can do a couple of burnouts, which of course also excites that rubber and gets it nice and hot, but it also allows you to put your foot hard on the brake as well and try and get some more temperature into those tyres.
Yeah, good to see a new sponsor in Pat Rando Homes also on car 73 of Zane Rhodes down there on pole position. It's going to be interesting to see if he can just disappear from this field now that he's starting from that pole position, given that he has been the standout in 2026 so far in these Hyundai Excels, although we're only in our second round here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Well, it looks like we might be missing Shane Burns. I can see 2 of the Burns cars. Where's the third one?
If you remember, Shane fell back quite a bit and didn't finish the last race.
There's a hole next to Noah Byrne.
Yeah, that would be
O'Brien.
Yeah, that would be O'Brien. But anyway, nonetheless, their field is all lined up. We've had the green flag, the red light's on, and we're away. And a great start by Tristan Clamp. He just takes off into the distance. He left Zane Rhodes there snoozing away. So great start for him, and he's in the lead already into turn 1. Side by side for third place, though, as they head down there between Harry Burns and Will Panizza. And it's going to be Burns who just gets in front of Panizza, and then it's back to Carlos Ambrosio. And then I think it might be Alex Hills just in front of Dean Hill.
Other way around. Dean Hill, 53 in front of 7 of Alex Hill. They pulled away and got a little bit of a gap back to Steve McGregor in the Napa Autos car. And behind him is O'Brien as well. And it looks like a fairly good start for everybody. They've made it up and over the top of the hill. The heads down and try and get to the front. We've got 8.5 minutes remaining. Lap record held at a 1 minute 11.3. I don't think that's going to change. Not the correct weather conditions right now.
Zane's managed to get back into the lead now, so we've got Zane Rose back in the lead. He's gotten back over the top of Tristan on the other side of the circuit, and Tristan Clamp now starting to come under a fair bit of fire from Harry Burns as they come down into turn 7 for the first time, and they're all pretty much line astern, so they're sizing themselves up, sizing each other up at the moment, seeing where their strengths and weaknesses are. Good battle further back in the field. Look at this gaggle coming onto the pit straight now, three wide as they come down, and that will be the Coves. So that's and that's gotten into him big time, but they're going to cut that up. I think that they're going to be able to get back onto the
well done
straight.
To everybody.
Yeah, well done to those guys and girls. They've done a very good job down there to get back on again, but that was very aggressive, and I thought that looked like a bit of a danger pack came out of turn 7, and it proved itself to be the case. But Lachlan Cove is the one who's managed to get out the front.
Safety car for some reason.
Ah, okay.
What has happened around the circuit somewhere?
I'm sure we'll pick that up fairly shortly. So let's look at these guys and make sure that they're all going to see this safety car and the yellow flags.
And no passing unflags?
No.
And we've already seen a couple. Oh, there's one off over there in the wall.
Ah, yes, there is indeed.
On the other side of the side straight here.
Yeah, can't quite see what that car is. It's obviously a white car. But
I wonder if that's made contact.
That looks like it has made contact. I think I can see a bit of a V in the bonnet there in the middle of the windscreen. So we'll have to wait and see which car that in fact is, and we'll wait till we see our...
Oh, there it is. That's gone in hard. Car number 99. So that has gone in very hard. And Schultz, the brand new wrap on that car has gone from green to the white for this race meeting, and that has had a huge collision. So I don't know whether it's bounced off that internal wall or it's come off the other side of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's...
We might be able to see if our turn 7 camera guys are able to get a replay of that.
And I think we're going to end up with 2 Hyundai races, which are only 1 lap this weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're down to 6 minutes 15 seconds
Yeah,
remaining
they're not going to move that in a big hurry. I think we can see the FIV car approaching that as well. No. So unfortunately, we don't have a replay of that. We've missed that on the cameras. So it looks like that's going to be something that we'll have to wait for the wash-up later on after the meeting to find out what has actually happened over there.
That's gone in very hard. Whatever that has hit, it has hit very, very hard, unfortunately, for John Schultz.
The most important thing is that he steps out of it and walks away, because cars, as we said earlier today, cars can be replaced. Particularly these cars are not hard to buy a body shell for a Hyundai, and the roll bar pretty much bolts into it, and most mechanics are probably still okay, but it's him that we need to be making sure he's okay, and he's in the best of hands over there at the moment.
Certainly is, and because it was lap 1, all of the safety cars and that were not in their location, so they were able to get to him very, very quickly.
It was a very aggressive bunch coming out of turn 7 that I picked up on there at the end of that lap, that ended up being that argy-bargy halfway through the pit straight here that almost ended up with another big incident. I'm wondering whether or not he was involved in that group of gaggle of cars that were coming over the top of the hill there too, because they all seemed to be fairly aggressive at the time.
Yeah, there was a fair bit of jostling going on for sure. Unfortunately we've missed that one. Like you said, we'll find out later on today what exactly happened there. We've got some news from our HQ.
We have a replay coming up of the incident that happened with that gaggle of cars that came out of turn 7 altogether and then made contact down the pit straight and all got out of shape. So we're about to play that replay coming up any moment now. Here it is now on our screens for those people who are watching the feed. So have a look at this group just at the bottom of your screen at the moment, and they come together right about now. Yeah, that's...
Wildman just about involved in his second incident today.
He's got the appropriate name today, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He was very lucky to avoid that one, but it all happened on his driver's left.
Yeah, look, and look, really good driving. I take my hat off to those guys. That they managed to get themselves through that situation very, very well. So well done to the driving skill of those people getting those cars back on the track.
During our grid walk, I managed to get over there and have a look at the wall and the grass that had been affected by those incidents. And it's quite thick and spongy out there, and some of the holes are like half a foot deep where those cars have gone in this morning.
Yeah, yep. And
Pretty slippery out there.
It's always a drama getting off the black stuff here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. You either got sand to fall into or patchy soft pitted lawn or cap rock over the other side of the circuit that's along the side of the track, and you go off the track and next thing you know you're bouncing up and down at a great rate of knots. We're going to see a resumption of play for this event. We're down to only 3 minutes thereabouts left. They've only just loaded the car on.
Hopefully a one-lap screamer.
We may have a one-lap screamer, but they've got to get the vehicle off the track, and they're only just starting to pull the flat top back towards the back of the cabin of the truck, and I mean, it's got to get down and off the circuit. So we'll see how we go. We may have a one-lap dash. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, unfortunate for these guys if it does go 2 for 2. We've had one full race, which was amazing, but race number 1 unfortunately came to a one limmer, and this one is heading the same way by the look of it. We're down to 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining.
So a bit of work to be done between meetings, unfortunately, for...
I don't think that car has rolled. It looks like it's just gone in head first.
It seems to have just gone in nose first, yeah. I don't think it's tipped over, although yeah, it is hard to say, but I think that it's just gone in nose first.
All that front suspension broke, and it's on a 45-degree angle on the front as we look at it on the back of the truck there. But that's very unfortunate for John Schultz. The car was looking $1 million, and unfortunately it's going to go home on the back of the trailer looking like that.
Yeah, look, I think that might be repairable. It doesn't look like it's gone very much further than the midpoint of that. It's just bent the bonnet, taken the left-hand guard and the bonnet, the light and spoiler off it. So I think that may be repairable. We'll have to wait and see. But the most important thing is how Mr. Schultz is.
Only 2 more vehicles left to evacuate the racing area, and we should be away. I think we will get 1 lap. So unfortunately for these guys, it's going to be 1 full race and then 1 lappers, and the rest of them were parade laps behind the safety car, unfortunately for our Retrovision Hyundai Excel Cup drivers.
And unfortunately for us as well, because
yeah,
this is the highlight of the day in many ways.
It certainly is.
The big field and the close racing. I mean, we've seen some great racing in the other categories too, particularly Formula V, but this is the one that the spectators all come out for, and been shortchanged, unfortunately.
Yes, but that is motor racing, and we can't have 15 Holden Hyundai races in a day. How good would that be?
Well, we could have, but yeah, it's not going to be very fair to the other categories.
So coming down into turn number 6 now is the WA Sporting Car Club safety car. So we'll wait and see whether the light this time. It looks like we are clear to go on the accident site, so we might get this 1 lap screamer in. We are down to 30 seconds remaining plus 1 lap.
Wonder how many laps this safety car's done around this circuit in the 23 years that it's been up here as a safety car.
A fair while.
One of the early production prototype Falcons for that BA Falcon, and not able to be licensed, was given to us by Ford as a car that was meant to be crushed, but never allowed to be licensed. But it's done a great job up here over many, many years as a safety car.
They did the same thing. The WA Police did the same thing with Chevrolet, and set up their own drag racing team down there at the Motorplex. As we do, green flag, and we get going. And Zane Rhodes, and the last lap board hasn't come out, so it looks like we're going to get 2 laps out of this one.
Well, we've only just gone 15 into the deficit, so we'll get this lap and the next, I'd suggest. So that's great to see. And out the front is Zane Rhodes in car 73, but Ron Hale is Tristan Clampton. It's a little bit of a gap, but only a car or 2. Back to Harry Burns and Carlos Ambrosio. So the 2 Burns cars out there once again, nose to tail. Then back to Peninsula and Clark, Dean Hill, Alex Hills, O'Brien and McGregor are your top 10.
So what happened? Will Peninsula there, because he's lost about 25 metres on that start down in towards turn number 1. Let's see whether he can make that ground up and have a good lunge towards the end of this race. So it looks like we will get this lap and then more. And it's Zane Rhodes from Tristan, just on board with Tristan, as he looks to get into the boot lid of Clamp.
And
There we go.
It's on.
It is. It's
Yes.
young Harry Burns in third. Here comes Tristan Clamp down the inside of Zane Rhodes in 73. And it looks like the 13's going to take over the lead here from Zane Rhodes. They pull up side by side. Then we've got the two Burns.
Haven't we got
Motorsport
Burns
teams.
trying to make his way down the inside of the lot of them. He's not going to be able to get his nose down there. He's pulled out again. But it's going to be Tristan Clamp who gets into the lead. Is Burns going to get that second place? Yes, he is. So Zane Rhodes back to third. And Ambrosio again. So that's first to fourth. Ambrosio actually slow out of the corner.
Really slow.
Yeah, so and a couple of them have actually checked up, and Hill's all very quick through there. I'm just looking to see if there's...
flag?
Yeah, I'm just having a look to see.
They're all slowing down, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't know that they are they?
Well, these guys down the back here are really slow. They're not race pace, surely. I don't know what's actually happened there, whether they've...
Well, our leaders still look like they're racing, so yeah, it's a little interesting.
Certainly, these back markers, they're cruising around. They're not at race speed at all.
Yeah, so maybe we've missed the checkered flag, but I didn't. Usually, you can see that quite clearly. It's right in front of our eyes here.
Yeah, well, the last lap board didn't come out at all.
Here comes the guys at the front who are still racing. So Tristan Clamp certainly is well and truly on the pace, and he's coming around for another lap. So very interesting. Well, there's the checkered flag now.
This time.
Well, what are the rest of the field doing?
No.
About 80 kilometres an hour by the looks.
Yes.
Well, they're all pulling.
The checkered flag was out, apparently, on that previous lap.
So either half of them didn't see it, or something funny happened. But anyway, then nonetheless, that looks like that's the way they're going to finish. So Zane Rhodes did finish in front. So they've called, and Zane Rhodes has taken that from Tristan Clamp back to Harry Burns and Carlos Ambrosio. Michael Clark and Alex Hills as your top 8. Then back to O'Brien, McGregor, Byrne, Cove, Lachlan Cove, that is, Wildman, Hasty, Coleman, Ferreira there, and Warder, your top 18.
So it'll be interesting now to see whether those cars that did the extra lap, whether they'll be called up to race control. I hope not, because that's a little bit unfair in my books. But we'll see what happens. That's
We
out
are
of our control.
only human.
That is right. And just looking down into the dummy grid at the moment, we don't have our next competitors, which are the Holden HQs, brought to you by Electrical Group Training. So we should start seeing the HQs come through. Maybe they have to give way for the Excels. And then the Holden HQs will be out very shortly for their last race of the day.
If you remember, they came down quite late the last time as well.
Too,
so maybe they're just all up at the end of the ramp there, and they've all got themselves sorted into the right order, and they just come down and line up, and then they're out the door.
And little birdie has told me that Ryan Davis was disqualified on that previous Holden HQ race for not disobeying or ignoring, but yeah, he failed to come in when he was given the meatball flag because of the bonnet that was the boot that was loose and was flapping around in the breeze. He was given the meatball flag, and he continued on, so he was actually excluded from race number 2, and that's basically thrown away the day because he had won race number 1 earlier on this morning, and unfortunately was going to have a good finish in race number 2, all for 0.
I don't think the boot lid was loose. I think the boot lid was just open. I think it had just, unfortunately, where it got tapped by O'Keefe, had just cracked the lock and caused the boot lid just to open. And I think by the end of the race it had closed itself again. But it certainly wasn't loose. It wasn't going anywhere. But that was the clerk of course's call, and that's what the call was made. And regardless of whether you agree with it or not, you've got to obey the flag.
That's it. And I did see Troy Kent up in race control about 10 or 15 minutes ago as well. So he's been under the ire of Motorsport Australia race control. So we'll see what happens. But as it stands at the moment going into this race, it's Brett 43 points. Mick Woodbridge, who's been a bit of a sleeper today, but with these and point deductions, etc., that's put him second place. We've got an equal for third. It's Troy Kent in third. Third, and then we've got the 33s, which are Rory Sharp and Todd Faulknell. They had a great run during that entire 15-minute race earlier on, and we can see Ryan Davis down at the back of the field on 25 points.
Yeah, and again, that has short us again, because with Ryan down the back, that's taken one of our main competitors out. Sorry for talking over you then, Bob. And we've got O'Keefe and Woodbridge at the front, but I think that Rory Sharp and Woodbridge are going to be a little off the pace with O'Keefe, and I think O'Keefe's probably going to disappear into the distance with this one.
All right, well, before we get on with our Holden HQs for electrical group training, going to throw down to Demelza, who has Tristan Clamp with her.
We are here. We've just seen quite the thrilling race for the Excels thanks to Retrovision, and he's just getting himself ready right now. It's Tristan Clamp who came in second place. Tristan, how are you feeling after that race?
Very happy.
Very happy. Now, talk us through, because you and Zane, it was quite the race down there.
Yeah, it was very intense and lots of fun. And I had opportunity to get in his toe and then go side by side with him into turn 7, and I made the move stick.
You told us last time that you've been racing not only for a couple of years now. How are you feeling the track today?
It's beautiful. We've been working on our car for the last few weeks, like tuning, practicing, so it's all come together.
And are you starting to find your feet as each race comes along?
I think I am, yeah, and the whole team as well. So we'll work together a lot to improve the car, driver, everything.
Walk us through today and the races that you had. How did that go for you, and then taking out the second place?
The first race went pretty well. First race with the new setups and all that. Second race was really intense, really warm, but we made it in one piece. And then the third race was just had good opportunities.
We've seen a lot of familiar faces back on track today as well. How was the pack for you?
Pack was awesome. Everyone, shout out to everyone. They're really clean racing, clean battles. Everyone's just respectful. It's really good.
And who do you have for your support and sponsors for today?
I've got Steel Diamond, which is my main sponsor. Got Solar Naturally as well. Bruce the Plumber, and my whole family here.
Fantastic, Tristan. Well done, and congratulations on second place.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's it from us from Pit Lane for now. We will be right back after this short break.
HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway.
Welcome to MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway for electrical group training, our Holden HQs, as we have a bit of a wander around our spectator area there, and we see a couple of guys having a bit of an afternoon and a camp out there. That'll be down in turn number 7. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. You look fairly relaxed over there. And
yeah, the weather gods have been kind for us today. We had a little bit of rain overnight, but we've had a very nice day and lots of sunshine today. And please remember also that even though there are fairly cool conditions out there, we still do have high UV, generally speaking, during the day. It's still only early autumn, so make sure you're doing your slip, slop, slap if you're out of the car. You don't want to see you going home feeling uncomfortable tomorrow and running the risk of all sorts of nasties in your system. So we're about to see the grid come up for the HQs, and O'Keefe is definitely going to be on your pole position, and there he is, Brett O'Keefe on pole position in car 21, Mick Woodbridge next to him in 74. Then we're back to Rory Sharp in 19 and Todd Faulkner in 24. Back to row number 3, and on row 3 we're going to see Troy Kent in car 3 and Dave Kent next to him in car 68. Back to Kyan Butler in 62 and Graham Bradshaw in 34 out of position 12.
And Ryan Davis will finish out the 13 cars in car number 49. Now, I've been able to have a chat with Ryan, and Ryan was excluded from race number 2 for disobeying the meatball flag. What happened with Troy Kent? Because I did see him up in race control.
I'm not sure what Troy was called for, because they've plenty to choose from, I guess. But yeah, they've obviously found something with Troy's driving, and you know, everyone likes to get involved. Sometimes things get a bit too much involved, and there was certainly some pretty average driving standards to a few things. When you look at Ryan's car, you know, he's, if he didn't have bad luck today, he'd have none. He got done for that meatball flag, which, you know, I personally think is ridiculous. That he should have got one, because the HQ boot lid ain't going anywhere while it's attached to the car, and it had dropped down, it hadn't closed, but you know, it's one of those things. But the meatball flag is a meatball flag, and he realised he should have come in. He thought maybe, you know, last lap. I've done that in Darwin many years ago, but the rules changed after that. But he's got dents in every panel in his car, and I know that a couple of meetings ago I made a joke about Ryan backing into a car. Someone's backed into Ryan now because the front's pushed in, but all the sides and doors are all damaged as well. And he's got a month to fix the car, as a lot of other guys are, and they've all got a lot of damage. I think Mick Woodbridge was pushed off to the inside before, and we knew that Trent hadn't seen him, but Troy Kent hadn't seen him. But sometimes you've got to check those mirrors. I've been in a position where I've been pushed off like that as well, when the old was in the middle, the old control tower was in the middle at a V8 supercar meeting, and I bounced over the old service road we had down there with all four wheels in the air, like Dukes of Hazzard, landed, straightened the car up, grabbed third gear and went straight through a Shell foam sign, which got up on the big screen, so that was fun. Yeah, that was when Tony Cochran said it's the last time HQs will ever be in a program that he runs. So.
Look, it was fairly obvious in mid-race, that HQ race, that Troy Kent was getting frustrated, and I called that at the time, and unfortunately the red mist came down.
It's a rolling start, sorry.
Yeah, and I think that he just basically, you know, probably just became very distracted because he became frustrated. So, you know, it is what it is. But I agree with you with the boot lid. But if unfortunately, if a meatball flag comes out, you have to obey it.
Correct.
So
live onboard camera with car number 68 of Peter Marsh towards the back of the field. Car number 68 from memory. So red lights on. We're about to go racing here for a rolling start for our Holden HQs. Brought to you by Electrical Group Training and Tiger Stripes. As we're good even start down there by Mick Woodbridge, maybe going to run around the outside of Brett O'Keefe, but with the speed that Brett's got on board that white 21, he's going to take the lead and drives away by 2 car lengths. Have a look at Rory Sharp side by side with Mick Woodbridge in the 74, and Troy Kent, the guy in car number 3, tapping on the boot lid in 4th place.
Yeah,
Ryan, go back to Faulknell.
Ryan Davis already eating up the rest of the back of the field at the moment, and he's up to around about 6th or 7th position already. So he's already made a pretty good start in car 49 from the back of the grid. So he's got the bit between his teeth as well. But it's all Brett O'Keefe as they go over the top of the hill for the first time.
Yeah, Ryan Davis right around outside. Now he's swapped over to driver's right and trying to run underneath the Butler car. I think that was the 76 car. That'll be Brad Butler. So 1, 2, 3, they're coming over the hill side by side here. We've got Brett O'Keefe, and then we've got the side-by-side battle with Woodbridge and Troy Kent. Troy Kent to the inside, Woodbridge to the outside, and under brakes, Troy Kent just eases the car forward by half a car length and takes over 2nd place. And to look at Ryan Davis, already up into P6 now. He's got past the Butler car and also car number 45 of Dave Kent as well. Next on the hit list is car 24 of Todd Faulknell.
Yeah, Ryan's got a rabbit to chase now, which is going to fire him up, which is great. We haven't seen Mark Alfonsi out in this one. He had a leaking brake line before and didn't want to go out with no brakes. These things don't have too many brakes anyway, but to have none is no good. So Mark's out there. And Phil Breen earlier on wasn't quite there today. The clutch isn't that good. They've adjusted it up as far as they can, and hopefully he'll get through this race with the wheel still rotating.
With the clutch that he has remaining.
Yes.
He's 3rd from last at the moment. He's got our car camera right behind him with Peter Marsh behind him, and then we go back to Bradshaw, our 12 runners out there on the circuit as we all await with bated breath what's going to happen over the top of the hill this time. We should see Brett O'Keefe in the white 21 be out in front, but what is happening between Troy Kent and Woodbridge? And Troy Kent has driven away from Mick Wood, who's now starting to come under the attention of Rory Sharp. Then we go back a long way to Ryan Davis and Todd Faulknell. Out onto the main straight here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It is car 21 of Brett O'Keefe. from 3 of Kent. Then we got Woodbridge, and here's the attack from Rory Sharp now as Woodbridge goes to the inside and protects his line. But while those two are fighting, Ryan Davis is starting to make inroads on the back of 19 of Rory Sharp. Oh, Rory Sharp now giving it into the back bumper of Mick Woodbridge. So we've seen a lot of bump drafting happening today, some friendly, some not. But as Mick Woodbridge still holding fast in third place at the moment from Rory Sharp, and then Ryan Davis is really starting to close the gap in. In fact, he is not too far off the back as they disappear and down in towards turn number 6.
Look, I think all the bump drafting is in fun, and everyone's having a good time with it. Sometimes it can give a bit of a problem, but no one's intentionally they're trying to run into anyone or push them off. Just sometimes they've got to take a little more care, I guess, so that we get the driving standards that we expect and deserve from these guys.
Absolutely, and it's good that Kent has managed to get past from that lowly position compared to his earlier day starts to tear onto the tail of O'Keefe, because that turns on a bit of a race for us. And turning on a bit of a race for us is Ryan Davis has come through the back of the grid and is now right on the tail of Rory Sharp as they go across the line, and he's about to make a move up into 4th place and potentially even up into 3rd.
There's Davis straight up the inside of Rory Sharp, and he's looking up the inside of Mick Woodbridge at the same time. He's going to take 2 cars here in one corner. What a fantastic drive from car 49 of Ryan Davis.
Yeah, that was my prediction, and that's what came over. So well done, and he's got about 5 minutes now to put his head down and do everything that he can to try to catch on to the back of the leaders of O'Keefe and Kent.
And we've got the guys at the front in the 15s again, and I think now Ryan's pushed past them. He'll be into the 15s as well, but 15.7 fastest is Troy Kent at the moment in P2.
Yeah, so the circuit certainly hasn't deteriorated as the day's gone on. I mean, we haven't seen very many mechanical problems out there today, so there's certainly no fluids or oil or anything like that down on the circuit. So the warm sun and there's no wind, so yeah, it's still a bit humid, so that's going to help the engines as well.
There seems to be a new line down there in turn number 6. When you get to the apex, you let the car go right over to the left-hand side, or you get nowhere near the apex and stay mid-track through turn number 6.
That's interesting. When we never used to do that before, and there was dirt at the outside, so you stayed well away from it. But I think it's concrete now.
I think it looks like you might be able to turn in a bit earlier with a bit more speed and let it wash across the apex and drift out wide.
Yeah.
Well, they sort of like cut the corner or diagonal it. Whoops, somebody's run wide on the exit of turn number 7, and that will be our camera car of Peter Marsh.
Yeah, had it all sideways over the curb.
Troy Kent able to do anything about Brett O'Keefe at the moment. Troy lets him drift out to driver's right going through turn number 4, trying to keep as much momentum as they can. They're not an overly high horsepower car, as you would expect, a straight 6-cylinder, a 202 cubic centimetre engine.
And at the back wheels, you're looking about 150 horsepower on one of these. Is about where they are.
And 3-speed as well.
And a 3-speed, yeah. And drums on the back, and radial tyres. So the tyres will last all day because we're not running slicks, and it's just like your average family car. I mean, these things were most of these were taxis at some point in their life, I think.
Yeah, they're fun cars to drive, though. I mean, I remember having a driver one many years ago, and they're good fun. They're good fun, and that's the good thing about the formula. It's equal for everybody, and it's still good fun. And you don't have to go a million miles an hour to have fun out there. And, you know, even doing the 1-minute 15s, it feels plenty fast enough.
One of these, it's like trying to stop an aircraft carrier as you're coming down turn number 6 and even turn 7 as well. But, good battle down the back here with Marsh and Phil Breen. And just in front of them is Kyan Butler in car number 62. But still, it's that 2-car length difference between Brett O'Keefe in car 21 and car 3 of Troy Kent. And we go back to a long way back to 49 of Ryan Davis, who's pulled lightly on Mick Woodbridge, and he's done a 16.2 that lap.
Yeah, I was just having a look at the times, and even though he has pulled away from Woodbridge and Sharp, he hasn't started to make any inroads on our leaders, who are still in the 15s, and he's still back out there in the very low 16s. So, yeah, pulling away from 4th and 5th, but not being able to close on to 2nd.
Yeah, they're all starting to use 4 wheels out there on that concrete apron.
Yeah, they've all watched each other.
6.
Yeah, copycats. They've seen that it works, so they're all starting to do it.
And I think the comments you're making before about how close they are and how much fun these guys are having. And it doesn't matter which class you're in. It's not about how much money you spend or how fast the car goes. It's about how much fun you're having.
Exactly.
Yeah, dead right. And it doesn't matter whereabouts on the field you are.
No.
If you're in the midfield or you're back to field, as long as you've got someone to race against and are having fun, that's all it's about. It's club motorsport, and it's all meant to be fun.
And you can see Phil Breen and Peter Marsh dueling as they come down the hill, and Peter Marsh has just gone past Phil Breen again. They keep swapping positions the whole race through.
Yeah, and the things, they'll go up to each other, big smiles on their faces, and they'll retell it from their point of view, and the pass will become a bit faster and a bit harder and a bit more difficult, and
Look, you'll probably find the boys up in the bar after the race. I've known the HQ's guys to get to the bar after a race meeting, and I'm sure they'll be doing it again today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Definitely, it's one of the most social clubs that we have here involved with MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway for sure.
They've always been an outstanding organisation, the HQ Racing Club of Western Australia. Outstanding in their commitment to their own category, but also to the commitment to Western Australian motorsport, with the helping out with barbecues for many, many years, and they've always been right in and mucking in to do the best that they can for the sport. So a big pat on the back to the HQ Racing Association.
Thank you.
So we're down to 40s. We should be able to clear another lap, and then there'll be 2 to go as they come out. The main stress, nothing that Troy Kent can do. These guys are matching it blow by blow. It's a 15.7 to a 15.9 for Troy Kent. Then we go across with Ryan Davis. He's doing a 16.3, so he's some half a second away. And then Mick Woodbridge is another half a second away.
Great battle, and a little bit of side drafting happening down here between 76 of Brad Butler and Dave Kent. So their little battle back there for 7th and 8th, and that just proves our point, Howard, about what we were saying earlier.
Exactly. Yeah, no, they're having a great duel, and there'll be smiles all around when these guys get out of the car. They're out there having a great time, and that's what it's all about.
So Phil Breen's back in front of Peter Marsh as we go on board with Peter Marsh as exit turn number 1 and head up through the chicane, the left and rights. Turn over the right now, just make contact with the ripple strip there, helps just to pull the car to the right hand side, and now we catch up with our leaders, and it looks like Troy Kent's starting to get a little bit more aggressive towards the back end of Brett O'Keefe. In fact, he's really closed up, may even look for a pass down here.
Not only is he becoming aggressive, but O'Keefe is becoming very defensive as well as he takes the inside line down there. Now the over and under will be on unless he just stalled the car, and stopped it from getting down underneath him. And that's the way it is. Now we're 46 seconds into the deficit, so this will be the last lap board now that's just been put out to these guys.
Well, here comes Troy Kent down the inside. He's not going to do it. No, Brett Keith, as you said, starting to get very defensive on the way down into turn 1.
Yeah, well, he's got one lap that he's got to do, so this is the time that he is able to get defensive and to try to take every opportunity away from Troy Kent for getting his nose down the inside, and he'll be looking for the next 2 or so kilometres to make sure that doesn't happen.
I think Brett will be wanting to win the race, and Troy will be wanting to win the race as well. But if Troy gets past him, Brett's still going to win the day. But it's all about this race and this moment in time, and they both want to get this win.
I think at this stage he's probably going to take the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day as well. Is O'Keefe, because he's done an outstanding job all day in defence and in offence. So no, he's done a brilliant job and has been a standout today. So
pole position and 2 wins.
Yep, absolutely, and it's been very competitive in the HQ today. So it's not been a walk in the park, that's for sure. As we wait for them to crest the top of the hill, and here they are coming down towards turn 7 for the final time. Here's the last opportunity for Troy Kent to get his car down in front of car number 21 of O'Keefe. He's not going to have enough behind him. O'Keefe running very wide though, and allows a side-by-side action, but I don't think even then he's going to be able to get down the inside of him, and it's going to be checkered flag for car number 21 of Brett O'Keefe from car 3 of Troy Kent. Back in the 3rd position, an outstanding drive from car 49 of Ryan Davis, excellent in the back of the grid. Mick Woodbridge in 4th from Rory Sharp in car 19 in 5th, and then we've got a bit of a gap back then to Todd Faulknell crossing the line now, and then it'll be Dave Kent finishing just in front of Brad Butler, and then we're going to go back to car 62, which is of course Kyan Butler. And this battle is still going between Breen and Marsh.
Oh, Marsh. No,
not going to do it. Breen just in front of Marsh.
Blanket over him.
Yep, and then we got Bradshaw at the back of the field finishing 3 from 3 today, so he'll be happy with his efforts, and as I said in the last race, learning from every lap that he does. He'll just get faster as time goes on, and he applies himself and gets himself a little bit more experience in car 34, but he's had a good day, stayed clean and finished all 3 races. So hands together for Graham Bradshaw as he crosses the line in the final position for the HQs.
Yeah. Another great day, Howard.
Yeah, wonderful.
Everybody going home in one piece.
Yes.
Biffed and battered, but yeah, it's been a great day for the HQ Association of Western Australia. And all the drivers now forming up, double Indian file over the other side of the racetrack. And they'll come down, as they come down in the double Indian file, it's a salute to you, the paying public, for supporting the Holden HQs here, brought to you by Electrical Group Training and this race meeting sponsor in Tiger Stripe Mowing. Thanks very much, Howard. We'll see you at the next race meeting.
For sure. We'll see you then.
Thanks very much to Howard Crump, a guy that's been around HQs for a long, long time, and very knowledgeable when it comes to this particular category of racing. As they come down side by side, ladies and gentlemen, down there in turn number 7, and McCracken House, put your hands together for the Electrical Group Training and Tiger Stripe Mowing Holden HQs. We've got a couple of minutes up our hand, so we'll throw down to Demelza down there in the pit area with the driver of car number 3, Troy Kent.
That's right, we are back here at pit lane. We do have Troy Kent. Troy, how are you feeling after that race?
That was a pretty hard race, actually. I had a bit extra work to do in that one, but no, feeling good. Yeah, almost got the win, catching BJ slowly, but just, yeah, BJ drove the wheels off it.
How have you found the car today? How is it travelling?
Oh, car's a rocket. Car's an absolute rocket. Everything we did in the off-season is working with the car, and it's just, there's so much more in the car, it's just the driver, so I've got to work a little bit harder and, yeah, just go a little bit faster.
How did you find the field today in the competition?
Yeah, interesting. No, it's good. Like there's a lot of guys, and it's pretty quick up the front there, and yeah, you don't leave much on the table when you're driving that fast, and it just undoes real quick, and it can just turn out to be just a horrible race. So like race 2, I'm kind of forgetting about. So just head down in race 3 and just see what we can make up.
And any sponsors and supporters that you have to thank for today?
Yeah, first and foremost to be Kent Race Engines, that's the rocket under the bonnet. We've got West Australian Security Personnel, we've got Maddington Mole World, we've got Compressor Systems, I've got Dale Signs on top of us as well. We've got our brand Mental Motorsport, and it's pretty mental out there at the moment, so it's fitting. So yeah, no, and there's a couple more which, yeah, at the moment I'm just ready for a drink and I can't remember them.
That's perfectly fine. Well done, and congratulations on a great race just then.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Troy. That is it for us from pit lane. There's a few more races to come. Stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
sports cars and sports sedans for the 100k plate. This is race number 3. It's another of our 15-minute plus 1 lap events here today on your Super Saturday at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Ryan Humphrey in the XE Falcon will start on pole position alongside the American Trans Am of Ron Moller. On the second row will be Walter Eppel with Robin Mullet starting alongside him. Then we have Peter McKenzie and Chris Chevrolet. Then we have Zoccoli and Utterson. And with Paul Frost in car number 53. Chris Barton in 48. Then Cooper. And then we should have Jared Carey, and I'm not sure about Peter Callow because he came to a stop, and we lost Chris Pavey earlier on today. So we've only lost maybe 2 cars, Rob. This should be hopefully a bit closer affair than the last race.
Yeah, down to 12 cars. Started with 14, but still a good field of street cars, sports and GT cars. So good to see that they've managed to keep most of these cars on the track as the day progresses, and these cars are a little harder than some of the other categories to keep on. They're a little bit more high stressed and what have you, but nonetheless should be quite a good event. Let's hope that Ron Moller and Walter Eppel can stay a little closer to Ryan Humphrey on this particular event and make a bit more of a show of it, but nonetheless there'll be little battles all through the field.
As they get on the brakes now and they all start to close up, double Indian file. This is a rolling start. So red lights are on and we should be away very, very shortly here for race number 3, the 100k plate, and it's a very even start, although now Ryan Humphreys just moves in front of Ron Moller and the little Porsche of Walter Eppel hanging right in there. The Robert Mullet in the S13. Then we got Peter in 62, the second of the Porsches, and then Chris Chevrolet.
Yeah, Mullet just missing the start just a little bit, not quite along the side of Walter Eppel at the start there. However, I don't think that was going to be too much of a disadvantage of him because Walter's car is a bit quicker than his and he would have fallen back anyway. However, Peter McKenzie behind him in the other Porsche is not too far back, and Chris Chevrolet, of course, in that BMW debuting at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway today with the new V8 Holden engine in it.
I think I did see Peter Callow out there actually in car number 67, the camouflage looking R32 Nissan, as Ryan Humphreys really early on the brakes, and that allowed Ron Moller to close right in, and Ron getting the Camaro very sideways under brakes there at turn 7 now opens up the big Chevy Camaro, and Walter Eppel moving through as well. Robin Mullet in the S13.
Yeah, Frost very wide in the Commodore coming out of turn 7, but that was a good example then with Ron Moller of the old adage of slow in, fast out, because he was certainly fast in and slow out at that time, so it was completely the opposite. But nonetheless, that gap has now opened up. So around about a second between Moller and Humphrey in the lead at the moment, and then about another second back to Walter Eppel. Fast man on the circuit on that very first lap was, of course, Ryan Humphrey. So we'll have a look at those lap times as the event continues on, and we'll see what sort of lap times these guys can generate.
Yeah, well, this will be the first of the real racing laps where you can get a good understanding of car speed. The first one, of course, they didn't really take off until they got to the start-finish line, but this is a rolling lap under race conditions. Now we'll see what Ryan Humphrey can do here. Probably a 58.
57 too.
57 too. So he's cooking straight off the bat. It's a 58.1 for Moller and a 58.7 for Walter Eppel.
Yeah, there's certainly no speed been dripped out of this circuit today. It's been pretty consistent throughout the entire day. Chevrolet starting to come under a little bit of an attack here from Zoccoli, who's starting to get a bit closer, but also making his way through the field is Peter Callow in car 67, who didn't finish the last event, but is making amends now by getting right onto the back of Zoccoli as they exit turn 1.
The Nissan 350Z there of Jared Carey and Cooper. They've been having a great battle all day, and then you got Chris Barton down the back there as well. He was a bit closer in race number 2. But we'll see whether Chris Barton can move forward and get onto the tail of the VN Commodore.
We haven't seen a lot of Paul Cooper, I don't believe, in that Holden Commodore that's out there at the moment. He's really done a great job today. He's been, as you say, having that great dice all day with Carey, and he's done a good job, and that's pretty good for someone who I haven't seen a lot of up here at the circuit in the past.
So moving across now was a 57 time, so already Ryan starting to look at those tyres. Doesn't have to worry about Ron Moller. He's really 100 metres behind him already after 2 laps.
Yeah, well, you only have to win the race by a car's length, and at the end of the day, you want a bit more than that, because it's allow you then to know that you've got something up your sleeve.
Paul Frost Foster's bringing the Commodore in. Unfortunately, something's broken or not behaving itself on that car.
Good debut, though, for the first time that car's run here for many years, and it's been pretty reliable up until this event. So he's had a pretty good run of it today, and hopefully it's nothing too serious, and he'll be able to fettle that and get that back on the circuit again for the next race meeting.
A really nicely presented car. It stands out with that striking yellow and then the blue down the side.
It's a nice yellow, isn't it? A real custody type yellow. So across the line once more is Ryan Humphrey, and just finishing what I was saying is that you want a bit of a buffer just so that you don't have to spend your whole life in the mirror, but at the same time you want to then try to maintain that buffer and not disappear into the distance and put too much stress on your car, because you know, you want it to live for another day, and the harder you drive it, the harder more opportunity you have for either stressing the car or damaging the car or making a mistake. So
we were talking about that lap record earlier, Rob. That'll be a sports car, because Rex Meechan never drove a sports sedan.
He certainly didn't. He drove the Ultra Sport, the black and gold car, in the era when I used to race my I used to race my Mazda MX-5 many years ago, and he used to be very, very quick. And a 54.8 is that lap record, and that was virtually a homemade car with a RB26 turbocharged Nissan engine in it, and it used to absolutely rocket past you in a straight line.
Big flames at the Nightmaster as well, I can remember out of that.
And Rex quite a good driver as well, and deserving of that lap record, and it's going to be a few years before anyone gets close to that, I think.
Walter Eppel just goes past, and that familiar, beautiful sound of a Porsche at full belt down the main straight. So our next lap through, we're going to go with car number 40.
Yeah, that's Robin Mullet. So he's just coming onto the pit straight at the moment.
This will be a good ride.
Yeah, the S13 Nissan with the V8 engine in it.
So here we go, on board with Robin Mullet. You can see the car in fourth gear at the moment as he turns it into turn number 1. And he'll let the car come across to the left-hand side now, crack a gear very, very shortly.
Looks like it behaves itself quite well. Yeah.
He's actually held that gear all the way up through turn number 4. He hasn't even attempted to hit the gear stick at the moment.
Yeah, fairly long gearing, isn't it? And yeah, that car really does look like it's behaving itself quite nicely. He doesn't seem to be doing a lot of wheel work, and he's making his way down now into turn 6. He'll pluck a lower gear as he turns into turn 6. No, he actually doesn't. He's still holding that same gear. That's quite amazing.
It is.
So he's making his way out of turn 6 now, car sitting fairly flat on the road, and I'd suggest that he's having quite a nice run in that car, because it looks like it really does behave itself nicely, and very quick down here into turn 7, braking it around about the 180 metre mark thereabouts.
So that'd have to be third gear there that he's in.
That'd be, probably third, yep.
See what happens whether he moves it forward, up and forward.
No, it's very, very long gearing, isn't it?
Tall gearing, definitely.
Tall gearing, yeah. Yep.
He's not touching that, and he won't touch that now until he gets down to turn 7.
No, so
there's only one gear change in the whole racetrack.
Yeah, back with the race leader now. He's got a 2.8 last time across the start-finishing line. From Ron Moller, he's also got the fastest lap of the race with a 57.2, and that was done on lap 2. And then there's a further 5 seconds between Moller and Eppel in third place. And then it's daylight, absolute daylight. 22 seconds then between Walter Eppel and car number 40 of Ron Mullet that we were just on board with.
Well, I don't think I've ever street car hold fourth gear for every corner. It must have massive turbos on that.
Torque.
Yeah.
That's what it would be. Well, it's a V8, I believe, so I don't know that it's got a turbocharge. So I'm pretty sure it's a V8. I haven't listened to it.
That's V8.
Yeah, it's a V8, so that'll be all torque, which is what I'm accused of.
All torque.
Yeah. But nonetheless,
it's got a lot of bottom end grunt.
It's very grunty, yeah. And look, I was very impressed with that, with the amount of power that car's got and the lap time that it's doing. I mean, he's doing 61-second lap times, which is not hanging around.
And you'd have to think it to be reliable too, because you're not doing the gear changes, you're not putting the stress through the drive shaft and the diff as well. You're basically holding one gear all the way around.
Well, here's this for a comparison. The other day I happened to have a bit of spare time, so I watched the 1993 supercar race meeting here at what was then Barbagallo Raceway, is now MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and watching those guys, they slipped into the 61-second lap times in their fairly short races that they had in that particular period of supercars, in the supercars of the day. So Robin Mullet in this car is doing similar sort of lap times as what the supercars were doing in that era, and that is, of course, the Scaife and Longhurst and Seaton, Larry Perkins, et al., Alan Jones, all those guys, that era of EL Falcons and VS Commodore, VP and VS Commodores. So yeah, this car's not hanging around.
No.
And it certainly sits nice and flat, and it sits nice on the circuit. So hats off to Robin Mullet and the team that have been working on that car, because they've certainly bolted together a really effective machine.
And unfortunately for Australian motorsport, we lost a big legend yesterday.
Yes, we did.
In Barry Seaton.
Winner of the Armstrong 500 in 1965, the year that
Cortina.
I was born, in a little GT Cortina. Yes, he broke the Bob Jane and winning streak. And Midge Bodgeworth and others. He was in Cortinas in those days too. He never raced the Jaguar 100 at Bathurst. He did in the touring cars, but not around the Bathurst track. But yeah, Bo Seaton, who was of course Glenn Seaton's father, he was 89 years old, so a pretty good innings. But
and still heavily invested in the motorsport.
He was for many years there chief engine builder for Glenn Seaton Racing when Glenn was sponsored by the cigarette money, and yeah, he was very, very much involved in the sport. Won several class wins in the 1970s in Ford Capris as well. So a man with a great heritage of motorsport, and very, very sad to hear the news yesterday. But as I said, a fairly good innings, and certainly lived an interesting and fulfilling life.
Certainly did. Just keeping a Chris Chevrolet at the moment. The car looked like it was a little bit slow down the main straight, but it seems to have picked up pace again. So maybe Chris just having an off lap there, or maybe a missed gear change. I missed it as it came over the start-finish line, but looks like he's back on tap now as our leader's already over the other side of the track. We're down to 1 minute plus 1 lap to go.
I tell you what, this new little car of young Chris Barton's is nice, isn't it? It's a very nice little car. It's nicely put together. It's nicely presented. There's a little wing on the back of it and everything. He's probably got a bit of work to do with just getting the car sorted and getting used to the car himself. It's probably got a bit more speed in it yet. This is only his first run. But very nicely put together little car, this car, Barton's.
Just trying to think, Chris used to run a Toyota Corolla, wasn't he?
He had a Toyota Corolla. He started running in a little Suzuki Swift. Yeah, he's had a couple of cars up here over the years, but he's been up here running now for probably 18 or 19 years, and on and off. And he always does a good job, does Chris. He's a good bloke. He's a lovely gentleman, and he does a great job at driving all the cars that he has. And I'm looking forward to seeing him getting even better in this new car that he's taken on today.
Watching the BMW E36 of Chris. I nearly called him Chevrolet, because that's what he's put on sticker on the back of the rear bumper there.
Chris Chevrolet.
So it's Chris Chevrolet. And a new motor and package on board this with some bigger wheels and some bigger rubber. So, of course, just getting his head around it. First time out this weekend at MotorMall Raceway. He did do a shakedown at Collie and was extremely impressed with the car. So, there's a lot of development to come out of that BMW.
Absolutely there is, and I do like me a purple racing car. I think that looks absolutely splendid in that colour scheme that it is as he comes onto the pit straight now.
It doesn't go so very often either. It looks like it behaves itself quite nice on circuit.
Yeah, it does. And, Chris isn't a bad driver either. He's pretty good. He knows what he's doing, and it would be, as I said earlier in the day, it would be a completely different car with that engine in it. I'm sure that the engine would be a different weight than what the six-cylinder BMW would be. It would have a different weight over the front wheels. It would demand different tyre pressures. It would demand different spring rates. It would demand all sorts of different things, and a different driving style, even with the extra power.
Ron Mollo's really closing up here onto the back of Ryan Humphries in the dying 100 metres of this race, but it will be 3 from 3, the perfect score for Ryan Humphrey, who takes out the 100k plate And I do remember he winning that trophy last year as well. So at least 2, and I reckon probably 3 from 3 for Ryan Humphrey.
Yeah, pole position and 3 from 3. So well done to Ryan. He's had the day out today, that's for sure. But also well done to Ron Moller. He's kept car 7 fairly competitive all day as well, and he's also looked after that car. The winner of the sports car section of this race this weekend has been Walter Apple. He's won 3 from 3 for the sports car category. So well done to Walter, and he can always be relied on to be at the pointy end of the field and to be reliable with both of his cars and his driving style.
I think street cars will go to Robin Mullett.
Yeah, I think you're right there. 4th place, I think that's 4 fourth places. I think they've finished in that order for all 3 of their races today. Peter McKenzie will be the second of the sports cars and the second of the Porsche. Peter Callow will be the second of the street cars, I imagine, although he didn't finish that second race. So obviously overall where it will be, I think it will be Neville Zoccoli who will take second in the street cars. Chris Chevroll doing a good job in sports sedans. He'll take, I think, 3rd in the sports sedans. Gary Addison will be racing as a street car, so he'll be probably taking 3rd in the street cars. Then we're back to Jared Hare, applied himself well in an unfamiliar car today. And Chris Barton, we were talking about, back there in 11th place. He's done a great job as well. Unfortunately, Cooper and Frost didn't finish the event. And that's how they finish sedan, sports cars and street cars today at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for day 1 of the second series of events here for the WA Championships in 2026.
And we've got one more race to come for Access Hire. I can see the man himself, car number 69, Mark Cates, sitting down there, dummy grid, waiting to go. Only 6 cars, unfortunately, left to compete this last 12-minute race for historic touring cars. So we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back in a minute with an interview out there with Miles very shortly. Stick around, lots more to come. One more race on the table for Access Hire. Back shortly.
Historic Touring Car Racing is brought to you by Access Hire, I Write Signs, Moylan Grain Silos, and Perth Brake Parts.
Historic touring cars on the track for their final event of the day, and indeed our final event of the day for day 1 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We welcome back to the microphone Martin Dennis. Martin, any goss from the pit area between events?
The Sydney fell out this time with a drop valve.
Oh, okay, that's going to be expensive. Yeah, it's not too many bits for Cooper S Minis around anymore that are cheap, so having sprites and midgets and things myself, I know all about that, so yeah, that's unfortunate for Malcolm, so let's hope that he can source some bits and pieces and get that car back together again fairly shortly.
Go and grab one out of your son's car.
I better go down to my Frog Eye Sprite and just stand near it in case he wants to steal the engine out of that.
Yeah, well, your son's already said you're just trying to put my car back further, Dad. No, Mel's got some spares and he's ready to go for Collie.
Yeah,
so,
sure he would.
Bill Shipper is the only four-cylinder out there in amongst a field of some very large V8s. Actually, looks like, is Don Behet's out there? Oh, yes, Don's there.
Yeah, so they're all twin fours, all the other ones.
Twin fours, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got Mark Cates on pole position in car 69, the gorgeous mustard yellowy coloured 69
Orange,
Mustang, orangey Mustang, yep. And then we've got Graham Woolhouse in the equally beautiful silver 64 Mustang next to him. And then we've got Don Behet's in car 222. He's on the inside of the third row next to Bill Shipper in the little Datsun 1600. And then we've got Gary Croswell in car 39 behind them. And Wendy Cover in car 7, I think, was out there as well.
Yep.
So a bit of a depleted field, but again, we've got those two main protagonists out the front of the field who turned it on for us in both of the races so far today, so I'm sure we're in for a bit of action over the 12 minutes plus one lap of the final historic touring car race for today.
Back to the sprint format and one lap. And if race 2 is anything to go by, this should be a cracker as long as Graham can stick with Mark Cates.
Yeah, Graham's got no new tyres. So they're all well and truly used.
I thought they were.
And it's hurting him terribly as the race.
Has Mark Cates got new ones on?
He started the day with newies.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got very warm rear tyres now after that big burnout that he's just done down there coming out of turn 7. So the rear tyres are ready for a bit of grip off the line, that's for sure.
Yep.
And these guys and girl are all coming down to line up, and here's another woman in motorsport that we didn't mention earlier on, is Wendy Cover, and she in her second, I believe, full season of racing.
Yes, it is.
And she's done a great job. She usually runs in the red Holden, but she's out there today in the white and black HQ Monaro.
Red lights on, we are away to go, and it's all Graham Woolhouse. Unfortunately for Cates, had a really slow start. Don Behet's thought on the grass, but Cates has plucked second gear and driven away now from the Ford Galaxy. And Bill Shipper hung out wide there in 4th place. Then we go back to Gary Croswell in the Chevy Impala, and rounding out the field is the Kingswood of Wendy Cover. Up the front, it is all of the silver car, so the chase has now been reversed, and it's going to be chasing Woolhouse.
Well, he didn't make the most of those warm tyres I mentioned, did he?
No.
So, yes.
Maybe they were too sticky.
Maybe they perhaps were, and he bogged out a bit. But nonetheless, we've got a race on here because we know that Cates is a lot quicker in a straight line than what Woolhouse is, but we know that Woolhouse has that braking and handling advantage, even though he does have tyres that are probably a fair bit older than what Cates's is.
So here comes the horsepower of Cates now. Should be able to get himself in front, up and over the top of the hill.
Yep.
And only half a car length, but the little lightweight Mustang of Graham Woolhouse. There's the over and under.
Yep.
But look at the power of the 351 though.
No, not down the short straight.
Down the short straight. No, absolutely not. And this is going to be Woolhouse back into the lead down here to turn 1. And they've absolutely left Behet's behind, who's also left Shipper and Croswell behind.
So we're on board. Our camera is located on board Graham Woolhouse in the silver and black Mustang as it heads into turn number 4, taking the lead away. Oh, big slide there for Graham Woolhouse from Mark Cates. And then we go back to the 427 of Don Behet's, and then Bill Shipper and the Impala, and rounding out the field is Wendy Cover.
So watching the cars on the other side of the track, and once again Cates is right pulling into the boot lid of car 86 of Woolhouse. As Woolhouse gets just a little sideways at the apex of the corner, that's going to slow him up a little coming out of the corner and give Cates the opportunity to once again draw up beside him as they crest the top of the hill. Not quite able to do it this time as Cates. He brakes probably just at the Barbagallo sign at the top of the hill there, and I watch the silver Mustang. He's into the Perth sign before he starts to brake, so a little bit later on the brakes, and it opens up that gap once more. But Cates is sizing him up, and I'm not going to rule him out for a race win yet.
Don't discount him at the moment.
Mark was complaining about brake fade that last run, so he might be just being a bit more conscious of not overdoing it early in the race.
Maybe wanting to make the brakes consistent for the entire race rather than having great brakes at the start and none at the end.
Absolutely. You turn it around the other way, just be nice to them and so you've got good brakes last couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can do that, like the big hard brake.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Graham sideways across the top of the hill again.
Yeah. You got to like right driving on who's your tyres. That's all I'm going to say.
He's doing a great job as Graham Woolhouse with that car. He's been sliding it around and drifting it all day today, and just the throttle control's been brilliant.
Yep.
But Cates is falling behind here, and he's not able to up onto the back of that other silver Mustang quite as much coming over the top of the hill as what he has in previous events, and certainly in the first lap of this race. And that's his main advantage.
His main strength is that power over the hill.
Yeah. And if he's not able to use that, not able to get a good exit out of turn 6 and get that power to the ground, then he's not going to be able to do very much about Graham Woolhouse in front of him.
On screen is our only female competitor in historic touring car racing, Wendy Cover, driving Bob O'Neill's Kingswood this weekend.
HQ Kingswood, yeah. 308, 4-speed. They never raced the GTSs or whatever in the day, in the 4-door format. So she's always the Kingswood.
Yeah, and the reason I called it Monaro, I've got a friend with a 4-door HQ Monaro, and of course it's what I'm used to calling it. So.
Yes, yeah.
So and it's got the double stripes on the bonnet like the Mustangs had. So the Monaros had.
Everybody makes their car look like the one of the day. In fact, the badge on the front probably says GDS as well.
Yeah, it does say GDS.
It does, but it's actually Kingswood.
Started life as a Kingswood.
It started off as
probably with a Swan Taxi sticker on the side.
There's this gap again down into turn number 7, but Kate Sakes is just allowing the car to have its head into the corner and catches the back of Woolhouse just a little bit. This is far from done. They're both operating within a second of each other. A 1 minute 5.6 to a 1 minute 5.5. A 1/10 of a second difference between these two very different Mustangs. It's getting late in the day.
Yeah. Almost either ends of the spectrum from the early versions.
Oh, Graham's got it sideways again, and Mark Cates is now starting to throw the thing sideways as well.
Hang it out of it. Maybe he thinks that's the way to go.
Yeah, I think that maybe he's also thinking that he's probably not going to be able to make any impression on the car in front, and so he's just going to have a bit of fun.
Well, he's probably just like any trying to see what will make it drive harder, and if there's a bit of a slide needed, well then a bit of a slide's what you do.
Oh, look at this. He's really he got him this time.
Got him a good run, man.
He's going to be breaking.
He's down the inside.
Now
Is he going to stop?
Stops.
I can see this in the gravel down here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good save. Good save. I was worried then, actually, got to be honest.
I tell you what, Woolhouse's car gets the power down nicely out of turn 7 though, and he's able to pull beside him and then take the inside line.
It, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got that back. So he's going to have to try all over again.
Yeah. Actually, I said to Graham before, because obviously Mark's car, he's got the power over the hill, is to actually hold the inside line and make Mark go down the outside. Guaranteed to have him in the sand trap.
Well, yes, he's
pushing hard.
He's pushing hard on the brakes down there, and he definitely looked like he was going to land up in the boonies down there that time, but he pulled that up and did a great job of getting around the corner, but unfortunately for him, Woolhouse was able to get the drive out of the corner and pull aside of him and then get down the inside into turn 1.
Keep in front, but...
he's got it all to do again.
Yeah, Mark, actually, that was a good save by Mark. A lot of people would end up in the sand trap, there's no doubt about that, so... that was pretty specky.
See what happens this time up and over the top of the hill. There's about 25 metres difference.
And Graham's got a bit in front again.
And there's no way that Casey's going to do it from back there.
No, he's not going to close up that much.
And if those brakes are starting to go away on him, you probably wouldn't want to do two of those in 2 laps. You try and get some coolness back into those and get the temperature down.
Give it all the rest for a couple.
Oh, now Graham Woolhouse has just locked it up, front right.
Yep. His tyres will be starting to get a little bit spongy under him and starting to scream enough, as we've got about 2 minutes left before we see the last lap board come out. So
all getting a bit slippery.
Yeah, I'd say we've probably got about 3 laps left in this event.
Yeah, no, it's normal slide. getting used to it now.
Yeah, it just looks very unnorming.
I think Cates is a bit quicker, a bit closer this time as they head over the top of turn 5, though. I think that if he can hold on to this gap down in through turn 6 this time, then he'll certainly be able to drive alongside.
And coming up on Wendy as well.
Cover in front as well, so they've got a bit of traffic in front of them as well, but much closer this time coming out of turn 6.
Now look at the different lines. Cates has held out really wide and then come back in nice and narrow on the exit of turn number 6, and that's given him a good run. Yeah. 2 wheels off, gets side by side with Graham Woolhouse, but Graham Brakes has just got that little bit of an advantage, although he's run really wide. He's going to go the opposite side of the ripple strip. And,
so that's one.
Yeah, that's
doesn't
one.
Want to do that again.
Well, it's only 69 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's pretty right. It worked.
It worked, but that's why they don't like them doing it, because it does give you somewhat of an advantage. So he doesn't want to do that again. He can get away with one. But I got the impression that time that Mark Cates was, after that late braking on the last lap, that he was just a bit more... I can't think of the word, cautious, I suppose you'd say, going into the turn 7 that time.
Well, the guys don't want to scratch the paint.
No,
let's face it.
Why would you?
I'm going to leave it with you, Rob, to wrap up, and big thank you to all of our officials, and I'm sure Rob will cover that. I'm going to catch up with Demelza down at McCracken House. Trophy presentations 30 minutes from the conclusion of this race. Thanks very much, everybody, and I'll catch you for a wrap-up with Demelza Leonard very shortly.
Absolutely. So waiting for the cars to come back over the top of the hill. They've still got traffic, and Woolhouse still in front, but only just.
Oh, yeah, that's close.
Yeah, he'd be.
And Cates is down the outside this time.
Yeah,
so Graham's made him run the wide.
Is he going to pull it up? He's going to get very close to the outside. And the same again.
So if Graham can hold the inside run down the front straight here, then he's probably going to 02 minus 03. So we're in that.
Yeah, they crossed the line. Yeah, crossed the line exactly at the zeros. So the last lap board didn't come. Say they've got 2 more laps to go. This one and then 1 more after this to wind up the day. And they've got the little Datsun 1600 in front of them of Shipper.
Yep. So they'll probably get him going down into 6, I reckon.
This is the closest that Cates has been behind Woolhouse going across the top of the hill so far in this event. So he could almost just about blast past him down this short straight if it wasn't for the Datsun 1600 being in the way.
Well, they've both got to go down the same line, so it's that's
it does
helping a little bit.
But he's still reasonably close here, so he's fairly close still, and there's nothing in front of them now. So can he draw up on the
outside again? So Graham's hold the inside of the track again.
Yeah, he's listened to you,
and and Mark's going for the outside run, and he's held that well.
It doesn't work for him, though, because that Mustang just seems to be able to take that slightly shallower line and get the power down, even though he's much quick. Oh, he's actually forced him out that time. That was a good move. That was a good move from Cates. He spooked him out that time.
Yeah, he actually got far enough in crossover in front of him.
Yep, and he just squeezed him just slightly without pushing him completely off the track, and it spooked him out a little bit and meant that he was able to get in front of him. So that was really good. He'll probably hold that now if he can get out of these next couple of corners cleanly. And this is, of course, our last lap, Dennis. Martin.
Yeah, it's all right. And the interesting thing is that when it was asked about the camera, I said, put in Graham's car because he will chase Cates all the way, and it's been mostly the other way around. But these guys are absolutely having a ball.
Yep, absolutely.
They'll come in no matter what, absolutely wrapped with the fact it's just a whole lot of fun.
And as we've said already, we've already said today, and it doesn't matter where you are in the field. These guys at the front, so they're lucky, but it doesn't matter where you are in the field. As long as you have a good dice, you're always happy. So it looks like it's going to be Mark Cates, and I think this will be 3 from 3 today, won't it?
Yes, it will,
Yeah, so he's done a great job. Gee, that car really understeers going into that bottom corner there. It did, and Woolhouse, I think, has got a problem coming out of turn 6, 7.
Under out. That's it, we're done.
Yep. Okay, so race win to Mark Cates in car 69, and well done to him. He's taken the day also with 75 points. He finishes to second to Graham Woolhouse, who's taken second in the day with 58 points. Back to Behetz, he's had a good day out as well with 56 points, and he finishes in 3rd position. He hasn't, I think, come across the line yet.
No,
so
still coming.
Here comes Will Shipper's gone across. He was lapped, and Gary Croswell as well coming across the line now in the Impala. He was lapped.
Here's Wendy.
Went, of course, in car 7, the Kingswood V8. Yep. She crosses the line, and here comes our 3rd place sitter now is car 222 of Don Behetz coming across the line in the big Ford Galaxy. So that's the way they finished the historic touring car races today for Axis High, and doing a very, very good job out there today, all of these guys, and keeping these vintage type cars all running is a real real challenge, and these guys do a magnificent job of keeping us entertained and keeping the cars on the track. Thank you so much for your contributions today, Martin Dennis. It's been great to have you up here once again, and we look forward to seeing you up here again at the next meeting when we see historic touring cars here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Good, thanks very much, Rob.
Cheers. Yeah, not a problem. So that brings us to the conclusion of day one here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, a 2-day race meeting here for the and the second round of the Western Australian Championships for WA Sporting Car Club. So very, very good day's racing. We've had some lovely fine weather, some very, very quick lap times, and some magnificent racing in just about all of the categories have really turned it on for us today. We've got lots and lots to look forward to tomorrow. So if your opportunity gives you to come up here again tomorrow, we've got Formula Fords for their first event of the year here at Wanneroo, and that's going to be something worthy of looking for. We've got the FSR cars, and they always are great. In pre-production are out tomorrow, as well as the production cars, Formula Classic, and really looking forward to a full and bumper program tomorrow, so that's something to look forward to. So if you're able to tune in tomorrow to the live stream or here at the circuit, it's going to be another lovely day here tomorrow, I believe, and we're really going to turn on some great racing for you again tomorrow. So thanks very, very much to everyone who's come up and watched today. It's been great to see people out in the outfield. So we're going to take a short break very shortly. Just before I do go, I wanted to also just thank all of the officials who have worked very, very hard out there today, and that goes for absolutely everyone out there who's been an official. We really do appreciate your work. Thank you very, very much. We hope that you'll be up here again tomorrow to support us, and we look forward to another great day. So we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to be throwing back down to Vaughan, who'll be down with Demisa, and then he'll be wrapping up the day.
We believe driving should be more than just getting from A to B. It should excite you, reflect you, move you. From world-class supercars that stir the soul to everyday vehicles designed for comfort, reliability, and value. We bring you the best of both worlds, whether it's your first car, your dream car, or something in between. Our expert team is here to make the experience effortless and unforgettable. MotorMall, where performance meets possibility.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
And that is a wrap on first day of round 2 for the WA Sporting Car Club Championships for 2026. Vaughan, it has been a sensational first day.
The racing today has been absolutely outstanding, and we always say up in the commentary box, it's the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia, and today just demonstrated that fact tenfold. It was awesome.
It was from start to finish. We've just had thrilling race after thrilling race.
Yeah, we've seen some very close finishes. The HQs, there was only half a car length in that one. Some of the Formula V racing, and that was exceptional. Just across the board, hats off to all of our competitors today. What has been a fantastic day 1 of round 2, and we've got another day coming up tomorrow.
We do. But before we go into what's coming up tomorrow, let's just go through very quickly some of the categories. Formula V, we saw Isaac Scary take out the win there, as well as Jay Fowler. How was that?
Look, young Isaac to come back from that incident in race 2 where he went had another car come across the top of him.
Yes.
To repair that car and then get back out there and take a win in the last race. An outstanding result, and that's the competitiveness of all of our families as they are down there. The Formula V Association of Western Australia, they all banded together, got Isaac's car fixed. The good news for Ross Campbell fans is that Ross has been taken away off-site just for a precautionary checkup.
Okay.
He did hit his head quite hard on the side of the car while he was going over the top of Isaac, but we're assured that he is A-OK. It's
That's
just a
good
precautionary look.
That's great to see. Before we go on to the next category, if you are on site here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, behind us is the Formula V sausage sizzle right now. So you can come and grab yourself a nice sausage in a bun and enjoy hanging out with some of the crew. Now, onto the Excels. We saw a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces, and a few different positions for a lot of people there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Retrovision Excel Cup for 2026, 2 races that were polluted by safety cars. So they only did one competitive lap in those 2 races. But race 2 was a full-on 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and it was a sensational race. Zane Rhodes out in front, but the battle was all happening behind with Panizza, and Dean Hill was involved there for a while. Carlos Ambrosio, Harry Burns, Shane Burns was up there as well. They were coming from everywhere. And, of course, Tristan Clamp, who we had a chat to earlier.
Yes.
A brilliant drive all day.
I was just about to say, we've seen Tristan slowly make his way up. He's definitely looking like one we should be watching.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of these Excel kids and even the more experienced drivers, it's a great category. You step out of go-karts, come up, make your debut as motor racing in road racing, and the Excels. There's no better category to start your motorsport career.
So let's talk about the HQ Holdens. That was another exciting day of racing down there.
Yeah, some very close racing with Brett O'Keefe.
Yes.
Ryan Davis was involved. Troy Kent was involved. We had Mick Woodbridge up there as well. I think the points will be fairly close, but I'm pretty sure that Brett O'Keefe is going to take the win on the day.
I was going to say he had quite a strong showing for both the second and third race today, didn't he?
Yeah, plus he qualified P1 earlier this morning. So a P1 and 2 wins, I reckon that's probably got him over the line for the day.
Fantastic. Now, we also had the historic touring cars as well. So that was another one that had quite some excitement going on there.
Yeah, we did, unfortunately for Peter Piscaneri, and a driver of number 18, the Mustang, had a failure in the rear end, and when he put his foot down, the car has just turned right. He took 2 clips at the wall on pit entry and then floored it again, thinking that, I just got to get the car back onto the circuit. He's floored it again, and the car's turned right and sent him straight into the concrete barrier just past the start-finish line, and that was day over for Peter Piscaneri. Unfortunately, there's quite a comprehensive amount of damage being done to the Mustang, so we wish Peter and the team the best of luck to get it back here for round number 3.
Absolutely. And finally, the combined category.
It was a one-way street.
Yep.
Ryan Humphrey, pole position and 3 wins. He will take out the 100k plate 2 times. I'm pretty sure it may actually be 3 years in a row. I'm going to check on that one very shortly, but you couldn't take it away from Ryan Humphreys. The sports cars will go to Walter Eppel driving a Porsche, and the street cars will go to Robin Mullett.
Fantastic. Now, just before we get into what to expect for tomorrow, the Wanneroo Classic. The Wanneroo Raceway is turning back the clock and celebrating the true origins of motorsport with the Wanneroo Classic, an event designed to capture the elegance, excitement and raw passion of Western Australia's early racing days. Join us as we open the gates to all eligible classic vehicles, inviting owners and enthusiasts to experience a day steeped in nostalgia. Wander the lawn with your pride and joy, enjoy jazz drifting through the air and take in the flavours and atmosphere of a bygone era. Whether you're here to display your classic car or enjoy the entertainment or get behind the wheel, there is something for everyone. Now, Vaughan, tomorrow we are back. It is $10 a car. You can have as many people in that car as possible, but $10 a car. Come down, check out the action. We've got a whole heap. We've got Ford Classic
Formula Fords tomorrow.
Fords, that's the one.
Formula Classic. We've got the Radicals from Rise Racing and a couple of privateers thrown in there as well. A big day of racing. Qualifying kicking off at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Live stream will come on board around 9:30. So hopefully you can join us here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It's going to be great. Day 2 of round 2 of the 2026 West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships.
That's it. And before we very quickly wrap, what was your one thing that you absolutely loved today?
The standard of racing across the board.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to single anybody out because I think that would be very unfair. Just the quality of racing today, as we say, the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia. It was right here today.
That's absolutely correct, and it has been absolutely. We'd also like to say thank you to our over 3,000 viewers who joined us on the live stream on YouTube today. We will be back tomorrow and live streaming again on YouTube as well. For more information on everything that is happening down as part of the WA Sporting Car Club or the Sporting Car Club Championships, head to www.wascc.com.au. It's definitely a mouthful, but that is it from us for today. We will be back, Jamie, myself, Demelza and Vaughan, tomorrow right here from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Take it easy and have a great evening.
Good night.
Season stuck behind Carlos Ambrosio, and he'll be happy to just put one back on him again here. But look at Ambrosio right on his tail and doing a bit of bump drafting, a bit of NASCAR over the top of the hill. Bump drafting, a bit of NASCAR over the top of the hill as we watch a great battle for the lead as well. Side by side down into turn 7 for the final time, and Burns has gotten down the inside. Shane Burns takes the lead from Tristan Clamp, and there's a lot of defensive driving happening a bit further back there as well as we watch the second of the Burns car. Harry Burns going to the back.
post this week, and he seems to be popping up behind all sorts of vehicles and getting his car on there. So if you're looking for media presence, feel